good morning and welcome along to Scarborough from Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final action. It's Yorkshire against Hampshire. Yorkshire looking to reach their first List A final since 2002 when winning the Chelsea Trophy. Hampshire looking to get to the final of this competition for the second time in 3 seasons since losing against Leicestershire back in 2023. Let's take a look at the surface here at Scarborough. It is a fresh pitch. 5mm of grass as we come down, and despite a little bit of overnight rain, of course the surface is covered, it's dry and in a very decent condition. We know that there's a little slope for those who've seen this ground before. As we look around on a good length, you've got that thin covering of grass, but although it's live grass, we'll do a little bit early. But if you bide your time on a pitch like this, there's runs to be had. We've seen that in the course of cricket that's happened here. There is a bit of a consensus from both teams that the ball might nip around early, so don't be surprised if we see a team win the toss and bowl. And another thing to bear in mind here is the slope. When you're facing bowling from the Trafalgar Square end, you're going left to right on that slope, hands down towards the western part of the ground, so you've got to make sure your head isn't falling over as you come into your stance, so you've got to be careful with that. And there's also definitely a little bit of extra bounce as well, particularly for the seamers from that far end. It can also aid the spinners as well. On the whole, recently, this has been a relatively high scoring pitch. If you take the time to catch it at the back end of it, it's almost in a little bit of the pitch anyway. So that's the pitch report. Give you now the news.
Well, as you can see, that was Michael McCann with the pitch reports on what is a fine and sunny morning here in Scarbados. And I'm delighted to say that alongside me on commentary is the man himself, Mr. McCann. How are we?
I'm very good. Yeah, one we prepared earlier, as they say on Blue Peter. We can give you the team news. The toss is happening in front of us as we speak. Yorkshire with 3 changes from the side that won at Kent in their last group game to make it 7 victories from 8 in this competition this season. Will Luxton is back from a knee injury that had kept him out for a week or so, and Matt Milnes as well as Jack White come into that side as well, having had a rest in that one. Dan Moriarty misses out, and Furbank and Benison, the 2 youngsters, Will Benison and Matthew Furbank, who both got an opportunity to make a Yorkshire senior competitive debut, also make room. So it's Adam Live, Marmal Huck, Will Luxton, James Wharton, Finley Bean, George Hill, Duke, Tom Bess, Matt Milnes, Ben Cliff and Jack White. As for Hampshire, there is 1 alteration from the side that won that quarter-final against Middlesex at Radlett, having had to give up home advantage due to the utility bowl being used by the Southern Brave in the 100. So it's Ali Orr, Nick Gubbins, skipper, Fletcher Middleton, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, Ben Mays, Andrew Neal, Carl Abbott, Brad Wheel, Eddie Jack, and Scott Curry is the 1 player to come in. Those are your 2 teams for this semi-final. And Yorkshire have won the toss and have decided to have a bowl. I'm not too surprised by that. I mentioned in my pitch report I felt it was a distinct possibility, and the Yorkshire bowling coach Mickey Lewis was saying to me that he felt like this pitch, as a fresh pitch, would do something early with the new ball, particularly that extra bounce that I mentioned from the Trafalgar Square end that is particularly common to this ground.
Well, it is, and we saw that in the campaign opener, didn't we, against Warwickshire. Of course, Yorkshire bowling first in that encounter. We saw a delightful delivery from Jack White to get Ed Barnard early doors, and even in the Durham game, I know that Durham were chasing in that one, but you could just see that extra degree of bounce. It definitely creates all sorts of issues for the opposition. With that being said, Hampshire, they will have done their homework, so yeah, should be a fascinating fixture.
One thing I mentioned, of course, is those 3 changes for Yorkshire from that win at Kent by 76 runs, where Kent collapsed from 156 for 2, losing their last 8 wickets for 69, as Matthew Milnes picked up well-earned rest following his 7 for 38 and got to sit back and watch the other bowlers do the hard work. Tom Bess picking up a 4 foot and James Wharton making his maiden List A ton. We can have a look back at the highlights of that one now.
Clarkson gets to the crease. And that one is driven handsomely by Ulhack, and that should be 4 runs.
And that's wider, but that's given Lyth room to just drive that through the covers, and he'll get 4 more. As Mikey Cohen comes in again and bowls. And that's another lovely drive. That's a good, better line from Mikey Cohen, but Adam Lyth shows all of his experience there, and he'll get 4 more. Comes in and bowls. And that's a lovely looking shot by Adam Lyth, by Imam Ulhack, sorry.
Comes into bowl, and that one is hooked. And that looks like it's going to be at least a 4. As Flintoff gets back to his mark, comes in and bowls. And oh, he's bowled him! An absolute jaffer there from Corey Flintoff.
And then he comes, and he's bowled
him.
Benison without scoring from 4 deliveries, and you could argue that that is because of the strange field that's just been set, and Rizvi set up the new batter.
Flintoff comes in, and that will be driven, and that will be possibly a boundary for Wharton. Looks like it's going to carry on up the slope.
What we love to see. Thank you, Paul, for your support.
It is, yeah. In a world of keyboard warriors, be more like Paul.
In comes Rizvi again. That's a very lovely looking shot indeed by Imam Ulhack, and that'll go to the boundary, and it'll bring up Imam Ulhack's half century. That was a very, very nice looking late cut where he got down to it in his last over. We'll see how he goes here against him. And Ulhack again, he's tried that late cut, but this time he's connected very nicely, and he'll get 4 more.
And oh, that one's squared up. There's a shout for LBW, and it's given. Ekansh Singh has removed Imam Ulhack. LBW for 70, a vital breakthrough. And that one is pulled away, and that's going to be 4 runs for Wharton.
Stanley sort of darts that one into Bean, who plays that off his legs, and the chase is on to stop it coming for a boundary, but no.
Cohen as he bustles in from the Nackington Road end. Oh, that has just about been dug out by Bean.
Rizvi again comes in, and that's pulled nicely by Wharton. But Joe Denley's there at long on to do the fielding. But it brings up Wharton's half century from 64 deliveries with 4 fours. He's been out there for just over an hour.
Cohen in again. That one is straighter, and that one is going to, looks like it's going to avoid the fielder. And that one is going to be hooked. That was a bit leg side as well, and that's going to be 4 more.
To play for the first team in the one-day competition. And he's in again to Wharton, who hits that into the air.
As Flintoff comes back into bowl, and that one is Hoyts. That's going to be 6, I think. That's a huge hit.
Bustles in, and Wharton has reversed that over the head of Mikey Cohen, and he'll get 4 for that's a lovely shot from Wharton.
He's regretting it.
In comes Klassen again, and that's hit into the onside by Bean. He's taken one step across, and chance of a run out here, and it is given. Yes, they've tried to come back for 2 there. Finley Bean is run out for 38, and that is a massive wicket for Kent. That's up in the air. Jaden Denley's in play here, and he takes the catch.
Flintoff comes in again. There's a bit of a step down the wicket, and that's going to be 4 runs to Wharton. Flintoff comes into Wharton, and Wharton will wax that one down the field. And I'm wincing here.
Don't rub it.
Oh, and now...
No appeal. Potentially going leg-sideish here, and it is short and leg-sidey here.
He's got him.
And he's caught the edge of Harry Duke. The trap was set.
Bowling to Wharton, and Wharton whacks that one. He's going to get 4 for this. So here he is, Wharton, 1 away from a century. Klassen comes in, bowls, and Wharton will whack that one out towards square leg, and that is going to be his 100. And it's is it going to go over the boundary? Not quite. He's going to come back for 2 there. So very well played. James Wharton makes 101 from 94 balls and 11 fours. Salutes the crowd, points his back to the dressing room.
And he's in past Martin Saggers and bowling, and that's on the stumps. That's up in the air, and what a catch that is.
Fred Klassen comes into bowl from an Accrington Road end to Moriarty. Moriarty skied that up in the air. I think this is going to be out, and it is out.
He bowls, and that's pulled away handsomely by Wharton.
Oh, and it's a misfield on the boundary.
Goes towards Wharton then. And Wharton pulls that away off his legs, and he'll get 4 more. That's a lovely looking shot from James Wharton.
Brie Klassen comes in, and bowls, and Wharton whacks that one high in the air, and this should be taken. Harry Finch is under it, and Harry Finch will get Wharton. Klassen comes in, and there's a bit of a mow at that one towards mid-wicket. It might find the boundary, and it does find the boundary. And what's Cliff going to do off this final ball of the innings? It's right on the stumps. It's going to be caught. Is it? No, it's going to go for 4. It's a decent shot, that one. Mackington Road End, and this one will just very delicately played by Jaden Denley, and that will be 4 runs. And that'll be driven by Denley, and that could be 4 more, and it is 4 more. Elegant cover drive from Jaden Denley. Well, let's see what he does here as Cliff comes in and bowls that one, and Denley steers that elegantly through what would have been the second slip.
They're going in straight away from Hill. He's not wasting any time at all, and he's into Denley, who drives him very nicely indeed for 4 runs to Jaden Denley, who hits that one high in the air. There isn't a fielder down there, though, so they're drop safe.
Absolutely, here comes Cliff. And, oh, well, I'm afraid that Dawkins is gone. He's rather chipped Cliff straight to Adam Live, to Jaden Denley, and Denley will clip this one down towards the, well, I think he's going to get 4 for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Hill comes in again to Denley, who hits it over the head of Tom Bess. But here's Hill into Jaden Denley, who hooks that away. There will be no fielder there, and it's gone just for 4. It's bounced just before the rope.
Well, it's a decent shot there by Denley.
And he comes again to Jaden Denley, who's got underneath that one, and he swept it high. And it will cross the rope for 4.
Furbank again, this time over the wicket, and that's a lovely shot by Ekansh Singh. Beautifully pulled away for 4, backward square leg.
You may have guessed that is one of my many jobs here. As Moriarty starts a new over, and Ekansh Singh has just hit that high into the air. Sorry, 2 to come. The scoreboard again. But Jaden Denley has just reached a half century from 54 balls with 9 fours, and the left-handed Kent opener will be very pleased with his day's work so far. He lifts his bat to the pavilion.
And Singh whacks that back over his head. And that is going to be at least 4 runs. It bounces just inside the boundary rope.
Another delivery, but Jaden will sweep that one, and it'll go so fine that it will beat Furbank.
You will have to rewrite my report. If, for example, that's a sweep there from Denley, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Moriarty comes in again to Jaden Denley, who's on 67, and he takes 1 step down and hits that over the cover.
Adam Live, 5th ball of the over, 2 from it so far. Singh heaves that one, and that could be out, or it could be 6, and it's 6.
Tom Bess starts a new delivery then to Jaden Denley. Skips down the wicket and hits that up in the air. It could be out here. Hack is underneath it, and yes.
It's out.
So Jaden Denley departs for 79 from 80. In comes Bess. And Singh hits out.
Yes.
There you go. Eshan called it. Ekansh Singh reaches his half century in 50 deliveries, so 50 from 50.
And Singh will pull that away gloriously
Blimey.
for 4 runs.
Emphatic from Ekansh Singh. He's on to 56 from 54, and that was a lovely shot.
Furbank comes in, and that's a bit of a reach for Benjamin, but he might get 4 for that, and he does get 4 for it.
Bess comes in to Chris Benjamin, who
Could
hits
be
that.
out here, and,
And
well,
it's a
that's,
boundary ride. Bowls to Joe Denley, who hits that over the covers. There's
I
a
think
fielder
he
in
could
play,
be out here.
and Bean takes the catch, and Joe Denley goes for 2. That's a massive breakthrough for Yorkshire.
In comes the bowler. Oh, that's a gruesome shot from Ekansh Singh, and I think that's going to get out, and it is out. The juggler that we were talking about earlier. And there's a drive from Flintoff, and he's going to get 4 for it. So
As Cliff comes in again. Finch tries to drive that, and it'll go past the keeper, and it'll go for 4. I don't know whether that be buys.
which I'm sure he'd be delighted by. Lythe is in again, and Flintoff drops to one knee, tries to play a sweep shot, and he's bowled. And Lythe has struck, so he's bowled. Corey Flintoff looks like he's got him leg stump. Bess comes in. Oh, and he's bowled him, and I think that is good night Vienna as far as Kent are concerned. Finch has gone. Bess is in again to Klassen. Klassen nearly plays on. In fact, he does play on. He's bowled.
Burbank comes in again to Rizvi, who hits that away in the air. There is a fielder down there, and that'll be it.
Yeah, that's it. Congratulations to Yorkshire on a resounding win in the end. 76 runs, I think, is the margin.
And as you can see there, those are the highlights from the last game of the group stages of victory down in Canterbury. But of course, the last game here in Scarborough, well, it was a comprehensive win over the northeastern county of Durham. And after that game, we caught up with the man of the moment, Finley Bean, to discuss his century and his performance in that game. Here's what he had to say.
The lads laid a platform, so it was kind of quite self-explanatory what I had to do, which was play that aggressive role, which is new to me, to be fair, in the middle order. So, yeah, like I say, it was just clearing the front leg and thankfully middled a few and a few went over the rope.
Was there a moment or two in those 90s where you had a chance to reflect on what was going on? It all just seemed beautiful chaos. It was a 33 ball 50 and then you went even quicker to 100.
Yeah, like you say, I think there was an over where I went from like 60 to late 80s, which was bizarre. And then you look up and you start to think about hundreds and stuff. But I think it was just the tempo I was batting. It was just trying to keep doing that and put the team in a good position, which thankfully we have, and we've won by 213 runs, which was the most pleasing thing.
There was that dilemma about how to balance the side with Matt Revis absent. How much notice or expectation did you have that a role like this would even be coming up in this competition?
Well, it was always, I think, Lythy's been struggling with a calf, little niggle, so it was see how he goes, and it might be at the top of the order, and then obviously there might be a place in the middle like there has been the next batter in. So it's kind of been one of them things where pitch dependent and balance of the side. So you've just got to be patient, and then when the chance comes, is just try and take it. So thankfully, it's been one of them days where it's come off. Yeah, it's been pleasing. I think, like you say, I've been at the top of the order in the Red Bull kind of as soon as I signed. So it's kind of not been pigeonholed, but that's kind of where my focus has been. And then in the winter, I kind of put more of a shift on my white ball. And yeah, like days like this are pleasing. Obviously, you get more fans in for the white ball stuff. So no, it was very pleasing, not just to show people that you can play white ball cricket.
What have those little work-ons been over the winter to try and change the way you play and think about the game in that white ball format?
I think it's more just like tempo of your swing and things like that, like rotating against spin, just bits like how to build innings is through 50 overs. It's been conversations, not so much hitting balls in nets, it's just conversations with guys about roles and things like that, which has helped massively, to be fair.
And on a wider level, this competition now, it's 2002, the last time Yorkshire won limited overs silverware. I'd assume the belief is just growing game on game at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, we're confident, but like you say, it's a funny old game, and we've been at the other end of the spectrum in previous years, so we know how hard it is, but when we're playing well, thankfully we've got games come thick and fast, so when you're playing well, you want them like that to keep the momentum.
And top of the group gives a home semi-final that would be here at Scarborough, or second brings a home quarter-final that again would be here. Just what would that mean to this group to have home advantage in a knockout situation?
Yeah, it's obviously plays a part. We've played a lot of cricket here at Scarborough as a team, and in my 3 years we've always done well playing at Scarborough. So we know how to play and how to play on the surface and stuff like that. So yeah, we're confident, and let's just hope it happens.
What does it mean to this group as well to potentially outweight that sort of end that wait for a generation or so since Yorkshire? You know, it was so long ago.
Yeah.
Yorkshire won that in 2002. It was a red ball and whites. Is that something? You know, I know Anthony McGrath brought his medal in, but is that something the team has spoken about?
Well, it's just about winning trophies. I think we're all at a point where, you know, the young lads have played a lot of cricket now, so it's about putting performances together. Everyone's chipping in the tournament, and we're confident. Obviously, the fans have watched some tricky cricket over the past couple of years in this format, so it's nice to put a few games together and give them something to cheer about.
And what does the support mean as well? Because you know, today again, you could start to hear as Yorkshire got on top that ever ringing Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's massive. Like especially here at Scarborough with the benches and stuff, that gets full. And when you're batting, you can hear them chanting and cheering. You feel like you can get on a roll and they're with you. So yeah, it's pleasing. It's good. So hopefully we get a home semi here and carry on that form. Well, it's just pleasing for them. Obviously, they've stuck by us through some tricky times. So hopefully they're enjoying the cricket that we're playing at the moment. I'm certainly enjoying watching the lads when I'm not playing. it's great to see us doing well.
And just on your note, it was announced pretty recently you're going to have a winter with Melbourne University. I assume that's the classic element of you're going to get so much more developmentally being over there than in the indoor school here.
Yeah, I think it adds another pressure to being an overseas player at a club, which will be good, taking responsibility of that, and hopefully, well, I'll be playing a lot more cricket over there than what I would batting inside here, so get away from the English weather and play some cricket.
So that was a little word with Finley Bean after making quite the impact in his first white ball game for Yorkshire this season with Yorkshire's fastest ever list A ton. He was understandably delighted about somewhat breaking the mould of a perception of him at first team level with an innings like that has helped keep him in the team ever since. And of course, he's been in a team that's been skippered by Tom Bess, the first competition where he's had regular charge of Yorkshire, albeit he's deputised for the White Rose in a captaincy role earlier on this season in the county championship. Anthony McGrath, his head coach, said, "I spoke to Tom back in November 2024 when I first came in, and he said that he does want to captain at some point. He put that forward. He's had the opportunity in the championship, but he's really taken it on in the Metrobank One Day Cup, the way he's led the boys, how he's been in meetings and communication with lads not playing and stuff like that. It's really good to see, and he's got a fantastic cricket brain." Let's hear from the man himself. You had your opportunity to get your questions into Tom Bess with our feature called DM Dom. Let's have a look back at that now.
First cricketing memory was down at my local cricket club, Sidmouth, and I used to live in the nets every summer with my cousins and my best mates. We literally used to walk down there, cycle down there, leave our cricket bags down there all summer, spend 5-6 hours down there, I reckon. Go down to the ice cream shop and things like that, go play on the beach and then come back to the cricket nets, watch my cousins play. So that's probably my first sort of memory of it. Pretty general, yeah. What advice would I give to a junior? Well, I think non-negotiables, obviously enjoy it. I mean, the way cricket's being played these days, I think it's sort of so gripping and exciting to watch any form of cricket. Obviously, you've got the franchise cricket now, and you see lights of Harry, Brookie, whack the ball out of the park, but then you can go to Test cricket, watch the likes of Vertu sort of grind out 100 regularly. I think there's so much excitement around the game, and there's so much cricket being played now, which I think to get involved in that, doesn't matter what colour ball it is, how many overs are being bowled, how many balls are being bowled, it's gripping. So watch as much as you can and play as much as you can. Quite a proud moment. So how does it feel to captain Yorkshire? Obviously a very proud moment. I think obviously Yorkshire as a club, tradition, I think the first thing you talk about cricket, I think Yorkshire cricket comes up. So being an adopted Yorkshireman as well now, it's super proud. I think the history that comes along with it is really special, and obviously what we're doing in the moment with a 50 over comp, I think if we can keep doing what we are and go all the way, I think that'd be the icing on the cake really, to sort of lift the trophy for Yorkshire, certainly after all the years of white ball cricket. There's a couple. I think actually our win against Sussex here, sort of captaining that, was a proud moment. My 7th against Northants as an individual was a very proud moment. That was my first year and I hadn't taken many wickets up until that point, and then that came. But sort of looking on it now, I think just in general, the group we've got and the friends I've made around the group, and to see sort of some of the young lads obviously being regular first teamers now and putting in contributions. I think obviously the way Harry's gone and sort of now as captain of England, sort of being in that light and having some really good games with him. Again, sort of one memory that stands out was our quarter final at the Oval. Sort of everyone wrote us off there, and obviously you hear it multiple times from himself, Tomo. His last over, just to be around that group, and I guess as I'm getting a little bit older, it's more about the experiences I'm having with my mates. I think that's the things I'm trying to hold on to the most. So there's a couple there, but very different. Best dressing room prank you've seen? There's quite a few that's gone on. Recently though, Jordan Thompson was done, and it was someone, I'm not sure who, I might know who, not sure, had taken his yoghurt pot, obviously with the granola, ripped it open, taken the yoghurt out of it and put massage oil in it, and then sealed it back up. And obviously when Tomo has come to finish his session and he wanted a snack, he'd obviously chucked the granola in it, mixed it all in, taken a mouthful, and I was actually batting at the time, could only hear Tomo swear and shout while the windows were open up at Scarborough, to him eating massage oil, which there's always a bit of tit for tat, because Tomo's usually one of the main men who's up to no good. So that was one of them recently that I can remember. Favourite place in Yorkshire away from cricket? It would be walking my dog somewhere. So there's Chevon, which is a place I take my dog regularly for walks, or it's actually Ilkley Moor. I took him up the other day, and that was just like, it's beautiful. It sort of reminds me a lot of back home down in Devon, sort of countryside, and if I'm not in it, I like to make sure that I'm getting away. So I'd say that. I think I haven't yet. I think I've told 3 or 4 boys that he was my first, and I'm pretty sure I showed Sads because he couldn't believe me getting him out after bowling at him in the nets against spin. I don't think he's missed time one yet off me, so I did say to him that he was my first Test wicket, and John Sadler, our batting coach, couldn't believe it. His experience, his quality, we've seen it 4 games now, how he's constructed innings, sort of taken boys down and just batted with real ease, and he's shown a lot of our young lads sort of how to do it, but also help them through it, which I think's the main thing. I think as an overseas, obviously you want the performances, but you also want the off-field. I think he's sort of fitted in like a glove really with us. He's been unbelievable, and actually I think all the boys have really enjoyed him as a person, which has been awesome to have. Can we win the cup this year? I really hope so. I really hope so. I think the way we're going about our cricket now, certainly in this competition, has been unbelievable. I think we've got 13, 14 lads here that are just performing day in, day out, and if it's not one, it's the other. And actually I think internally the success we're having in this short term, we've seen the likes of Rev go on and obviously get picked up in the 100 and go to the Superchargers. I think you would obviously love the boys to be around, but we've almost had a bit of success already with lads sort of stepping up and going up into the 100 competition, and I think the icing on the cake really would be if we could win it. I think there's a lot to do, and there's a long way to go yet, but that's our aim. That was our aim at the start of the comp, and hopefully that will be sort of done come the end.
So we're mere moments away from the first ball here at Scarborough. Delighted to be joined by former England captain, England Test centurion and MCC non-playing member, Dr. Jane Powell. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good morning to everybody listening in. Yes, that's quite an anomaly, isn't it?
Let's run you through the teams once again if you're just joining us late. 3 changes for Yorkshire from the side that won at Kent in their final group game to make it 7 victories from 8. Will Luxton is back from injury, and Matt Milnes and Jack White come in to reinforce the bowling. The 2 debutants from that game where the White Rose were pretty much assured of finishing top. Will Bennison and Matthew Furbank drop out. Dan Moriarty makes way as well. As for Hampshire, one change from the side that picked up victory against Middlesex in that quarter-final at Radlett to make it this far. Winners by 42 runs. That sees Scott Curry come in for James Fuller. We've picked out a couple pre-match that are Vertu 2 to watch, and they're pretty much going to be into a duel very quickly here, because Jack White is the first one. White has got the new ball in his hand from our end of the ground, the Peasholm Park end, and what an impact he's made this season. Just look at that, the second best economy rate in this competition for anyone who's bowled more than 30 overs. He's gone at just 4.18 an over. It's safe to say across all three formats this summer, he's been a great signing for Yorkshire, and he's going to be pretty quickly into one of the big jewels of this game with the leading run scorer in the entire competition, Nick Gubbins, who is at the non-strikers end as we get ready for the first ball of this semi-final, which is just pushed back by Gubbins' opening partner Ali Orr, who scored a match-defining century in that semi-final win. So this opening pair are going to be very key for Hampshire. Gubbins is having a magnificent tournament. Just look at those numbers. 665 runs, scoring at more than a run a ball. A milestone for him today as well is a 100th List A career appearance. He's been around the circuit for a long time, since really bursting onto the scene as a major contributor in that county championship win with Middlesex in 2016. White in again and respectfully guided back by Orr.
Yeah, Jack White is one of those players that, as you travel around the county circuit, particularly I was at Northants the other weekend watching a women's match, and all the Northants members were like, "You've taken out one of our best bowlers," and I said yes, and he's been very good for Yorkshire as well. Thank you very much. And he's been just outstanding. He's got that capacity to just run in and put it on the spot more than not. And it does remind me of Mike Hendricks with that rolling action as he comes in once again.
Still Hampshire looking for the first run in this semi-final. Nice start from White, who is right on the spot. Yorkshire looking to reach a first List A final since 2002 when winning the Cheltenham and Gloucester Trophy. Hampshire, meanwhile, of course, have List A silverware far more recently than that. Winners of this competition last in 2018. Runners-up twice since, in 2019 and 2023. Oh, nicely bowled by White. That little bit of extra bounce that people talk about at Scarborough. You get even more of it from the other end early doors, the Trafalgar Square end, but good early signs for Yorkshire.
Yeah, that was a great ball, wasn't it? It just managed to evade the bat, so Gubbins will be pleased that he didn't manage to get a nick on that one. And Jack White is just so... Sorry, Ali Orr is facing. He just couldn't get anywhere near that one.
Nicely bowled by White, enthusiastically deep backward square, and deep third of the two out in the power play for the first 10, of course. So this is turned away for what will be not just the first runs of this semi-final, but the first boundary. Sweetly timed by Orr. White just straighting onto the pads, and a shot played with every touch of glass that you'd expect of a man who just a few days ago hit a match-winning ton.
Yeah, and the outfield here at Scarborough, like most grounds in the country this year, is pretty fast. So I think for anybody who gets quite a firm connection with the ball, if it evades that infield, then the chances are it's going to run away for 4, as that one did. And that was a nice shot by Ali Orr.
This time he's playing and missing outside off. Very good from White, end of the first over. 4 without loss after 1. I feel confident travelling here, Hampshire, no doubt. They've got a very good recent record against Yorkshire. 5 losses for Yorkshire in their last 7 meetings with the Crown and Rose, and 2 draws. 3 losses and a couple of draws in the county championship, and 2 defeats in this competition, including Loss in 2018 in a Royal London One Day Cup semi-final when 171 from James Vince and 58 from Sam Northeast helped Hampshire pile up 348 for 9. A couple of wickets each that day for Ben Coder, of course, is injured today, and now retired Steve Patterson. And Yorkshire in reply, despite 89 from Johnny Tattersall, managed just 241 all out. Liam Dawson picking up 4 wickets. To give you an idea of how long ago that was, the likes of Tim Bresnan, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Chiteshwar Pujara, Gary Balance was still in the Yorkshire side, and the likes of Dale Steyn, Rhys Topley, Riley Rousseau, James Vince, and of course Liam Dawson, who's one of the few left from that game, were playing in what was a pretty high quality affair. Milnes opening up from the Trafalgar Square end and has a big shout first ball. Umpire Pratt not interested.
Yeah, very confident shout from the group, but the umpire signalling there that he was going down leg side. We'll see this on the replay as he coming in round the wicket.
Yeah.
And just going on with the arm. I've talked about this a few times, but if you're coming round the wicket, the angle that you've got to bowl it, to straighten it, it is phenomenal, really. So
Milnes again, and confidently square driven by Gubbins. Diving attempt to stop it from Luxton is unsuccessful, so both opening batters have found the boundary early doors.
yeah, just going back to that, you'll see this replay here as it's hit firmly through the point area for 4 runs, and we'll see the fielding here from Will Luxton. Tries to dive and stop that ball, but it just evades him.
Chopped on, gone. Nick Gubbins, the highest run scorer in this Metro Bank One Day Cup this season, has to go. Second ball, chopped on off Matt Milnes. A huge early breakthrough for Yorkshire. Arguably the key wicket in this Hampshire batting lineup is gone. The visiting captain is out. Second ball, 8 for 1.
Yeah, great start for Yorkshire. I think that in the celebration there was a little bit of conflict between Harry Duke and another player, and he's just feeling his ankle a little bit. It reminds me of some of those football celebrations where they jump up and end up with a broken arm. Fortunately, it looks okay. He's just walking around. We'll see this replay here. Again, outside off stump, but he just chops it down onto the stumps there.
You can see how pumped up Milnes is. He knows what a big wicket that was. 665 runs at an average of 110. Scores of 144 not out, 40, 60, 80, 87 not out, 144 not out, 76. And now the first failure in this competition for Nick Gubbins comes with a spot in the final up for grabs. So out comes Fletcher Middleton, who does have a couple of half centuries this season in the Metrobank One Day Cup. 57 against Derbyshire and 92 against Gloucestershire.
It's been wonderful to see Milnes come back after a long period of injury, and he's just performed so well since he's come back and scored, taken wickets on most occasions. I think Kent were happy that he's going to them, but he wasn't playing against them last week, as he comes in once more, and that's just left by Middleton outside his off stump.
Yeah, he's definitely showing Yorkshire what they're going to miss when he's gone. Matt Milnes heading back to Kent, having joined Yorkshire from them in 2023. 7 for 38 against Sussex, Yorkshire's third best list A figures. He nearly had 2 hat-tricks. Would have done had Finn Hudson-Prentice not scooped just short of mid-wicket. That's just guided straight to point. Good areas again from Milnes, who also took 4 for 29 off 8 against Middlesex at Radler. But he's had to have his workload somewhat managed. He only played 9 T20 blast games a game because Yorkshire, understandably, given his injury history and being a fast bowler, want to be very careful with him. Good crowd building here at Scarborough in the early overs. Some spectators still making their way in. It's So another leave from Middleton. Tend to just have a look at things.
Yeah, and I think Yorkshire have done well rotating their bowlers throughout this competition. Milnes didn't play on Wednesday this last week, and neither did White. You know, so it also gives the youngsters a go. You know, it's wonderful to see the debutant getting a wicket, you know, and there's a good feeling around this Yorkshire group. You know, they're just very together as a whole squad, and Anthony McGrath's done a wonderful job of developing that culture almost, that if you're not playing, you're still a part of the group, and it's great to see. And then when they do come back in, then they're fit and ready and raring to go. So it seems to have paid off so far. So well bowled to Matt Milnes that first over, following on from the first over from Jack White, which was on the money.
Ali Orr already has 2 tons in this competition. Right now, he's just been distracted by something in the distance as he gets ready to face White. Orr with 131 against Leicestershire and 108 against Middlesex. All this time just guiding that back. We were mentioning that Gubbins is the top run scorer in the competition, but his opening partner can't be underestimated either. Orr is 7th for total runs in the comp, 464 at an average a tickle above 50, and he scored those at a strike rate of 94 per 100 balls, which is pretty good going. He's also hit the second most sixes of anybody in the entire competition, so when he tends to go through the gears, ropes tend to get cleared. Only James Bracey of Gloucestershire has hit more maximums. This time Orr's content to just have a look at that.
Yeah, that would cut back a long way after it had pitched, but it moved more after the ball, after it had passed the stumps than before the stumps. And you can see it's quite blustery here in Scarborough. Gorgeous, it's warm, it's nice, the sun's shining, but there is a wind out there today, and we're on top of a balcony, so apologies if you're hearing some wind as we're trying to give you some information.
Smashed away. Well, I mentioned that only James Bracey has hit more sixes in the competition this season, and on cue, Ali Orr picks up a short ball that was not threatening enough from Jack White and deposits it for the first maximum of this semi-final.
Yeah, he picked that one up well, and we do know that the boundary is easy to find here at Scarborough if you commit to the shot, and he committed to that shot, and it landed in about the 4th row, I think, of the popular stand, and then bounced upwards.
Now, how does White respond to a raw ball? Nudged into the onside, and despite the quick efforts of Bess, there was always a single there. Well, Judge just nudging one away to get himself off strike. Hampshire looking to avoid knockout heartbreak in this competition for the 3rd straight season. This is not just a squad, but a county that are very used to being at the sharp end of things. They've reached the knockouts of the One Day Cup in 6 of the last 7 seasons, and despite having to give up home advantage for the quarter-final, made it through pretty comfortably in the end. White just loses his run there, thanks to the great efforts of Orr, who made 108 off 140, batted through most of the innings. He held it together, helped by 42 from Fuller, who's not playing due to 100 commitments today. Hampshire got themselves to 229 for 9, but ultimately it was actually pretty comfortably defended. Middlesex bowled out for 187. Liam Dawson back in the side took 4 for 33. Abbott picked up a couple of wickets. And Neil with a very tidy 1 for 30 off his 10. So here's White just nibbled into the onside.
Yeah, and I think Hampshire and Yorkshire, I think, are the only two counties that have a men's and a women's in the semi-finals of Metrobank competitions. So,
that's a good bit of trivia.
That's an interesting one as well, where the counties very much are both good at supporting their women's cricket teams as well as their men's cricket teams. So that's the only 2 counties, I believe.
Yorkshire booking their spot yesterday. It's well bowled by White. That's a little bit of an awkward one. Yorkshire secured their progression to the Metrobank Tier 2 semi-finals, 15-1 after 3, with a thumping win against Kent at Canterbury. Lauren Winfield Hill with the highest List A score by a Yorkshire man or woman in the club's entire history, passing Darren Lehman's effort against Nottinghamshire here at Scarborough back in 2001. Lehman made 191. Sally Ann Briggs held the previous highest record for the Right Rose Women's score, 177 against Cheshire in 2005. Winfield Hill 194, but she got out with still just over 10 overs left of the innings. I mean, theoretically, she could have gone on and made maybe even 250.
Yeah.
But you take 194.
Yeah, I think she was playing a team innings as well, you know, and was trying to push on and push on. Interestingly, Sally Ann Briggs, as you mentioned, is Sally Ann Beams now and head of high performance cricket in Tasmania, down under.
Not the worst place to be. One of the most beautiful nature spots in the world, Tassie. Here's Milnes continuing. And an extravagant leave from Orr with the foot coming up afterwards. There was a nice bit of punnery on the Yorkshire website. Our Canterbury tale made for good reading was the headline, referring to Lauren Winfield Hill. What that means is that Yorkshire in the Tier 2 semi-finals will meet Middlesex, who went through the entire campaign unbeaten. Middlesex beat Yorkshire in the T20 Tier 2 final. The other final in that particular competition will be Northamptonshire. Semi-final will be Northants against Glamorgan. That's left alone. It's been a great pleasure alongside Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell, who's with me, Michael McCann, to provide a Vertu live stream free across the world for every Yorkshire home game. But of course, by virtue of finishing 4th, Yorkshire will certainly not have home advantage for that semi-final. They'll be away against Middlesex at Radler on Sunday the 7th of September. If they can get through that, they'll be in a final on the 14th at Worcestershire. Bowled again by Milnes, just steadily building the dots here. And in the competition you're watching right now, the men's Metrobank One Day Cup, these sides are playing for a spot at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September. We'll be keeping an eye on the other semi-final today as well.
Yeah, Matt Milnes is really generating a bit of pace here as he's coming slightly down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, and he's causing a few issues to the batters.
Milnes just continuing to build the pressure. The chatter is that there's a bit of extra bounce when bowling from that Trafalgar Square end as opposed to our end, the Peasholm Park end.
Yeah, and Orr there just turned his bat, just turned a little bit square too early, and as a result he got an outside edge there that the ball ran off to the gully. So you've got to keep sideways as long as possible whenever you're facing these quick bowlers.
Oh, guided down, and it wouldn't have been a catching chance for Live. He's wringing his fingers. That's hurt Adam Live.
Yeah, sometimes they're the hard ones, the ones that are angled down and there's not a catch, but you sometimes catch it on the half volley and it traps your finger and it's a real stinger. So feel for Adam there. I've been in that position a few times where I've just not got there because the ball dipped too early, but you've got to get something behind it, and he did well to get something behind that. So just a single, and as a result the left-hander is now replaced by the right-handed.
Middleton with a bit of a swash and a whoosh outside the off stump. It's a fortuitous first boundary for Fletcher Middleton. It's a fortuitous way to get off the mark, and it's good signs for Matt Milnes.
Yeah, you will see this as Matt Milnes comes in. Good slow motion on the replay there. And then it's just flashed, and it's flashed quite hard and high and evades the slip cauldron there. And when you're in the slips and it just flies past but evades all of you, it's really frustrating. But good news for Matt Milnes is that he's getting that outside edge, so he'll be perked up with that, and he'll be coming in even a yard faster when he comes on after this next Jack White over.
White so far has been probing his own park end. Or smash towards us in the commentary box and over our heads as well, and it thuds onto the pavilion roof and smashes a couple of tiles. That is an absolutely huge hit from Ali Orr, who has almost cleared the pavilion. Quite extraordinary. It's in the slot, gets those long levers out. Second six of the semi-final, second six for Ali Orr.
Yeah, saw the tiles coming off to our left-hand side. It really was a big hit, and it kept going, and you can see the spectators there just trying to evade the bits of tile that flew off the roof.
Thankfully nobody hurt. Now White's got to find a responsive, because Orr is taking a liking to him. On his length and just nudged in towards Hill at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, in fact, this is a good challenge for Jack White, because he's been so economical that this is not usual for him to be hit for sixes in the first few overs of his spell. So it'll be good to see how he does react to that, because that's the next stage in development of any player, is when you're faced with something that's slightly different, how do you react? And that last ball was good reaction, and see if he can maintain that with this one as he pulls out.
A nice bit of chatter on the Vertu live stream from Banana Brooks, who said, "Roofers, get your quotes in," and referring to replacing the damaged tiles. Do let us know on the Vertu live stream chat where you're listening from. Fantastic to have your company. Scarborough sunny and steadily filling up here. It's just guided to point by Orr, who has very much been all or nothing here. The only two shots he's played that have really shown a lot of aggression have both thudded into the stands, and apart from that, he's been quietly watchful here early doors, Ali Orr.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is Jack White being able to put that one back on the mark where he wants it to be.
White just refinding his length. You wonder, and it's too early for this, but were Orr to maybe hit a couple more boundaries, you're starting to ask a question of Bess as to, do you change from what's generally been a relatively fixed plan for Yorkshire in this competition, which is that up front, the two seamers, whoever they might be, will bowl 5 or 6 on the trot, and if it's going well, like Code say at Radlett, might even bowl through. Licked away, Duke was interested in a catching chance, and it scurries down to the vacant fine leg area for 4.
Yeah, that was a clear edge, a clear face to the bat, but just angled down to leg side, just flicks at it there, and you'll see Duke going across and just missing out on that one.
So Orr collects 4 more.
Yeah, I think when you're in the power play, you're not too worried at 30. 6 and over off the first 5 overs, so if he can bowl a dot ball here, then they'll be quite happy.
Oh, that's a peach of a dot ball from Jack White. It has Orr purring in admiration. End of the 5th over, 30 for 1, and Jack Orr leading the rebuild for Hampshire after that early loss of Nick Gubbins. Just second ball for 4. Orr has 22 of the 30 runs scored. Reminder that in terms of the team news, there was that dilemma for both of these sides about what they do with players potentially running back from the 100. Hampshire have opted not to pick the likes of John Turner and Sonny Baker, who they could have picked, Worth reminding you that Joe Weatherly's injured. James Vince, Chris Wood and Benny Howell are on T20 only deals. As Milnes settles in to another over and is guided square through cover point. Lovely shot, didn't try and hit it too hard. Fletcher Middleton, who has his second boundary, and I'm delighted to say, settling in to the seat to my right is someone who's as well placed as anyone to give us the rundown on both of these two. A very good sunny Scarborough afternoon, or late morning to Graham Hardcastle.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Good.
We're set in for a good game here, aren't we?
We are, yeah. It has the feeling of a game which will go right down to the wire somehow.
With a really nice response, just showing that extra bounce that we'll see in this surface.
I think they're two pretty well-matched sides, aren't they? You know, the group stage record tips in Yorkshire's balance. Perhaps the fact that Hampshire have brought in a couple of players from the 100 maybe just strengthens their hand a little bit.
Liam Dawson back from commitments with the London Spirit. He's the big draw card. This is back down the ground, nicely fielded by Milnes off his own bowling. Ali Orr was busy ducking for cover. Of course, Yorkshire had a dilemma on that note as well, because in theory the likes of Jordan Thompson, Jaffa Chauhan and Johnny Bairstow would have been available. Of course, Ben Code is out injured, and there's also the likes of Harry Brook, Dar Milan, Adil Rashid, Joe Root and Matthew Revis who were not available, but Thompson, Chauhan and Bairstow not included in the squad. Yorkshire sticking with the players that have got them to the semi-final. So that is a play and a miss, well bowled by Milnes.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, I haven't really particularly got a strong opinion on it either way, because at the end of the day, it's professional sport, and you've got to do what you've got to do to win a game of cricket, and and get to a final, win a trophy, etc. You'd always want people like Bairstow in your side. It'd been great to see him today. Chauhan with a little bit of England experience is obviously quality, isn't he? But I think it just has a little bit of a better feel that the players who have got you to this stage are the ones who are able to push on. But as I say, to me, it's not really a major thing. I'm not sat here shouting and screaming because Hampshire have brought in 2 or 3 players who've hardly played for them in the 100.
Yeah,
fair play to them. They've got that ability to do it.
Different counties have done it different ways, and it can of course go in different directions. You think of that Liam Dawson 7-for he got against Warwickshire. Warwickshire brought a lot of players that day back who maybe suffered from having not played any 50 over cricket, had just played a lot of 100 cricket. It is a different pace and rhythm as it's nudged straight to short mid wicket.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the kind of Matthew Revis situation. In theory, I suppose, with the Northern Superchargers having been knocked out of the 100 last night, he could have been available for today. But is it the best thing to be driving 5 hours up to Scarborough when you've got the capability of having multiple road closures on various roads and what have you? Is it the best thing for him to be turning up at 5 o'clock in the morning, or whatever it would be, to Scarborough for a semi-final? I don't think it is.
Yorkshire looking for a first win against Hampshire in any format for 10 years, and looking to break something of a semi-final curse as well. White Rose having lost 18 of their last 21 List A semi-finals, having won their first 3 once upon a time. First change of the bowling in the day, and George Hill, who's had an excellent one-day cut with the ball as he's been in a place to start increasing his bowling workloads again. He's charging in. He's being square driven to point. Hill, whose bowling form in particular got him England Lions recognition earlier this summer.
Yeah, he's been superb, George Hill, this year.
39 wickets at 17 in the championship.
Yeah, perhaps not quite got the runs he would have wanted, but he's certainly contributed, perhaps more recently as that one's defended.
Yeah, he was a bit of a loss in that T20 Blast campaign. He was injured for decent portion of it.
Yeah, that was around about the Lions call, wasn't it? With the Lions call quite early doors in that campaign, and then there were a few issues beyond that, weren't there? With the I can't remember now. So much has happened. Was it heel or something like that? Ankle.
This time, bowling a delivery that gets appreciable applause. Middleton still settling into his innings on 9 of 14.
It's been a very even start, hasn't it? Yorkshire have been absolutely delighted to get rid of Nick Gubbins with all the runs he's got in this competition. But Hampshire have thrown a few punches as well.
Once more in a nice area. He took the new ball in the win against Kent with 1 for 25 off 7. And you look through his bowling contributions in this competition, and apart from number 65 off 10 in the game at Sussex, he's always kept things really pretty tight. 2 for 26 off 8 here against Warwickshire, 1 for 26 off 7 against Northants. That's left alone. That's exactly what you want from your all-rounder, knitting a team together. 2 for 33 off 5 at Middlesex, 1 for 4 off a couple of overs against Durham. So consistently bowling overs, consistently keeping it tight and picking up the odd wicket or two.
The great thing about him is he's so kind of versatile, and you ask him to do any job and he's got the ability to do it.
Licked away, and there might have been for a second the possibility of a catching chance at mid-wicket. It wasn't in truth, but you can understand for a moment why fielders got excited, but it's tucked away instead for more Middleton heading into double figures. End of the 7th over, 39 for 1.
Yeah, whether that be opening the bowling or bowling in the middle, you feel he could do a job at the death if if you wanted that from him. He's opened the batting in the Championship. He's batted down the order. He's a quality cricketer.
Yeah, it's funny. I was looking back at old scorecards of these two sides meeting, and in June 2022, Hampshire won by just a couple of wickets in a Championship thriller at Southampton, and that was in George Hill's opening the batting era. He opened the batting and got
100 in that game.
Got 131. Yeah, you can tell what an encyclopedia Graham Hardcastle is from that response. As soon as the game and the date and the result is mentioned, the supercomputer starts firing up. For those unfamiliar, Graham, one of the hardest working journalists across both men's and women's cricket.
I'm not so sure about that, but anyway, there we go.
Pretty much every day that I'm texting you and you're at another game somewhere reporting. Liam Dawson got 2 60s. Carl Abbott took 10 wickets in the match in that win back in 2022. Milnes again. Milnes into what is now his 4th over, and it was ultimately Hampshire that won a bit of a nail-biter, and Hampshire kind of dominate this head-to-head in recent times across Championship cricket and one-day cricket.
Yeah, it's the beauty of sport though, isn't it? You can have all the stats, the semi-final disappointments, etc. None of it really matters in the grand scheme of it. It's what happens here today.
Beautifully driven and well stopped away to his right hand side by Tom Bess, ensures that it's only 1 rather than 4.
Yeah, I say, Yorkshire have had disappointments in semi-finals previously, but how many of these players in this team will have been part of that?
Yeah, it's
probably
funny.
Adam Lyth,
It's
maybe.
It's funny you say that. There was a great moment on BBC Radio Leeds where they sort of alluded to this, and James Wharton, being interviewed, said, "Yeah, well, Adam Lyth. Yeah, just live.
Yeah."
So that's jabbed into the ground slightly unconvincingly from Middleton. Live, of course, 37 years old, has seen it all, and he's one of, along with the likes of Root and Bairstow, the only players left on the books for Yorkshire from 2012, when, of course, at Cardiff, Hampshire beat Yorkshire in the T20 final, despite 72 not out from David Miller. Jimmy Adams, who's Hampshire's coach today, interim head coach, made 43 that day.
That was a really weird day. I remember I remember covering that game, or that finals day, as that's.
Flicked away, and Wharton will athletically keep it in despite the fast outfield. Back for 3.
I got the feeling that Yorkshire were undone a little bit by the kind of playing first and winning, and the added
you got to wait
factor.
around.
Well, no, the added factor of it was that if you remember in those days, there was the Champions League carrot for teams. I think it was the finalists qualified. Well, as I say, I think it was. I know it was. It was the finalists who qualified. And in beating Sussex in that semi-final in the morning, Yorkshire qualified for South Africa.
Couldn't quite keep that one in place, so that's 4 more. 4 to end the over. 47 for 1 off.
There was almost a high around that from the players of, right, we're going to South Africa in a couple of weeks. I think there's, I can't remember who it was, but there was one of the players, I think, was due to get married around that time and had to kind of sort the rearrangements out for their wedding. So there was all of these factors running around people's heads. But within 2 or 3 hours, they had to concentrate on a final.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was the easiest thing for them. I suspect probably the better thing would have been to have played that afternoon semi-final and just gone straight into it.
It's interesting, we've now, of course, been in the T20 era so long, we've seen plenty of this, and the consensus across both men's and women's cricket, with almost anyone you speak to, is that you want to be in that second game, the momentum of rolling on. Richard Pyra, who played that day, now Yorkshire women's head coach, talked about how disruptive it was having to wait around for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, but then you say that, but the girls were in the second semi-final at finals day a couple of months ago, and the logistics of that day, I felt, absolutely stuffed them, because it rained in the morning. The first semi-final was delayed.
Yeah, that's true.
Then
if things get pushed back, it can get very tight.
Yeah, Yorkshire.
And then you don't have enough turnaround at all.
And if you remember on that day, that basically Yorkshire won, and were trying to get something to eat, and as soon as Yorkshire had won,
it's pretty much you're into the final.
The Middlesex players were all out on the field warming up for the final when Yorkshire were almost trying to come down from that semi-final win against Glamorgan. It just didn't happen for them in the final, did it? So it's a really tricky one to kind of manage.
Of course, Hampshire will be hoping to make T20 finals day this season. They've got a quarter-final coming up at Durham in a few days' time. And we'll hope to reach another final as it all keeps building the dots here. Yeah, you look back at that 2012 final, there were some serious players in that final. I mean, for Yorkshire, the likes of Balance, Bresnan, Root, Bairstow, Phil Jakes. For Hampshire, some of these players are proper Hampshire legends. Sean Irvine, Dimmy Mascarenhas, Neil McKenzie, James Vince, Michael Carberry, Simon Katic, that went on to take the title.
It was only a couple of months before Rooty's Test debut, I think, in Nagpur.
Liam Dawson is the only player who played that day who might well be playing today. He took 1 for 21 off 4 in that final, which feels like a long time ago, and that is Yorkshire's last limited overs final of any kind. Of course, for Hampshire, there's a much more impressive recent history. Hampshire winners of this competition in 2018 when Riley Rousseau smashed a ton, and they've been very close a few times since. It's looking drive through the covers, and Wharton shies, and had he hit, would have almost certainly been gone.
Yeah, he was a good yard or two short there, wasn't he, Elliot?
I think James Wharton's fielding ability has been underestimated here. It's one of those, he's hit it to the left of cover, and he knows that Wharton's a right-handed thrower, and Middleton thinks, yeah, we've got time to scurry through, and as this replay shows, Hampshire very much did not. Would have been gone, no doubt. Literally not even in the frame, to use the old phrase. 48 for 1 of 9.
One of my big memories from this ground of this year will be that James Wharton catch in the Championship right out in front of the Popular Bank. It was an absolute stunner.
Got rid of Tom Haynes in the game against Sussex.
Against Sussex. Yeah.
Middleton's just guiding that one away. Yeah, one quick thinking local chip shot labelled it up as the catch of the day. Here it is. Watch this as many times as you want. It seems to only get better. Absolutely outrageous catch.
Can you play that again and again and again?
And in trademark Wharton's sort of very dry humour, he got told that the County Championship Twitter account had clipped it up as the best catch ever. And Wharton just turned with a wry smile on his face and said, yep, definitely agree with that. Best catch ever. That's another dot from Milnes. Yorkshire just building a bit of pressure, and Orr, who started very quickly, has been slow to touch, but Hampshire will still be content with this, having lost Gubbins early.
Yeah, I think they're just about ahead at this stage, aren't they? Having lost the toss.
Particularly when the chatter is that the new ball will do a bit early, there's a bit of extra bounce around, but batting does get easier here at Scarborough the longer you're in. I know you might say, well, Michael, that's pretty much the case for any pitch in the country, but people do talk a lot here about that extra bounce with the new ball. It's one of the things Noah Kelly was actually saying up in the Vertu commentary box last time against Durham. He said it's one of the reasons why Adam Live scores so many runs here, particularly in white ball games, because he just knows how to deal with that extra bounce off the new ball.
Yeah, and the other interesting factor from a Hampshire point of view will be it's quite hard to get used to bowling here as well. And all right, it might do a little bit with the new ball at the start of Yorkshire's innings, but will they be able to adjust to that right Scarborough length immediately to make use of that?
It's funny you say that, because you might look at the game against Durham here, where Durham win the toss and Yorkshire pile up 3-5, 4-for-7 and think they made the wrong decision. But Yorkshire bowling coach Mickey Lewis said to me, no, they actually made the right decision, but they got too excited by the extra bounce and they bowled too short. And if you bowl too short, the extra bounce just means you get cut and pulled a lot. This is miscued and taken. A breakthrough for Yorkshire. A lovely smart catch to his left by Tom Bess. 48 for 2. Just mistimed slightly, maybe a little bit of extra bounce doing the trick. And it's a second wicket for Matt Milnes, who is making a big impact in this semi-final.
Yorkshire have been outstanding with bat and ball in this competition. The other thing they have done really, really well is catch and field. They've been superb, and you hear coaches talk about 1%ers and things like that. That is a massive part of why Yorkshire are where they are in this competition.
Fletcher Middleton has to go. Caught by Bess off Milnes for 17. You can see very much not where he intended it to go at all, but Bess has a lot of work to do there. This is our ball tracking camera that will better show you the angles that Bess had to make up. It sounds a strange thing to say, though. He's such a good fielder. I almost expected him to catch it.
Yeah, I was exactly the same. I didn't think for 1 minute that it was going down that.
So out comes Ben Brown, recently signed a contract extension with Hampshire, a 36-year-old, named Red Bull captain ahead of this season, and was a top run scorer in this competition last season. He has a 50 in the Metro Bank this time around, important 56 in the game against Derbyshire, where that was probably Hampshire's best game of the campaign in terms of what supporters will remember, because it's not every day that you chase 340 to win.
And has got an outstanding career record against Yorkshire as well. Always seems to score runs against Yorkshire.
And he's off the mark with nicely tucked, well-controlled pull, which has managed to get through White to groans from the home fans. So a boundary gets Ben Brown going.
I was talking to Sam Gascoigne in the press box earlier on, and we were talking about this bobbly outfield and saying, it would be a decent result today if somebody didn't get one in the teeth. And I wondered whether Jack had that in his mind a little bit then.
Yeah, there was definitely 3 or 4 boundaries that Durham conceded in the last game here, where the outfield more than played its part. There was one that almost actually caught former Yorkshire player Will Rhodes in the teeth. Yorkshire looking to build on just 1 loss from their last 11 now across all competitions, but hosting a Hampshire team who themselves have been in very decent nick. Hill probing, all the catches have come out, but as is often the case outside of the power play, the field tends to change a bit, but Hill is bowling very nicely, none for 5 off his 2. Wouldn't have blamed him with a delivery like that for wishing he still had a slip in.
Yeah, I mean, it's right on the edge now, isn't it? You know, if Hampshire have a really good partnership from here, you know, if these two come back for another 10 or 15 overs, then you would be thinking that they're in the ascendancy, but it could quite easily be 60 for 4.
Hampshire, who, of course, today are led by Jimmy Adams. He knows a thing or two about winning list A competitions. He's done that a couple of times and scored runs against Yorkshire in that T20 final win for the Rose and Crown. Straight to Bess. Of course, Adams in charge because Adi Birrell is off with the Southern Brave in the 100. And I know in the preview from the ECB Reporters Network, it said it may well be a good audition to taking the top job full-time when it next becomes vacant. Well, you'd certainly say Adams is putting in a pretty good audition. His side have 7 wins and 2 defeats in this comp. Game from Hill, who's asking some real questions here of Orr, who's played this curate's egg of an innings. He has 27. Almost half those runs have come from 2 huge sixes. But then at times has been left struggling to adjust to conditions here. But
Yeah, he's looked pretty uncertain, hasn't he, at times?
Just nudges this down to deep third for 1.
I didn't actually see the second 6 because I was walking round to you guys from the press box. Where did he hit that?
It hit the tiles.
Oh, it hit the tiles
on the
did it?
pavilion.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
okay.
Thankfully, despite the tiles falling down, nobody was hurt in the process.
No thought you're catching it or anything?
I wish. I would need to be. I was trying to think. What was the Mr. Man with the long hands? You need that go-go gadget arms to try and get up there and take that one.
Mr. Grumpy? No?
Mr. Grumpy. that was the 6, right in the slot. But Hill is certainly not bowling anything in the slot here. He's been right on the button. End of the 11th, 53 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a pretty competitive start here from both sides. I think, you know, they've both had success at stages. I think I would rather be Yorkshire though at this stage.
Some beautiful shots of the seafront in Scarborough. Absolutely delightful. All the fun, the fair, the arcades, the amusements, the fish and chips. Great place to go if you get the chance, as well as Whitby and right along the coast here. Cycle yesterday as well, inland to the forest as well, getting to the national park. You can see why so many see this as a popular holiday spot. Back on field with Milnes, who has got him caught behind. Matthew Milnes is pumped up here and he's bowling a magnificent spell for Yorkshire. He's now got rid of Ali Orr for 28, 53 for 3. Another huge scalp for Yorkshire.
We talked about that uncertainty, and that was very much a part of it, wasn't it? Squared up. And Milnes has continued on his form from Hove last Sunday.
Just finding the outside edge of Orr and a relatively regulation, albeit tumbling catch for Duke behind the stumps. So Harry Orr is out, the 7th highest run scorer in this competition this season. And he's gone just shy of 500 runs in it with that innings of 28. So Yorkshire will be very relieved to see the back of him.
Yeah. I mean, Milnes has been outstanding this last week. What was it 10 wickets in one and a bit games?
Yeah, he took 7 for 38 in the game against Sussex. Going a little further back, 1 for 34 off 6 here against Durham, and then 4 for 29 off 8 against Middlesex at Radlett. So as we stand, Matthew Milnes has taken 14 wickets in 4 games, including the match that you're watching.
Won't be so far off being the leading wicket taker in the competition, I wouldn't think.
Yeah. Certainly running his way up that leaderboard quite rapidly. He was joint 10th for wickets in the comp coming into today. He had 12 wickets at an average of 13 and an economy rate of 4.3. Obviously, we've just seen him pick up 3, and he's still got time for a second Michelle Pfeiffer of the competition. Holding to Liam Dawson. Some pulling away, confidently bisecting the sweepers for 4. Straight on the front foot, the England all-rounder. That is a statement of intent.
Get the feeling that this game is going to be one which just swings back and forth the momentum all the way through, don't you? Would I be right in thinking that there's certainly that one, but the last wicket as well, the ball after was a boundary as well, so gives you an idea.
And this time just jabbing into his pad. That's a much better delivery and better length from Milnes, but you can see why Milnes tried the short ball first up. He's got deep square leg and deep fine leg up. Thank you very much to Graham Hardcastle for his time as always. Really appreciate it. 57 for 3 off 12. And we'll head back to laptop and you can read his fine work on the Yorkshire website. Also does plenty for the ECB Reporters Network in Lancashire and Durham too. Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire President, settling in alongside as that's worked down to deep third where Imam Al-Haq does the fielding. Al-Haq in the warm-ups had a rather sporting grey blazer on as part of a forfeit that the Yorkshire team have. We've seen Mickey Lewis and Will Luxton wear it in recent times, but Imam had it today by virtue of punishment for the fact that he's leaving Yorkshire at the end of this game. If you've missed the news, the Pakistan Test selectors want him to prove his form in the Hanif Mohammed Trophy next month, ahead of potentially recalling him for the South Africa Test series in October. Imam was actually left out of Pakistan's last Test squad against the West Indies, but his recent Yorkshire form has put him in the spotlight, and as a result of that, Pakistan Test selectors would like him home and to prove himself in domestic cricket. It's a big loss for Yorkshire. Of course, will not have Imam Al-Haq if they make it through to the final, and will also be without him for their last 3 championship games, the season concluding at home against Durham in late September. And both of these teams you're watching, Yorkshire and Hampshire, still trying to get their Division 1 status secured for next season. This time has now just guiding that down to the aforementioned Imam, who Ben Cliff described as an absolute rock star of a bloke. James Wharton said he's got 1 million and odd followers on Instagram. You don't realise how big of a dog he is. It's amazing to have him with the group. He's been sort of a full-time gun opener, but also a part-time batting coach alongside John Sadler in terms of the way he's passed on advice. So that's guided back to Milnes, who's running hot here. He's bowled 6 overs here. He has 3 for 32, 59 for 3 off 12. The big dilemma is how long do Yorkshire keep him going?
Yeah, and the game at Middlesex against Radlett, Ben Code was bowling really well, and he went on and bowled all 10 overs straight off. I don't think they'll do that with Matt Milne today. they've got variations still to come. They've got obviously Hill bowling now. They've still got Ben Cliff. They've still got Tom Bess. You don't know what they're going to think they're going to do in that. Well, and of course they've still got Golden Arm Adam Lyth as well, who will always fancy himself to pick up a wicket.
All getting ready to bowl to Brown. These two very experienced campaigners, Brown 36, Dawson 35, trying to rebuild for Hampshire. Again is right on the mark. He's bowled 19 balls so far, George Hill. He's conceded just the 6 runs.
He'll be looking forward to restarting county championship as well, where he's top wicket taker for Yorkshire in that version of the game. But a young player learning his trade, played for the Lions, so he's coming in once more to bowl. And once again, another dot ball.
Yeah, Hill certainly having a bit of a breakthrough season. He got the likes of KL Rahul and Shari Jaiswal out when playing for the England Lions, having earned that call up. Spell out injured and then made 75 with the bat in his first innings back against Sussex here at Scarborough, where Yorkshire are unbeaten this season at this venue. Hill again, continuing to dot up nicely.
Yeah, and these two experienced batters will be looking to try and rebuild together. They're both on 5, so they're both relatively early in their innings, and 3 wickets down for 59 on the board means that Hampshire need to be careful really not to lose one or both of these wickets at this stage, because that would put immense pressure on the lower order bats.
Hill right now he's just being allowed to stay in this rhythm by Brown. Brown and Dawson will realise that there's a necessity to absorb a bit of pressure here. I mentioned the championship, Hampshire 5th in that with 129 points. They're 3 points above Yorkshire. Hampshire finish off with a blast quarter-final at Durham on the 5th of September, and then Sussex away, Somerset away and Surrey at home in the red ball.
Hill is just keeping this pressure on. They're not being able to get away at this stage, and he'll be happy with this. You know, he'll be trying to keep pressure on at one end, particularly while you've got some, if Milnes is still bowling from the Trafalgar Square end, because then the pressure is on even more for the batters when they're having to face. What you don't want to do is relieve pressure at one end.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled by Hill. And that is the end of the over, 59 for 3 off 13. Hill has bowled 4 and conceded just 9. There's no doubt that one to watch today is going to be Liam Dawson, who came into the Hampshire side for that quarter-final. Dawson's been picked out by us as one to particularly keep an eye out on. 2025 Wisden Cricketer of the Year. He of course broke back into the England Test side recently in that 4th Test against India at Old Trafford, and in coming back for Hampshire from playing for London Spirit in the 100, he made quite the impact in the quarter-final when taking 4 for 33. It wasn't the first time, of course. He's produced something magic in a knockout game in this competition. That's 7 for against Warwickshire in Hampshire's run to the final in 2023, when they had heartbreak losers by just 2 runs against Leicestershire in an epic final, despite 50s from Tom Prest and Dawson. Josh Hull defending 8 off the final over and also getting Dawson out. So our dilemma is answered, because Milnes will stop his first spell at 6 and Jack White will change ends. It's a nice start from White. Has Dawson off the inside edge away for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed shot there from Dawson, and so whilst they got a single there, then White will be happy with that, because he got him playing down the wrong line and just got that inside edge out to the onside. Must be quite different coming from Trafalgar Square, slightly downhill compared to Pizan Park End.
It's worth saying as well that a slope runs across the ground, so down towards the western side. So from where Brown is facing up now, the ball will run away faster down through the offside than the onside. That being said, the outfield is absolutely lightning in any direction, but the slope certainly does make a difference. He'll be wanting to hang the ball outside off stump here and try and get Dawson and Brown's heads falling over towards that offside. Cover driven. Didn't actually quite get all of this, but Brown will pick up 2.
Yeah, it's almost an ideal environment for an away swinging bowler because, as you say, because of the slope, then it just encourages the ball to go. The problem is that if you put it just even a couple of inches outside off, then it's going to be short and wide, and it's very hittable, as was shown there.
Like this time, big stylishly pulled round the corner by Brown for single, as these two just try and steadily start a rebuild. Hampshire looking to add another trophy to what's been pretty incredible pedigree when it comes to white ball. 13 limited overs trophies, including a T20 and CB40 double back in 2012. Consistently been winning, if not challenging, in white ball comps. So that's just got himself in a slightly awkward spot there. You can sometimes see those roll back onto the stumps. Dawson negotiates it well in the end.
Yeah, just climbed on him at the last minute and he had to just jab it down, and he jabbed it down. I think he went between his legs actually and didn't go any further, so he'll be quite happy with that. But as you say, they're the ones that frustratingly as a batter sometimes just roll back and take the bail off the stumps.
He's got a very decent record against Yorkshire, as he does most counties, Liam Dawson, such as his all-round excellence. Suspecting what is a good ball from Jack White, end of the 14th, after some more odds from Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell. She'll be joined by the excellent Aaron Viles.
So 14 overs gone, and Yorkshire probably the slightly happier of the two at the moment with those 3 early wickets. Wickets count for a lot when you're trying to build a large total. If you can keep, even if you're going at a fairly pedestrian rate, as long as you've got wickets in hand, then you know that you can accelerate further down in the game. And yet at the moment, after 14 overs, the score's 63 with 3 wickets down, and Hampshire will be thinking, if you add another 2 wickets there, that's crucial time for them. So a slow rebuild going on as George Hill comes back in, and that's just played straight down the ground. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you very much, Jane. Yeah, feels like a proper semi-final this, doesn't it, so far? I think Yorkshire will be the happier of the two sides. 63 for 3 Hampshire at this stage of the game, and of course getting the 2 danger men.
Yes.
Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins, absolutely massive. So here is Hill to Ben Brown.
I think you're right, those 2 wickets are crucial, but you've got the experience of Dawson out there, who most people who are listening will definitely know what credentials he brings to the crease, and Yorkshire will know that they've got to just keep chipping away, and that whilst they've got those early wickets, the game is far from over, and so you've got a long way to go. So you just have to keep going.
Brown again, defensive.
George Hill is just putting it on the spot at the moment and just not allowing the batsman to look to create any width to swing the bat or hit down the ground. So he'll just continue to keep that pressure on. Dot ball pressure is often something that is a weird one to talk about.
Brown again advancing a couple of steps down the track. Just pushes that one away towards Imam for 1 run. I mean, as a batter, Jane, does it play on the psyche? You've got a bowler here in George Hill who's conceded just 7 runs from 4.4 overs.
Yeah, it definitely does, because you know that the aim is to score runs, but you can't give your wicket away, and so you're sort of caught in that quandary of I need to get some runs, but I can't give my wicket away. So you're playing low risk cricket, so you're just waiting for a ball that's outside the stump line.
Well, that one thunders into the thigh pad, shy of the stumps there by Adam Lyth, of course, a former Whitby Town footballer, showing off the skills and tricks there. Almost a little bit of fancy footwork, seeing the end of Ben Brown.
And good cover by Tom Bess, who went to the far side of the stumps and took the catch from the boot. See this on the replay. Adam Lyth comes in, chips it almost to try and get the stumps, was a little way short, and Tom Bess takes the follow through.
And that is a dot ball to finish what is another fine over from George Hill. Just the 1 run conceded off the bat and the leg bye. So at the end of the 15th over, Hampshire 65 for 3.
Yeah, and as you were saying, it's all about the pressure that's being built. You're really aware that you just got to get the ball away, and Yorkshire will be hoping that one of them takes a risk. So it's not going to be the ball that is the one that needs to be hit, but because you're trying to force it a little bit, then there's the danger that you might mistime it and send a catch in front of the bat, or you take the edge and you get caught at a slip or behind the wickets. So Jack White will be trying to keep that tight line so that it doesn't run too far outside off stump.
Well, here is White bowling to Liam Dawson. Again, tucks him up for room. Will be a dot ball. And I think it also has to be said that Hill has just put it in really good areas. The fact is, as a bowler, you are entitled to an excellent performance, and we've seen that so far. He's just been metronomic, really disciplined with those lines in particular. Hasn't even bowled too many short, has he?
No, not at all. And he reminds me of when I was growing up and watching Glenn McGrath play. Nobody ever thought he did anything in particular, but he was consistent, just kept putting it in the right areas.
Here is White to Dawson. Nutmegs himself. Be scooped up by Harry Duke, the keeper, for no run.
And that's twice he's done that nutmeg shot. The last one just rolled and stopped, and then that one just went a bit further. And that's the pressure of, we need to get runs here. So he's trying to force it a little bit now. He's trying to get down the wicket a little bit, and that's always exciting as a fielder, as a bowler, and it's a bit dangerous as the batting team. You're looking, thinking, hang around there, hang around. We've still got 35 overs, hang around.
That one rises up a little bit on Dawson, takes his hand away from the bat.
Yeah, really did lift that one, and you could see that Liam Dawson's looking at the wicket and he's at the pitch, and he's just doing a little bit of gardening, saying it must be somewhere around here. I think he's gone a bit wide there, because I think it was more in line with the stumps that it was bowled and then lifted on him. Lots of talk about how you read wickets, aren't there? How you read pitches, and just go on.
Dawson again, just smothering that delivery.
And I always say to people that a pitch is only as good as the bowlers putting the ball in the right areas. So here we're seeing that this pitch has got a little bit of bounce, a little bit of lift if you put it in the right areas. If you don't, then it's sitting up outside leg stump, outside off stump, and they're the ones that certainly Ali Orr picked on a couple and dispatched them for 6. I think one broken roof slate will attest to that. But otherwise, it's not an easy wicket to be batting on at this stage.
Dawson tries to shuffle down the wicket. Good diving stop there from the Yorkshire captain. And it goes back to the point which Michael and Graham were talking about a little bit earlier with regards to the Durham game. And the fact that a lot of people saw Durham's decision to bowl, and when you can see 354, Finley Bean scores the fastest century by a Yorkshire male cricketer in list A cricket, and you're thinking, well, why on earth did they do that? But it comes back to the game plan. Durham saw that extra bounce, the eyes lit up, and they kept on banging it in short. And that was the issue, whereas you look today, and Hampshire will notice this. As Jack White bowls that one on a good line and a good length, and it's a dot ball to finish off the 16th over. Hampshire 65 for 3, but that delivery is almost the exact kind of game plan, isn't it? You're looking to hang it maybe slightly shorter of a full length, but just let the surface do the talking.
Yeah, it's almost that hard. It's like digging it into the ribs of the batter. So wherever you're bowling, you want to make sure that it's actually cramping the batter for any space. So you're actually, it sounds a bit mean, but you're aiming for the ribs of the batter, and that's the ideal ball that you want to bowl on this pitch from a length point perspective. We're getting a change of bowling at the P-Zone Park end as Ben Cliff just rehearsing his run up there. And Ben Cliff will be looking to do the same and just keep that pressure on and just keep that ball in those areas.
And of course, he's got recent history at this very ground. We saw it in the campaign opener against Warwickshire. Took those 5 for 46 from 8.3 overs. His first career 5-wicket haul as a professional. Went on to take 2 for 30 against Northamptonshire. Went wicketless against Somerset. 1 for 38 against Sussex and 1 for 46 in the last game against Kent. Here is Cliff then. Starts off with a dot ball to Ben Brown, and he's a bowler, Jane, who I imagine would really like this surface. Of course, he is quite tall, likes to get that nibble, the extra degree of bounce off the surface, and well, against Warwickshire, he was nigh on impossible to stop at times.
Yeah, I think, again, another one that's come back from injury and must just be revelling in it this summer now because he's just having a good time.
Well, Brown this time drives that one very square out towards deep point.
Yeah, that's the one that's just too full. Ends up being a half volley, which is very drivable for any batsman of this quality.
Of course, these two very high quality and classy operators. Ben Brown, the Hampshire Red Ball captain, former captain of Sussex as well. Liam Dawson, as we all know, an England international. That one fuller from Ben Cliff.
Yeah, just turned him a little bit square there. Just looking at that, you'll see that right leg come round as he plays that shot, and that'll encourage Ben quite a bit, because the minute you start turning a batsman a little bit square, that's when you'll be able to nibble away at the edge of the bat.
Well, again, almost caught. I mean, that would have been a special caught and bowled. The left palm of Ben Cliff looks a little bit frustrated. It's really difficult to get your palm on that in the follow through. Take a look at the replay here. It was a full-blooded drive, wasn't it, from Liam Dawson? Just got the fingers to it. Just got the fingers to it. I mean, how would you classify that, Jane? Would you say that's a drop? I feel like that's a little bit harsh. That one is just steered away by Liam Dawson down to deep third, single taken.
Yeah, and as harsh as it is, then you'd have to put it down as a chance, because he did get his hand to it. It's very hard when you're following through, when you're finishing your action as a bowler, to then react to the ball coming back to you. In the speed that it does come back to you is quite hard, but we've seen various players take those caught and bowls. I think Tom Bess took one here the last time we were here that was going like a rocket.
Cliff takes the pace off that one. Just clipped down towards deep backward square by Ben Brown. Another single taken. That will be the end of a pretty good first over from Ben Cliff.
Yeah, and the applause there was because they were looking for two, but because Imam got to the ball so quickly and released it quickly, there was no chance of two. And this crowd are very appreciative of what you'd call good cricket, and that was good cricket all round there.
It certainly was. Comes back to an old adage here in the commentary box, a knowledgeable crowd. It feels like we say that at every out ground, but Scarborough, of course, loving the fact that they're hosting a Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final. I think at the end of this over as well, we'll provide you with an update from New Road. Of course, the other semi-final taking place today sees Worcestershire take on Somerset. So by the end of this sunny Sunday, we will have our two finalists for the encounter at Trent Bridge. Jack White bowls here to Ben Brown. There's a big appeal there from Jack White. Completely unmoved on that occasion.
This is probably a better shout than the early one by Matt Milnes, because Jack White's coming over the wicket to a right-handed bat, so the arm is passing close to the stumps, so the line of release and the line of delivery is going to be much straighter, but obviously not given out.
As a result, Hampshire remains 68 for 3. Brown decides to go on the defensive on that occasion. Just looking at the rest of that Hampshire batting unit as well today, of course, Ben Mays, very impressive young cricketer, still 17 years of age, made an instant impact, scoring 74 from 55 on his professional debut against Glamorgan. And of course, Scott Curry, a man who a lot of people viewed initially as very much being a seam bowler, and then during his loan spell down at Leicestershire, well, he scored 120 in a championship match against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road, so he can bat. As Brown handsomely guides that down towards deep forward square. Fielded by James Wharton, another single taken.
Yeah, they were looking for the two, but if anybody has watched the game and watched the outfielding of Yorkshire teams, you'll know that James Wharton is probably the one you don't take on, because he's got the most dynamite arm.
Very safe pair of hands as well, as we've seen already on the stream today. That really was one of the catches of the season. Dawson just squeezes that one away to Will Luxton at backward point for no run.
It's interesting that, you know, the run rate has dropped considerably, and that's what happens once you start taking wickets. Then what was a very lively, as we see James Wharton signing autographs down there, very popular Yorkshire player out on the boundary.
Always nice to see that, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
What the game is all about. Dawson clips that one off his hips down towards long leg. Matt Milnes, of course, the destroyer-in-chief as far as Hampshire are concerned so far. And Michael touched upon the fact that before a ball was bowled today, he was in joint 10th in terms of the leading wicket takers. He's now in joint 4th.
Wow, that's a good jump, isn't it?
Certainly
Very
is.
good jump. And he's not finished yet.
No, he's not. Exactly. Got to put an asterisk next to that 15 wickets. 15 wickets and potentially counting. It's Brown once more forced into a defensive shot. And that'll be the end of the over. Hampshire 70 for 3 after 18 overs, and I did promise that score update from the West Midlands. Somerset had won the toss, elected to have a bowl first at New Road, and Worcestershire are 100 for 1 in the 20th over. Dan Latigan, the youngster, on 46 not out from 49. Brett D'Oliveira dismissed for 45 from 52. And Kashif Ali, the Rapids number 3, currently on 5 from 16. So, decent start there for the home side, and I think it's safe to say as well, Jane, a very promising start for the home side here in Scarborough as well. Hampshire 70 for 3. Those early wickets of Nick Gubbins, Ali Orr and Fletcher Middleton have put the White Rose in a very healthy position indeed. Cliff bowls here to Liam Dawson, and this is just relentless, isn't it? The dot ball pressure continues to build over after over after over.
Yeah, there doesn't appear to be a weak link in the Yorkshire bowling lineup, and that's the problem that Hampshire have, is that, you can take a sigh of relief when Matt Milnes comes off, but then Jack White replaces him from the Trafalgar Square end, and just as much pressure as Ben Cliff comes in once more. Just keeps that pressure on. At some stage, somebody's got to take the initiative from the Hampshire team, but there's no panic yet. There's still 32 overs, so even if you get right down to 20 overs, we all know that teams can score 200 easily in 20 overs, so there's no panic at this stage, and it's only the perceived pressure.
Here is Cliff to Dawson. Dawson advances stylishly, flicks that out towards mid-wicket for 4 runs. That is a fine shot from the England international, utilising the feet to perfection. Just clips it away effortlessly down towards the spectators in front of the West Stand.
I think that was poor fielding by Mark Bailey out there. I believe he's on one of the Yorkshire members committees. So we'll remind him of that next time we see him. I think he goes down to get it just there and completely misfields it.
The extra bounce, isn't it, here in Scarborough? Dawson again. Well, I think he has penetrated the gap. Matt Milnes is off in pursuit. The ball gathering plenty of pace, just about scooped back in by the Yorkshire seamer. And he does save the run. So that will put Hampshire on to 77 for 3. Ben Brown, the man on strike. And that's what you want to see, of course. We've already seen a good catch from Tom Bess, some sharp fielding on the ground from James Wharton, and that commitment from Matt Milnes, it sends a message, doesn't it, to the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, it really does.
It's Brown defends that one.
And I guess that's the team nature of playing cricket, that people often say, well, it's not really a team game, is it? It's about individuals. And yes, any team is made up of individuals, but the fact that when you're out there fielding, that's when you show the teamwork in essence together, and that saving of 1 run could be crucial at the end of the day. So that's the type of attitude you want to see.
Cliff takes the pace off that one. Drilled back down towards Matt Milnes at mid-on, and that will be a dot ball to finish over number 19. The Rose and Crown of Hampshire remains 77 for 3. Liam Dawson on 15 and Ben Brown on 12.
It's great, isn't it, these days, to see the fast bowlers still throwing themselves around in the field, just still making sure that the ball doesn't go over the boundary, committing as much as possible. There are times when I wince a bit as some of them dive, and we've seen examples where fast bowlers have unfortunately dived and injured themselves. But we've got another change of bowling now from the Trafalgar Square end, and now George Hill is going to try his or play his wares from coming down the hill rather than up the hill. I thought he bowled very well coming up the hill, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get the same consistency coming down.
Well, here is Hill, bounding in with real purpose towards Liam Dawson. He just runs that off the face of the bat down towards deep third for the single. Of course, George Hill, those previous figures, none for 7 from his first 5 overs, included a maiden as well. And it was just dot ball after dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. Unrelenting pressure on the 2 Hampshire batters. And he'll be hoping for more of the same purchase from this end of the ground. And he's bowled in straight through, and George Hill has his first wickets of this Metro Bank One Day Cup semi-final. It's a big one as well. Ben Brown the man to go. And Hampshire now 78 for 4, and in an early spot of bother here in North Yorkshire. Well, the change of ends has worked its wonders, and George Hill, after applying all of that pressure from the P-Zone Park ends, switches to the Trafalgar Square ends and gets a wicket, and a big one at that. The Hampshire Red Bull captain is gone, and we'll just take a look at the replay here. Jane, what did you make of that beautiful delivery from George Hill?
That cut back in quite a way, and you could see it wasn't a particularly good shot or choice of shot, but the ball was right in the correct area and then just pulled back in, and you can see that Brown is a little bit disappointed with himself, and all credit to Tom Bess there for changing ends for George Hill, because that's had the desired effect from a Yorkshire perspective as they take their 4th wicket.
Could prove to be a pivotal moment in the match, but he's deserved that. George Hill has been irresistible with his line and lengths, and that is the reward. It's one of those things, isn't it, that's coached into you from a very early age. It is all well and good having the variations, but you've got to have control, and George Hill has absolutely bowled magic here in Scarborough today. So as a result, the new man coming into the middle is the youngster, the 17-year-old Ben Mays. Of course, he's been keeping wicket for Hampshire in this competition. I think Ben Brown has got the gloves today, so he'll be in the outfield a little bit later on. But something you'll like about Ben Mays, Jane, is that he represented England in international hockey.
Ah, good lad.
Yeah, he's very much a talented athlete. He is facing off against George Hill, starts off defensively. Spoke already about his debut unforgettable 74 against Glamorgan. Also chipped in with a very innovative 62 not outs against Derbyshire. And something to watch out for with Ben, and this goes for both seam and spin. He has got plenty of tricks in the locker. So reverse ramps, reverse sweeps, scoop shots, lap scoops. It's really is a bag of tricks at his disposal. George Hill once again cramps in for room.
Yeah, and all those trick shots, all those variations are not easy to play when a bowler is putting it in that area there that George Hill just did, and he will know that he's up against it when a bowler can consistently put it in that area, because in order to play those variations you need a little bit more inconsistency from a bowler at times.
Hill to Mays, covers up on that occasion, will be another dot ball. He's got a big role to play here as Ben Mays. Reminder, this is his first season as a professional cricketer. Signed that deal ahead of this year's One-Day Cup. But I tell you what, he's got a very, very bright future in this game. Of course, that current deal running to 2027. Slight half appeal there from a couple of the Yorkshire fielders, but no extra harm done as far as Hampshire are concerned. Rounds out the over. The Rose and Crown remain 78 for 4.
Yeah, and a great over there from George Hill, who's changed ends, and with changing ends brings a change of fortune from a wicket perspective, but maintains that consistency of line and length as well, so that he's now taken that wicket whilst remaining to be very miserly and economical. Meeting of the minds out there in the middle. George Hill, Tom Bess, Adam Lythe, having a little chat in the middle before the start of the next Bencliff over.
Well, they know full well, even though I mentioned the likes of Scott Curry and Andrew Neil can bat, if you can get the wicket of Liam Dawson, the morale boost that would have, not just on the players, but of course this crowd, this passionate Yorkshire contingent here in Scarborough, they know that if they can get the prized wicket of the Hampshire all-rounder, they will be into the middle to lower order, not even halfway through the piece. So more discussions being had. Bencliff was going to bowl, however, Noah Kelly's just brought on a helmet for George Hill.
And Tom Bess has got the ball in his pocket. So it looks like Tom Bess is bringing himself on.
Well, there you go. First time today that we'll see some spin, and it comes courtesy of the Yorkshire captain. Now, this will be a fascinating part of the game because both of these two Hampshire cricketers are wonderful players of spin. Of course, Liam Dawson, as a spinner himself, as you'd imagine, very handy against both finger spin and wrist spin. Tom Bess an off spinner, so it will be the former of those disciplines. And Ben Mays, as is the case with any wicket keeper, young or old, has all the sweeps and scoops. So I imagine this will be a matchup which might light up the eyes of the two Hampshire batters. Of course, though, that is a double-edged sword, because they might go a little bit ultra-aggressive against Bess, try and hit him out of the attack early on, and that could produce a wicket.
And we have a deep long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg.
And a long off as well.
And a long off behind the screen.
Yep. So Bess will bowl around the wicket here to the right-handed Dawson, still making some alterations. Here he is then. Starts off well with a dot ball, and this is something which we always see from Tom Bess. He's a cricketer who really goes into every single game, regardless of the format, with his heart on his sleeve, always puts his body on the line. You see him diving there, looking to lead from the front in that captain's capacity. Testing the edge of Dawson's bat. Just about runs it away towards Jack White for no run. Dawson tries to step into that one, play it down the ground, but to no avail.
You can almost sense a little bit of tension here, can't you? You know, both sides vying to take a hold.
Lovely tumbling stop there from Will Luxton.
There's just such a great feeling in the field, isn't there, where every single player is just putting themselves out there to make sure it doesn't go past them.
Well, that's a more assertive shot, isn't it, from Liam Dawson? Just rolls the wrists, allows for that extra degree of velocity on the ball down towards Finley Bean.
Brings young Mays to face the bowling, and this is where, as a youngster, the old wily cricketers that are out there will be going, right, if we do this, then he will do this. You know, it's that combination of youth and experience that blends together so well in cricket.
Well, let's see the approach that the 17-year-old adopts here. That one, a slightly loose delivery from Tom Bess. Strays down the leg side, easy single taken. And that will be the end of the over. So we'll have a change here in the comms box. I'll leave you with some wise words of wisdom, courtesy of Dr. Jane Powell. And on in my place will be the marvellous Michael McCann.
So after 21 overs, Hampshire are 80 for 4, so they're under 4 and over, and they set off when they were over 6 and over in the power play, and they've now, Yorkshire brought that back to under 4 and over with 29 overs left to play, and that's the cat and mouse nature of overs cricket, of 50 over cricket, where there is a restriction on who can field, whereas George Hill is about to come back in from the Trafalgar Square end.
He's just flicking into the onside. Does score a lot of his runs through the leg side. You can see the hockey player in him. Ben Mays, a very talented England under-16 hockey player, but it's fair to say cricket has been nailed down as the sport of choice. I remember first watching him, commentating on him in a Lashings game for his club, Totten and Ealing. He's pushing back this time to Hill, and this was a couple of summers ago now. And for those that maybe aren't familiar, Lashings are a touring team of ex-internationals that play fundraising fixtures against clubs. So it's fair to say when you've got a team that has the likes of John Embury, Gordon Greenwich, Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, it takes a lot for a club player to impress players of that level. And I'd heard a lot of chat about Ben Mays, was from the locals. As Mays that time is squared up, it's a leading edge and it's well fielded in that inner ring, which means any thought of a single was quickly tempered. And I mentioned to a few of the players in the Lashings team, keep an eye out for this kid when you play him today. And after just 3 balls, 2 of which were actually orthodox forward defensives. The Ambrose turned to me on the boundary and said, well, he can bat. And he went on to get a match-winning 50 in a low-scoring game. That was flicked away. And that's obviously very much sort of a festival-type fixture rather than a more competitive game. But you had a number of legends of the game coming off purring about this kid at 15, being like, he's going to go some places. And, of course, a couple of years later, he's now made his Hampshire debut and he's making waves.
Yeah, and you can see that he's got a good technique. Although George Hill is causing a few problems to him, but it's Dawson to face now.
This is worked away by Dawson down to deep square leg. I know a few people on the YouTube live chat have mentioned the rustling from the wind. We are up here on the President's balcony with the President, so you can only have so many things in life. And we have got a bit of wind. Even Dr. Jane Powell can't quite organise us to have the perfect weather conditions.
The sun is shining. That's the important thing.
All this time being turned away by Mays. Call was 2 straight off the bat. Sliding stop from Wharton ensures it's not 4. Wharton covering the ground very quickly out there on what is a fast outfield in what's been a dry summer.
Yeah, but he's a great fielder, isn't he, Wharton? He's the sort that he never gives anything away, and he'll just make sure that he can stop whatever it is that's coming his way, and he saves so many runs.
Change in the commentary box. Dr. Jane Powell will take herself off for well-earned glass of water and a bite to eat. And settling into the seat alongside me, someone with a county forfeit once upon a time at Lancashire under 15 level. Leg spinner, someone perfectly placed to talk us through. Tom Bess coming on to bowl with his offies, of course. To Dawson, who is down the track immediately and thrashing that wide of mid-on. Even Wharton isn't getting to that. That's a lovely shot. Spinner versus spinner. Dawson straight into the contest with a boundary, and alongside me is Charlotte Ashton.
Hello.
Hello.
That was lovely dancing down the wicket there.
Yeah, that was a perfect example of what you want to do to make a spinner feel unsettled. And this time that's just worked away from Dawson for 1.
And unsettled he felt a bit there. That was a bit fuller, really. He's having to mix it up if Dawson's going to meet him.
You always want to be either meeting it on the half volley, either playing with a straight back forward defensive well out in front of pad, particularly in the DRS era, or going right the way back in your crease, as Mays this time is just helping this around the corner. Got a very strong bottom hand that comes through in quite a lot of his shots, Ben Mays.
He seems to be moving quite nicely in his crease, sort of moving back and across just to really help it round.
It's just reordering his field here. Don't be surprised if both of these batters go to a reverse pretty soon. And this time we'll get 1. Yorkshire, of course, with Bess is the sole frontline spin option today, although I can hear Adam Live's relatives and Adam Live himself screaming at our telly sets that he is there as an all-round option, and he bowled very well in the Durham game. Golden arm, as he's known.
Yeah, saw him turning his arm over this morning, so hopefully we'll see a bit of live here. That'd be nice.
Took 1 for 27 off 9 in that Durham game. Goes back and cuts. Mays. Best doesn't mind that. Will extract extra bounce out of this surface Best. I know he's said to a few people he quite likes bowling here at Scarborough. He feels like the bounce brings him into the game, helps him get the ball up onto that splice of the bat. This time we'll get 1 more. He's interested in 2. He's very busy between the wickets, Ben Mays. But he won't get 2 there. He'll keep the strike. End of the 23rd over, going an almost bang on 4s. 93 for 4.
It's a pretty good start, this. You know, for Yorkshire, it's gone well. Bessie is getting that nice extra bit of bounce, like you say, that's really causing the batter to make a decision instead of just sort of like you can't preempt it. You've got to really choose what you're doing and how you're going to go about attacking Tom Bess here.
For those unfamiliar, Charlotte can also be found when not running the Yorkshire socials, as if that's not enough social media for her. Is then all over at Is That Middle.
Can't get enough of cricket, me. That's my problem. Absolutely riddled.
The respite from professional cricket is more cricket.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Riddled with Metrobank fever, what can I say?
It's been sweeping the nation with some brilliant crowds, including here at Scarborough. York, of course, was sold out for the Roses game. Cliff continuing. Finding the middle of Mays' bat. Mays, who made 74 off 55 on debut against Glamorgan, and then 62 not out. And that, just saying 62 not out doesn't tell it justice. He came in the pressure point of a chase of 340 to win against Derbyshire, and as a 17-year-old steered his side home. So this is
that's some talent.
He's a serious prospect. Steered them home by 3 wickets with 5 balls to spare in a nerve jangler. Again, Cliff just trying to build his dots. Different role here for Cliff, being used in the middle overs. Most of the time when he's played in this competition, a big spell of his has come up front, and then a fair bit at the death as well. So this is a different spot.
It's quite nice to give him that opportunity in sort of the middle overs. He can really use the time to sort of vary his length, work on trying to sort of trip the batter up, can't he?
What variations we might see as well from Cliff. Straight driven. Cliff was a quarter interested in the court and bowled. I think it's fair to say the shouts of excitement came from fielders that didn't quite have the best angle on it.
Would have been some catch.
Yeah, even by his standards. There's a drill a lot of players use these days with a tennis ball, actually, where you have someone stand at effectively what is short leg, you bowl the ball in the net, and someone flings a tennis ball at you and you follow through. Smashed away by Mays. You can see the hockey coming through in a shot like that. He is often quite leg side dominant in how he scores his runs. Don't be surprised if we see a reverse from him pretty soon as well when Bess is on at the other end of things.
It's that strong bottom hand, isn't it, for Mays, really? He's coming in there, but he's still looking really controlled while he plays it. It's not a wild swing by any means, it's very measured.
Cliff this time, driven straight at mid-off. It's worth mentioning as well, if you're maybe just tuning in, seeing the scoreboard as it is, you're thinking Hampshire well behind it. This is the kind of ground that with batters set and wickets in hand, almost a little bit old school, you can build a platform and then really push on in the last 20. So Hampshire will be thinking that if Dawson and Mays can get set, there's a lot of runs to be had at the back end. This time Dawson flicks it away for 1.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At Scarborough, you can really pile on the runs quite quickly, and you can notice games change quite quickly as well.
I mean, you think of that Durham game, at no point until Finley Bean walks out does anything close to 350 look in the offing.
Absolutely. And we're there watching Finn Bean. He got to his 50. It almost felt like I'd looked down and then up, and he was on like 89.
Yeah.
It was that quick.
Yeah.
It was something special that day.
Well, it was a 33 ball 50, and then the second 50 took 20 balls. And there was one over where, and he said it himself in his interview with me pre-match, that you can go back and have a look at here on the Vertu live stream. He basically said there was one over that he took for about 28, where suddenly he looked up the board and thought, oh my God, I'm in the high 80s here. It was, his teammates will talk about the fact he's always had that capability, but at first team level, that's a breakthrough innings that changes the perception of how a player is seen. But even within that environment, full toss from Bess, and it's absolutely nailed, almost straight at cover, and it's a decent tumbling stop there to ensure it's 1.
Yeah, George Hill really got flat to the ground there. He did well to get on that. But like you say about Finn Bean, he's always had that potential, but the fact that he had the opportunity to come in at 5 and really open up.
That also goes back to the work that had been done, because he came out with the pitch a little bit more dead, the new ball well seen off, runs on the board, and that freedom to
Takes
go
the pressure off of being an opener, doesn't it?
Well, you think of the other game where the other game he played in the Metrobank, his role couldn't have been any more different. You know, he got 28 or 42 as he's losing wickets around him in that game against Somerset. He's back this time and jabs it straight to Bess.
Couldn't quite get a hold of that, could he? Maybe couldn't read the length so well.
Yeah, May's on 7 off 19. Bess just starting to build a bit of pressure on the young bat. That's worked back to Bess again, just getting Dawson coming down, and Dawson will know all too well that Bess is trying to run for an over very quickly, so Dawson's just deliberately slowing the pace. Nicely driven, nicely stopped by Live in the covers, so that ensures a very tidy over from Bess. Just the one run coming from it, end of the 25th, 95 for 4.
Coming on to drinks.
Yeah, we are, and you can see there as well various things in various directions from here. The Open Air Theatre, Sea Life Scarborough, the North Bay Heritage Railway, the castle. Well, you don't really need too many directions to the castle. It's right on a big hill as well. You're going to do well to come to Scarborough and miss the castle in any direction.
You say that, but I didn't really notice it until fairly recently.
Really?
Yeah. Clearly, I'm just at the cricket ground. That's it. I'm just here.
It's like a version of that flag that Gareth Bale once unfurled that was like golf, Wales, Madrid, everything else, except yours is just cricket, 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 everything else.
Scarborough. Love it.
You love to see it. Let's have a look down on the bay. That's just by North Bay. And there's that statue as well, you can see, which is a bit of an icon down there.
Oh, the one of the lady diving. Is that the one?
No, that.
Do you mean
there's
the other one?
It's the other one. It's the gentleman.
There's one of like a Victorian lady, like going to like dip her toes in the water or something. It's very nice.
So that one is Freddie Gilroy. By Ray Lonsdale, who once upon a time, it's a bit of a memorial of those that went off and fought in the war, because that's what Gilroy did. It's a
nice poignant one, looking at the sea.
Yeah, it's very thoughtful. And what you can't quite see as well, even from that shot, is how big it is. That is not a normal sized person. You sit next to it. I say this is someone who's 5'9", and you do. It's very imposing, but it's sort of like an old friend.
Yeah, big and comforting.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of big friend and giant kind of vibes. I can tell you that the sea itself is not so comforting. I had a dip in there this morning. That really does wake you up.
Yeah, I'd rather you than me.
My goodness me. On field here, 95 for 4 off 25. So without a doubt, Yorkshire, having won the toss and chosen to bowl, will be the happier of the two sides with this outcome at this particular time. Worth saying as well, if you've got any questions for us as your commentary team across the afternoon, get them in via the Vertu live stream chat. It does whisk by quite quickly on there, so if you want to make sure that we end up seeing them, there is a lot of messages pinging around in that chat. You can also send them to @HOC Cricket, @HOC JP Cricket, which is Dr. Jane Powell's hybrid cricket and hockey account. You can also send them through to yours truly, Michael McCann, on @ThisIsMcCann. This is McCann, MCCANN. And we'll do our best to answer them for you.
And now we're taking back to the field, aren't we?
I think
slowly moving.
I don't think there would have been too much passed on there from a Yorkshire point of view, aside from keep doing what they're doing. I'm more curious to see how Hampshire look to pace this from here, because don't forget the pressure of a run chase in a semi-final. You can almost add a little more to the total for that. Like, let's say Hampshire from here, just as a number, I'm not saying that's what they'll get, but got 250. That 250 feels that bit more imposing because of everything behind that and all the history for Yorkshire as well, trying to get into a first List A final since 2002.
Yeah, we were trying to work out on the drive over how many of our players were actually born either in 2002 or after 2002, and there were a good few of them.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, from the matchday squad, you're starting, I would assume, by picking off the likes of Noah Kelly, Matthew Furbank, Will Bennison. Cliff bowls the first ball after drinks. And that is a good bumper that has got Dawson in some discomfort. It flies over the head of Duke. Encouraging signs for Yorkshire with the short ball plan.
And that's the variation we're talking about. Not seen a bumper from Cliffy in a little while. It's quite nice.
Yeah, very intentional. It's wrapped Dawson on the right glove as well. So the question is now, does Cliff stay with the short ball? He's certainly got the field set for it. He's got a deep point just in front of square. He's got a deep third. He's got a deep fine leg and a deep square leg. So any shot with any real momentum from Dawson in front of the wicket on either side, if it beats the infield, is 4. All your boundary saving options are level, if not behind square. So he's just nurdling that one for a single.
Nice footwork from Lively there.
Yeah, not the first time that we've seen that today from Adam Lyth. His brother had junior trials at Manchester City, I know. It's very much a bit of... He is the epitome of that cricketer who really wants to be a footballer.
Oh, for sure.
And he's said as much in a few interviews at various points.
We've long admired his ability to do a rainbow flick over on our socials.
Yeah. And it's great when a player like that just feeds you the content. You don't even need to think too much. It's just guided by Mays. You don't need to overly work out, what are we going to do with that? There we go. Clip that up. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Nice and easy.
For those unfamiliar, the voice line alongside me, Charlotte Ashton, one of the primary people responsible for Yorkshire's digital output.
Going okay here.
Run back
Content
bang on.
is given, there's no problems today with this start.
So that's flicked away and it's just over Bess at mid-on. This is fortuitous from Mays, who was on it early. It's something we've seen from Cliff inducing batters to do, particularly at Scarborough. Players playing out in front of them and ending up popping up catches. It happened a lot when he took that 5 for against Warwickshire, and Mays was in a similar awkward place here. And if Bess was at a conventional mid-on rather than a sort of short mid-on, that was out.
That's nicely played there from Cliff. Well, no, bowled from Cliff, but played from Mays. Just regaining that little bit of control after that last shot.
Yeah, Mays has just got to keep Dawson company here. He's got the benefit of all of Dawson's experience at the other end to guide him through this. Talk about age gaps. I mean, Ben Mays is another one. Certainly was nowhere near being around in 2002 when Yorkshire last won a List A trophy. Not the Hillcare, as a Hampshire batter, of course. Oh, and Cliff getting extra bounce. Cliff's asking questions here. It's a good over. Well, that challenging bumper to Dawson as well. Does go for 7. A bit unlucky to do so. 102 for 4 off 26.
Tightening that screw a little bit there, Cliffy, with a few variations in that. It's nice to see him trying out a couple of bits, seeing what's working, what isn't.
It's a good combination, you'd think, as well. Cliff is trying to bend his back here and make something happen, and Bess, meanwhile, at the other end, providing the one frontline spin option.
Absolutely, and it just gives Cliff that freedom that we're talking about, where he's not necessarily opening the bowling right now. He's playing in those middle overs to really work on that.
Yes, this time is pushed into the offside. Tom Bess, who is getting his first chance to captain a full competition here. Cracked into the covers, but straight at hill.
We've seen it a lot with Bessie stepping up over the last couple of seasons, but the way that he's handled this has been mature and very, very intelligent, I think.
Just pushes that in quicker and flatter. I wonder if he's almost looking for a leg side stumping there. Strange as it sounds, you do see spinners play all kinds of tricks and games with the crease and with angles.
And Jakey's quick hands are more than ready for it.
Looking straight back to Bess there.
As you said earlier, this is a man who likes to get through his overs very, very quickly.
Dawson just easily working it around. 32 or 42. Yet again, is so often is the case for Hampshire. Liam Dawson is the key wicket.
Absolutely.
Run a ball from here 250 is around where Hampshire end up.
That feels all right.
Yeah, I think Hampshire would be pretty content with that from those early wickets. Mays this time gets one. That's all Mays needs to do. He's on to 10 off 27. It's just trying to not get dotted up, not get stuck here. 104 for 4 off 27 then.
That shot from Mays was, again, well weighted, well controlled. He seems to be rocking onto that back foot, but not heaving at it. He's just really guiding it and playing it in a very mature way for a 17-year-old.
Well, he'll be aware he's got plenty of time here. He'll have sized up conditions and know as well that Hampshire's top order hasn't fired as they'd have wanted. So we'll have a little look at some of the beat shots. You can also, if you're lucky, some of these have got a sauna inside them as well.
Oh, wow.
You can do a bit of what the Romans used to do with the hot and cold between the North Sea and the sauna. Cliff this time is flicked. Delightful looking shot from Mays. Big chase out there for Wharton, who turns a 2 into a 1 with some very aggressive fielding, both in terms of covering the ground and zipping it in.
Wharton is so good at covering the ground at that incredible pace. He really, really wants to hunt that ball down, and his intent is so strong. And you've seen that throughout, well, all season really, from across formats. He just covers yards at some pace.
Makes it look very, very easy as an outfielder. I know he works extremely hard on his fielding, though. It doesn't happen by chance.
Most important part of the game.
It's flicked down to fine leg, and Milnes pushes it into his own head, and then it goes away for 4. That's unlucky for Matthew Milnes. That's 4 more. Runs just starting to come at a slightly quicker pace for Hampshire here.
Yeah, that's not ideal. But maybe Matt Milnes has earned a little bit of grace after his first 3 wickets, maybe?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's one of those awkward ones. He doesn't necessarily do a lot wrong here, Milnes. He gets the right hand out and it goes into his body. I think that's one of those. Cliff, as a fellow fast bowler, will understand that his compatriot's done everything he can.
Oh yeah, he'd done all the hard work there.
Straight back from Dawson down to mid-on.
It was well played. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, Liam Dawson, someone with 24 England appearances across all formats, but you look at his numbers at domestic level and you'd say he's unlucky to not have a lot more than that.
Oh yeah, he's some player.
Right. Round box of tricks. An all-round, all-format player of the rarest of things. He's just been distracted by something behind the arm of Cliff.
Can't see anybody walking in front of the screen.
Yeah, which confused me. There was a little word between Dawson and Cliff.
Maybe an insect or something, maybe?
Seems like all is resolved. Might also have been a gust of wind, because I say the wind picked up. I think I've become immune to it at this point. It's just built in. It's priced in. Response from Cliff, who's in a bit of a battle here with Dawson, who's determined to not let him settle, and in the way that Liam Dawson does, without playing anything that you'd call needlessly high risk. He has 36 or 46.
Yeah, he's turning that strike quite nicely, really. But like you say, Cliffy really won't want him to get settled here, because once he's settled, he can be quite dangerous.
Seen at Scarborough as well, players' abilities to go through those gears. Dawson this time flicks that out to deep mid-wicket. He'll keep the strike. 110 for 4 then off 28. The game in just something of a holding phase. The 3 overs since drinks have brought 15 added to the score, and right now Hampshire will be all too content to just tick along at 5s and then have a look with do bat deep as well, the likes of Andrew Neil, Carl Abbott, Brad Wheel, Scott Curry, Eddie Jack. This time out into the offside, and now, I beg your pardon, it is the end of the 28th. 110 for 4.
I think that dead ball where Cliffy had stopped bowling really threw us off then, because I thought it was over as well. I was convinced. I was very confused why they'd started at the same end again.
Yeah, they do bat deep, Hampshire. I mean, it's pretty rare these days you see teams that don't. Long gone are the days where the tail starts at 8. It's probably the biggest generational change.
But we've seen Wheel and Curry get runs this season.
And that bottom 5 will change a little bit depending on the circumstances of when the 5th, 6th, 7th wicket might fall.
Yeah, when you've got to go up through those gears, you sort of jig things around, don't you?
Cut nicely, but straight at Hill at cover point.
Like an attempt to go up through the gears, but just couldn't quite find that gap there.
Dawson's looking ominously good though for Yorkshire fans watching this, for Hampshire fans encouragingly so. It's not necessarily surprising as Dawson will get 1. Bess can't quite field off his bowling. Dawson, one of the relatively few players who've come back in from completing 100 duties into this comp, starred in the quarter-final victory.
It makes sense to bring him back in really with the form he's been in.
Mays this time will drive to long on for 1. Yeah, there's a lot of different factors that go into it, of course, but when you've got someone like him, you can completely understand. We were talking about it with Graham Hardcastle earlier, both approaches, sticking with the players that have got you that far or looking to bring others back. Swipe and a miss from Mays, from Dawson, beg your pardon.
I think even having the name of Dawson in sets the tone, doesn't it, a little bit? You know, bringing him back in after he's been called back up to the test squad that one game. It says something.
You know Dawson steals a nice, well-judged, cheeky single. You know you're a good player when you almost become synonymous with a county. And James Wharton on BBC Radio Leeds was asked about Hampshire, and pretty much the first thing he ended up doing was talking about the excellence of Liam Dawson.
Feels a bit like Mr. Hampshire.
It's flicked away. And before people writing in their droves, of course, that's not suggesting there's plenty of considerable talent elsewhere, because there certainly is. But Liam Dawson right now is leading the recovery. Tom Bess, though, is quietly going about his work. He's bowled 5 overs and conceded just 16, 103 for 4 off 29.
Strong this. I mean, yeah, we have talked a lot about Dawson, but he is a bit of a stalwart of Hampshire. He's been there quite a while. He's really set the tone. I mean, we could say the same about the likes of Adam Lyth, who's a bit of Mr. Yorkshire, you know.
It's funny with Dawson, though. I think a lot of people wouldn't know. He's actually from Swindon.
Okay.
He started playing cricket when he was just 3 years old at Goatacre, and then he played at Chippenham in Wiltshire, and then Hampshire scouts spotted him. So he's one of Hampshire's own in the sense of having come through, but it's not quite his actual region. But he played Wiltshire twos, he played Hampshire twos, and then England under-19s as well, before more recent years becoming one of the premier all-rounders in the domestic game. Lift into Dawson starting nicely.
Yeah, good little bit of shape there. He's been quite controlled here as Cliffy, really.
You know, the dilemma for Bess is how long he keeps him going. This is Cliff's 6th, but it's his 4th in this spell. He's gone for 15 in this spell.
Nice and tight.
Again, right on the money. So for those who are unfamiliar, what, you know, we've already alluded to it, but what do you actually do in terms of creating content for Yorkshire? Like, how does that work?
So there's a lot of different bits. Some of it's getting match clips, so if you see like a really exciting wicket, we'll clip that up and put that on socials. We'll also send out our emails, so try and get as creative as we can with them to keep people a bit entertained when they're scrolling through their inbox during the working day. Cliff's just in to bowl now.
On 2 here down to Bean, and they will get 2. It's nice purposeful running.
A lovely arm from Bean there. But yeah, some of it's getting the players in, filming them, getting the behind the scenes stuff, interviews as well. It's good fun. It's very good fun. Going on tour with them.
And then that more creative aspect of things like being out on tour with the women's team as you are, and how do you showcase what other people aren't seeing?
Exactly, getting the behind the scenes stuff. You're establishing those relationships. You're the one sort of helping create the graphics alongside our brilliant designers, just to really showcase the talent that we've got in both Yorkshire teams, men's and women's, and what goes on for those that can't come to the ground and actually see the games.
Yeah, it's safe to say it is quite remarkable how much that has changed. And this stream provided to you by Vertu, but you think once upon a time, as a remote Yorkshire supporter, speaking from experience as someone who had that run in my family, you were essentially following on teletext and phone calls. And now we're in an era of streaming, of social content, where you can feel much more closer and more connected to your county team than ever before.
It's great, isn't it?
This time Dawson won't get one, straight at backward point. And when we're talking about emails, we're talking about things like the very clever one that you and the team did when the Headingley test went to day 4 and day 5 with a kind of cut out carbon copy thing ready for anyone to send to their boss saying, hey, Botham 81, Stokes 2019, there's going to be magic at Headingley, it's England, India, it's day 4, it's day 5, the Monday, the Tuesday.
Absolutely. I can't take any credit for that. That was all Matt and Connor. But I'm part of the team, so I'll take a little bit of team credit.
Trying to have a shy at the stumps. I was having a shy at the stumps, but I think Mays had made it home. He's a real scurrier between the sticks, Ben Mays. Just from the eye test, I think he was okay. Charlotte Ashton will take a well-earned break. And Dr. Jane Powell will settle back into the seat alongside. Charlotte referencing her colleagues there, Connor Brown and Matt White, who also do an excellent job with all things Yorkshire. 30 overs gone, 116 for 4, Bess continuing. Something very aesthetically pleasing about bowling in sunglasses as well. It's somewhat divisive, I think it's fair to say, but I think if you're a spinner and you're bowling well and you've got the sunglasses on, then that's a look, there's something very cool about that, very nonchalant.
Yeah, I think you probably wouldn't get away with it as a seam bowler.
Not nicely, but straight at cover again from Dawson. He kind of throws his head up in frustration. He's picked out hill there a lot off Bess.
These two are batting well together, though.
Straight at short fine leg.
38 partnership at the moment these two have built, and that's exactly what Hampshire would be looking for, is that partnership building.
It's really easy to say. They've put on 38 in 11 overs or so. That's quite slow. It's
very
going
slow.
at 3.5,
Yeah.
and Mays has got a bit stuck. But the key thing is it's rebuilding that platform to be able to accelerate in this last 20 overs. Goes on the reverse and absolutely nails it. Well, you're going to see plenty of this from Ben Mays across his career, the 17-year-old, an England under-16 hockey player. Shots like this are as if not more common for him than a forward defensive. He gets his front pad outside the line of off stump, somewhat negating the LBW, but regardless, he nails it behind square. Bess isn't changing his field though. And that time it's edged through third, and it will trickle away. So back-to-back boundaries for Mays. The Second one as lucky as the first one was beautiful.
Yeah, I think that one went through slip rather than third. We'll just see it on this replay. I think it went very fine. It's just, you can see that Harry Duke beyond the stumps is not impressed, and you make your own luck in this game, and the young boy went to hit it with some venom and got the outside edge.
So Mays kicking his score along now. He was on 14 off 30 before that first boundary. End of the over, 31 gone. And those boundaries take the run rate just a tickle above 4. Up to Jane Powell with a few more thoughts before she's joined by Aaron Vars.
And these two are building a good partnership, and whilst we say it's slow, then it's giving Hampshire the opportunity to actually come in and accelerate. 19 overs left, so the time is nigh, you might say, where they need to accelerate a little bit, but at the same time they don't want to lose 2 quick wickets. Back, Aaron.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jane Powell. Pleasure to be back. Yeah, just getting to the stage now where Yorkshire will want this partnership broken. Currently stands at 49 between Mays and Dawson. Of course, these two coming together with the score on 78 for 4 after George Hill from this, the Trafalgar Square end, clean bowled Ben Brown for just 12 runs from 27 deliveries. Dawson first up, defensive in his approach against Bencliffe. Of course, into his 7th over here, none for 28 from his previous 6. We'll be looking to get that first scalp on the board. A reminder of those wickets, 3 of them coming from Matt Milnes. Well, he tore through the Hampshire top order, dismissed Nick Gubbins, Fletcher Middleton and Ali Orr very early on in the piece. And of course, George Hill getting that aforementioned wicket of Ben Brown as Dawson advances. Doesn't quite get the desired connection, stings the palms there of Adam Lyth for no run.
And Dawson, you can see that Dawson's trying to manufacture shots now. He's starting to move his feet, he's starting to advance down the pitch. But on many occasions he keeps finding the fielders, and that will frustrate him.
Dawson again slightly slices that one out towards deep point. Will be another single.
Yeah, that one could readily have gone to hand, but it just avoided George Hill there at short cover. But you can almost sense that something is going to go here. There's going to be runs or there's going to be a wicket, because very aware that the foot has to go on the gas now.
Absolutely. 50 partnership brought up. Bowls here to Mays. Just squeezes that one down towards Finley Bean at deep third. Another single taken. And I suppose the big question, of course, Jane, a far more prestigious batter than I've ever been. I think you're more inclined to answer this question than I ever could be. But at what time would you think Hampshire will start to really up the ante?
I think they've got to start now, and it's got to be a question of at least 1 a ball, you know. So if you score at 6 and over from now on, that's another 114. That takes you up to near 250. That's a minimum, really, that you've got to be looking at, as that one is struck out to the backward point boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was an authoritative shot, wasn't it, from Liam Dawson. Moves him on to 48, just 2 runs shy of what would be a pretty pivotal 50 in the wider context of this semi-final. Of course, at the end of this over as well, we'll provide you with a quick score update from the other semi-final taking place down at New Road. Worcestershire being put into bat first against Somerset. Dawson just tucks into that one, drops it into the offside, and that will be a dot ball to finish the over. So Hampshire 133 for 4 after 32 overs. Liam Dawson on 48, and Ben Mays, the 17-year-old, still sticking out there on 23. As for that score update from Worcester then, of course, those two sides will be the opponent of the victors in this contest. Well, Worcestershire are 166 for 4 in the 34th over. Dan Latigan has just been dismissed for a very well-made 78 from 82. As Tom Bess continues his spell here from the P-Zone Park end.
That's driven straight down the ground and straight to Matt Milne, so there's no run there. And you can see that the youngster is about to unleash his tricks of the trade.
Oh, and it's beaten by that one. That is an absolute gem of a delivery from the Yorkshire captain.
See this on the replay. It just grips. And it just goes on. It's an arm ball, but it just went on.
Hayes again advances. Can't quite work it past Will Luxton. I mean, the big question here, we've already seen the one reverse for 6 here from Ben Mays. There is so much open space. Should he want to go for that shot? And there you go, gets into position, straight into the hands and bursts through the palms of Jack White. Well, that is a chance, and it has been dropped. Ben Mays gets a second bite of the cherry. He's been dropped on 23. And we'll take a look at the replay here. We said about the reverse coming out of the locker for young Ben Mays. Well, that was almost the downfall of the 17-year-old. Didn't get it nearly as fine as he would have wanted to. But he has been dropped by Jack White. And very next delivery, just to rub salt into the wounds, turns it away towards deep backward square for the single.
Yeah, and that's good bowling from Tom Bess, and he'll be disappointed, as will Jack White, as the rest of the team. But I've said it many times, nobody means to drop catches, nobody means to sort of let the ball go down, so they'll all be rallying around each other.
As Dawson advances, I think that's just going to bounce in front, goes for 4. That will be the 50 for Liam Dawson. He has been the glue guy of this Hampshire innings. Brings it up from 66 deliveries, includes the 7 boundaries for good measure. And he has batted quite superbly here at North Marine Road. Hampshire now 138 for 4 after 33 overs. We just take a look at the replay there. That was very awkward, wasn't it, for Matt Mills?
That's a real tough one as the fielder, because you're like, I need to go for the catch, but I'm not going to quite get there. And what I've got to try and do is try and go for the catch, but get my body behind. And it just evaded him. It just went past him. But I would say he tried to do the right thing there, and that's a hard one to say, especially for the bowler Tom Bess, who could have had 2 wickets in that over and ended up with 5 runs instead.
Yeah, it's a rough one that for the bowler. Of course, Jack White now, the new man coming on from the Trafalgar Square end. Currently wicketless today is the former Northamptonshire man, none for 27 for his previous 6. Here he is bowling to Ben Mays. And Mays straight away gets off strike, just chops it away down towards Finley Bean at a wideish deep third. Of course, Jack White being the man who dropped the catch, so a shot of instant redemption here.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to make up for that, I'm sure, and as I say, nobody means to drop catches, so he's got to put that to the back of his mind now and just concentrate on getting the ball in the right area to pick up that wicket.
That one slightly shorter. Dawson rocks onto the back foot, attempts to find that gap out towards deep backward point, but can't do so. Partnership continues to build between these two. Of course, already seen them bring up the 50 partnership, now stands at 61 between Dawson and Mays. Just beginning to frustrate Yorkshire after what was a wonderful start with the ball in hand for the home side.
Jack White finding that spot again where it's very difficult for the batter to free his arms and hit through it, and he'll be wanting to maintain that as he goes through Both teams now will be very aware that the overs are coming down rapidly. One will be wanting to keep it tight and the other will be wanting to explode.
Dawson, well, he flirts with that one. It was short, it was tempting. Tries to uppercut it over the top of Harry Duke, but cannot do so. As the wind again picks up here in Scarborough. Apologies if that is coming through quite noisily on the effects mic. We are in quite the exposed position here on the balcony. So far this has been a pretty good over from Jack White. Dawson takes a little bit of a shuffle, carves that away towards the deep point boundary, will be a single. And it comes back to something which we've spoken about an awful lot as well over the course of this season, but partnerships are not just reserved for batting units. You've got to bowl in tandem, and so far we've seen that actually today, especially George Hill, Ben Cliff, Matt Milnes as well. Those three really combining quite beautifully together. Yorkshire just need a bit of control here. As White bowls to Mays, thinks about just trying to guide that down towards third, can't do so. That is a dot ball to round out a very fine over from Jack White. Goes for just the 2 runs, and Hampshire now 140 for 4 after 34 overs.
Yeah, and the decision that Tom Bess will have now is, when do I bring my strike bowler Matt Milnes back into play, and when do how long do I hold him off for? I think at the moment they're creating chances with every bowler that's coming on, so it's not crucial at this stage, but what they do want to do is try and pick up a wicket. This partnership has built quite nicely.
Here is Bess to Dawson. Dawson this time uses the feet and deposits it all the way for 6 runs. Dazzling from Dawson. And he now is turning into the aggressor in the partnership. His first 6 of the semi-final. And that really is one of the finest shots of the day. Just lofted it gloriously.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to see with the sunshine out here, but that just went into the west stand. It's been examined now by the umpire, who's walking across to consult with his colleague. They may think that they might need to change the ball here if it's taken a chunk out from any of the stonework that it's just hit. Tom Bess is wandering over. I think he quite fancies carrying on with it, but it looks like it might be being changed.
Yep, indeed it is. The 2 umpires, Shanmugam and Pratt, signalling for the replacement balls. I mean, it was devastatingly dispatched, wasn't it, by Liam Dawson. So he moves on to 59. Hampshire now 146 for 4. Yeah, you could hear it as well. I mean, of course, we're at the other side of the ground, and it made a massive thwack sound as it went into that stonework. So no surprise that we will get a new ball out in the middle. Also gives, of course, both of the respective sides a slight bit of a breather. Yorkshire go into a team huddle, try and discuss how they're going to try and break this partnership. And as for Mays and Dawson, well, I suppose aside from that drop catch from Jack White, it'll be more of the same. I think Dawson will more likely than not be the aggressor against spin, and maybe just be a little bit more reserved against pace. And then if you can get to around about the 40 over mark, that's where we might start to see the gears really being shifted through, as Hampshire look to build a substantial innings score here. Of course, in terms of what you think a pass score would be, Jane, at this stage, Hampshire inching ever closer to 150. What do you think the Rose and Crown would be happy with at this point?
I think they've got to get a minimum of 250. I said at the start of play that I think 300 is probably par for this ground. And they'll have some way to go to try and get to that. But you've got to give your bowlers something to bowl at, as they say. They know that Yorkshire have got fairly packed batting lineup. So the more that they can get, the more that they'll be happy with. But they'll be disappointed with the start of this innings.
Oh, that one rifled back to the bowler. Tom Bess, as he dropped that, the reaction from the Yorkshire captain suggests he might have done. It's ferociously struck back into his palms. Just take a second look at it. As it was this time. Oh no, it's a bump ball on that occasion. It's not going down as a drop, but slightly painful there for Tom Bess. I think in the end the ricochet actually put it onto his shin.
And he saved 4 runs. You know, and that's key at this stage as well.
Well, that one down the leg side, just tickled around the corner by Ben Mays, will be another single to add to the tally. In fact, it's been given as a leg bite.
Yeah, just worked off his thigh pad, I think, that one.
So Hampshire now 148 for 4. Dawson back on strike. Of course, the current leading run scorer in this game for the visitors stands on 60 runs. Make that 61. Just guides that down towards James Wharton. Another single taken.
See the wind in the players' shirts.
Well, shouts of catch it. There won't be any catching of that one. That's soared all the way into the spectators for 6 runs. And that is a fine way for Hampshire to round out the over. Ben Mays, the aggressor on this occasion. He moves on to 32. Dawson on 61. And the Rose and Crown of Hampshire now 155 for 4 after 35. Let's take another look at this one. Lovely use of the feet there from the 17-year-old. We've already said how talented he is against spin bowling. Needs the pitch of the delivery. And there are a few half shouts of catch it, catch it, catch it, but yeah, nothing being done there as we see some great camera work from the ever-reliable Matt Holtby. See Matt and Charlotte waiting in the
fish and chips line.
Unreal camera work that. Jack White bowls here to Liam Dawson. Starts off with a dot ball.
And the ever youthful Adam Lyth just sprinting onto that one. No chance of a run there.
He has been a live wire today, hasn't he, Adam Lyth? Throwing himself about all over the field and spinning those dives, and every little bit of those efforts mounts up by the end of the game. Dawson attempts the drop and run. The offside, only as far as George Hill for no run.
Yeah, and the key thing is, you know, it feels like they're getting some runs now, but they're still not up to 5 and over. In fact, they're just over 4.2, is it? I haven't got the marker in front of me, but they do need to accelerate that. That won't be enough on this ground. That's flick round to fine leg where Matt Milnes picks it up, and there's a single there. Yorkshire will be happy. If they can't get a wicket, they'll be happy with dot balls, and then they'll be happy with singles. Anything above that, that's when it starts to get a little bit like we've got to make it tighter. So you can tell that the bowling is reasonably tight at the moment.
Well, it has been for the vast majority of the innings, of course. We've just seen that expensive over from Tom Bess, but the seamers really have been bang on the money. That's a genuine play and a miss there from Ben Mays. Looking to go on the drive, but can't get any connection with the blade.
Yeah, and as a free striking number 6 bat, then that's what you want to do. You want to come in and play your shots. So Mays is looking to play his shots. That's the nature of the game as far as he's concerned. So therefore, he's just looking to turn that into a drive. But he just played a miss completely there. At 17, you don't worry. You just go out and play your shots.
Absolutely. He's earned the licence as well as Ben Mays. So there's another big swing and a miss at that one. Tries to carve it away through backward point, but to no avail.
Yeah, that's club cricket, big swing, no ding, isn't it, that one? Just it looked almost to play that one through point, but it just lifted on him and he didn't get near to it.
Was the presence of the Scarborough bounce, wasn't it? Although it has to be said, that Hampshire attack will also undoubtedly extract that little bit of help from the surface as well. That one's slightly high off the bat of the 17-year-old. Clips it away down towards Adam Lythe, and that will be a single to round out the over. And Jack White, he really has bowled very, very disciplined line and lengths today. Hasn't quite got his reward in the wickets column as of yet. As a result of his tight bowling, just a couple of runs off the over. Hampshire now 157 for 4 at the culmination of the 36th. But just going back to that point, of course, you look at that Hampshire bowling unit with the likes of Eddie Jack, the likes of Scott Curry, Brad Wheel, and of course the ever reliable Kyle Abbott. And if there's a decent score on the board here, Hampshire will certainly fancy their chances of going through towards that One Day Cup final on the 20th. So Ben Cliff returns into the attack, ready to bowl his 8th over. Currently has those figures of none for 34 from his first 7. How he would love to be the man to break this partnership, get that crucial wicket of either Ben Mays or Liam Dawson. Still batting to come for Hampshire, of course, Scott Curry being one of those players. Andrew Neil as well. No slouch with the bat in hand. Of course now, Yorkshire have got to try and break this stand. Mays with the drop and run there. Out towards Adam Lythe, another single taken through short cover.
Just seen Matt Milne warming up as well, so whether he's going to come on from the Trafalgar Square end at the end of this will be interesting to see with the way he started the game today.
Well, it was inspired, wasn't it? 3 for 32 from those first 6 overs from Matt Milnes. Took his 13th, 14th and 15th wickets of the season in this competition. Cliff here to Dawson, who heaves that away out towards Cow Corner. That will be 4 more runs off the bat of the England international. It's already an 8th 4 of the encounter for the ever-reliable Hampshire number 5. Of course, he hit that huge, disdainful 6 into the West Stand as well for good measure. I mean, I know Michael mentioned it a little bit earlier, James Wharton, in the pre-match piece. Dawson was identified as being the danger, and of course this is just with the bat in hand. Let's not forget this is a man who's just got Hampshire to this stage with 4 for 33 in the quarter-final against Middlesex, so slightly ominous signs here for the White Rose. Extra fielder pushed out down towards long on. Slight bit of indecision and hesitation there. Mays wisely sent scrambling back. I mean, that's the worst thing for Hampshire at this stage, if there was a run out. You don't want to gift a wicket away in that manner.
No, that's right. And, you know, especially the young, they've got the young pretender and the experienced old hand there, haven't they? You know, and it's it very much looks like Dawson is leading the way in their partnership.
As you'd expect as well. Dawson handsomely works that down towards the forward square. Another single taken, keeps the scoreboard ticking. I tell you what, these two now are laying quite the foundation.
Yeah, they're closing in on a 100 partnership, aren't they? They're pushing it on 2285 partnership. Sorry, just doing maths there out loud.
Some good maths there, Jane.
Thank you.
Cliff here to Mays. And Mays drives that delectably straight in towards the Metrobank advertising hoardings for 4 more runs. And as much as we have given Liam Dawson his praise and plaudits, the 17-year-old deserves an awful amount of credit for the innings that he's putting together. I know we alluded to earlier on the broadcast, but he came in that run chase against the Derbyshire Falcons with his side needing a massive effort, and he went and scored 62 not out.
He looks very talented.
Well, this one is spooned up in the air. Should be a catching chance for Matt Milnes, who takes it over the shoulder. And that is the breakthrough that Yorkshire so desperately desired.
Yeah, and that wasn't an easy catch by any means. With this wind, the ball was swirling around, and Matt Milnes had to take it over his shoulder. You'll see, not a bad connection, but just lost the shape on his bat there, and it came back down the ground. You won't see it necessarily on video, but it's swirling around up there. You can see Matt Milnes' eyes on the ball and just reaches out and takes a very, very good catch.
Well, he certainly does. That is the end of young Ben Mays. He departs for a very well-made 37. Hampshire now 167 for 5, so it won't be a 100-run partnership between Dawson and Mays. But I tell you what, the young gun has certainly played a key hand in this semi-final, and as a result, Scott Curry now enters the middle. And I keep on mentioning this man can bat, this guy can bat. I commentated his first ever professional century at Wantage Road, and I can tell you it really was something special. Against some good bowlers as well. Ben Sanderson and Yuzvendra Chahal were bowling on that occasion. Batted nicely against the pace, just worked the spin out towards all corners of the ground. Of course, he is more known for his work with the ball in hand, but at this stage, you imagine he'll just be the foil to Liam Dawson. Don't do anything too rash.
And Tom Bess has switched ends, and he's the man to come on at the Trafalgar Square end for probably his last 2 overs.
Well, Bess, of course, still wicketless in this game as of yet. None for 46 from his first 8 overs. Here he is bowling to Liam Dawson. Flips that towards line that's short mid-wicket for no run. Of course, the other big boost there, Mays was dropped on 23. It's only cost 14 runs in that regard.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a relief for Jack White and for Yorkshire, because what you don't want to do is drop and they go on to put on big runs.
Well, shouts of catch it. Found the gap nicely there, did Liam Dawson, down towards wideish long on. Another single taken.
Yeah, that one was hit in the air between Tom Bess and Adam Lyth. So whilst there was a shout of catch, there wasn't anybody close enough to get anywhere near that one.
It's the new man, Scott Curry, on strike as the wind continues to howl here in Scarborough. Apologies if that is slightly off-putting on the coverage. Curry looks to work that away down towards short square for no run. And aside from the wind though, Jane, it has been a glorious day, hasn't it? Plenty of sunshine here at North Marine Road.
Yes, it's certainly been decent weather compared to what was happening yesterday, you know, as Adam Lyth just tumbles over that one, and so there was a single taken.
Dawson back on strike. This is testing from Tom Bess. Really good stuff from the Yorkshire captain. That will round out the 38th over. Hampshire 169 for 5. Dawson on 68. Scott Curry on one, as we see a few of the spectators tucking into, well, I was going to say fish and chips, that appears to be a sausage and chips. I imagine that van today will be very busy indeed.
Yeah, extremely busy, very well received, as I think Adam Lythe's coming off the field.
Yes, he is.
So is Super Sub on? Is the great Noah Kelly on?
He is indeed in front of the Popular Bank.
What a catch he took on Wednesday down at Canterbury. Outstanding catch.
Well, there you go. Your wish is Yorkshire's command, Dr. Jane Powell. It is the youngster. Of course, someone who spent plenty of time in the commentary box with us on the Vertu live stream this season. Great young man is Noah Kelly, and a fine fielder as well.
I was glad I was there because you didn't quite see it on their live stream, so it was nice to be able to see such a brilliant catch from a young man. Ben Cliff coming in from P-Zone Park end, and that's just played back down the ground, and there's no run there.
Well, there is Noah Kelly, and I have just been reliably informed by the magnificent Michael McCann alongside me that Noah's got a little bit of a reputation for singing some songs in the huddle before the match. And today's choice was Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus. That is on the Yorkshire socials. You can catch that on all of the channels as Ben Cliff prepares the bowl here to Scott Curry. Just pushes that one out towards deep cover point for one more run. We have also got another couple of updates from New Road. After a very strong start, Worcestershire now 197 for 6. Tom Lammonby getting the latest wicket, that of Ethan Brooks for 24, so that one is very nicely poised. And I tell you what, here in Scarborough, things are hanging in the balance. Hampshire 170 for 5. Dawson looks to utilise the pace of that delivery from Ben Cliff. He only finds the waiting palms of Will Luxton. A backward point for no run.
Yeah, Curry looked like he was looking for a single there, but not interested by Dawson.
And I think that's the wise decision.
Absolutely it was.
Well, another slight delay here. Cliff has to just pull out of that intended delivery as the wind picks up once more. Just looking at the field, it's spread evenly at this stage for Ben Cliff. As Dawson, well, tries a carbon copy of the previous shot, still cannot find that gap. It's currently a 5-4 field in favour of the offside. 3 of those boundary riders, though, currently patrolling on the leg side. So straight long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. And there is James Wharton at the aforementioned long on position.
Yeah, and I can see why Hampshire are not taking any risks at the moment, but to play out a number of dot balls and then take a single, you know, it probably needs more than that at this stage.
Cliff this time to Curry, who slams that down towards the cover boundary for 4 runs. I mean, that really was dismissive batting.
Yeah, and that's what was needed, really. Just stood up nice and tall. It'll be interesting for the bowlers to try and get their length with these two batting together now. You always look at, you know, what will help a partnership. Left hand, right hand definitely does, but also different in height. And you can see that Curry is considerably taller than Dawson there. So the length that a bowler is bowling to each of the batters will have to change, because what becomes a good length ball for the taller one becomes short for the for the shorter player and vice versa. You know, there's just so many things that you need to think about there.
Something else to mention, of course, with Scott Curry, very powerful on the pull shot if you do want to drop it in short, which is what we saw earlier on from Ben Cliff, but it won't be Cliff bowling here, of course. It will be Matt Milnes. 3 for 32, those figures from his opening 6. How he would love to back up that unbelievable 7 for down in Canterbury with a 5-wicket haul here in the semi-final. Bowling up first here to Liam Dawson. Dawson just rides the bounce on that occasion, guides it off the full face of the bats.
Yeah, just 7. He got a 7 down in Sussex. I don't think he played down in Canterbury. Just in case anybody's listening, going, "Oh, that's not right."
It's the Kent connection. That's what it was.
That's right. And Kent are very excited to have him back this coming next season.
Here he is bowling to Scott Curry. And slightly holding the length back of that delivery.
Yeah, that was a good length to Curry because it didn't give him any space. You know, we've seen in the previous over that when you give him the space to swing his arms, his long levers will hit a very long and good shot. So what you don't want to do is allow him space to use those long levers.
A little bit like that. Just cramping him up for a little bit of room, tries to manipulate the ball through mid-wicket, but can't do so. Of course, the option is there, should Curry want to take it as well, to go aerial over the covers, but George Hill is lurking in that catching position at short cover. Mid-off in the circle as well.
Yeah, I think there are catchers in and around the circle for any miss-hit.
And on that occasion, a smart give and go between Curry and Dawson. Allows for the strike to be rotated. It's a good outcome there for Scott Curry. Just needs to play a support role here for Dawson. Dawson on 70 runs. Really has almost single-handedly held this innings together. Also played some really fine boundaries over the duration of this knock. And that could be another one. No, it won't. Backspin is favourable. Finley Bean is on that one in a flash. Puts it down to just the single. Really well fielded there by a man who, of course, has had plenty of success here in recent weeks. I don't think any of us have really been over that century that he scored here against Durham. The acceleration from 50 to 100 was absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, and I'm sure the crowd are looking forward to seeing him bat again. As that's worked off his hip, down to fine leg, picked up, and they come back for a fairly easy 2 there.
Yeah, that was good cricket, wasn't it, from Scott Curry? Not just with the shot, but of course with the assertive shout of 2. That will round out the over. So Hampshire now 180 for 5.
Noah Kelly has now been replaced back by Adam Lyth on the field of play. We just saw Noah walking off there and Adam Lyth back on the field of play as Ben Cliff will continue from the Pizon Park end.
Indeed he will.
As we go into the last 10 overs of the game.
Also Cliff's last over of the semi-final, 1 for 50 from his previous 9. Having some conversations here with Matt Milnes. Also just tinkering the field slightly. Imam Huq is pushed out towards what appears to be long leg.
Yeah, you can allow 5 out now, so there's 5 fielders out on the boundary.
Here is Cliff to Dawson, straight away, rotates the strike, clips it down towards Tom Bess for the single.
So we've got a deep long leg, deep square leg. Mid-wicket has now come in. and fine leg has dropped out. And we've got a deep extra cover. I think there the fielders on the boundary as long gone is going back.
Yeah, plenty of alterations here for Bencliffe. As Curry drives on that one, catches the outside of the bats, spirals down towards Jack White at deep third for one more run.
Jack White is looking at the field. He's not having the greatest time in the field today, but he's still contributing, and it's just a question of hanging on in there. And with that, he comes up as third man for Dawson, and deep mid-wicket goes out. So we've got 4 fielders out on the leg side, on the onside, and 1 at extra cover.
Dawson, well, he just lofts it in between the gap out towards the deep cover boundary for 4 more runs.
Yeah, shot full of class, that one. Just looked, waited for the ball and then just drove through it, but out through the offside. That's a shot of real class. You can tell that somebody's a good batter when that's where they go aerially later on in a game.
Holds the pose a little bit as well for good measure. The 9th 4 of the innings so far for Liam Dawson. He now moves on to 76. Hampshire 186 for 5 here in the 41st. There's the finesse. Can't quite beat the man on that occasion, but looking to just glance it deftly down towards that gap.
Yeah, and good adjustment by Bencliffe as well, that he's just been hit before by bowling a little bit too full. So he just pulls back his length a little bit, and Dawson trying to run that down, but there's no run there.
Well, there was a shy at the non-strikers end there from Cliff on the underarm attempt. I mean, Curry really had committed to the single there.
He certainly did, and it was an unusual commitment to a run there, because it looked like there was 3 or 4 fielders in close proximity, and Bencliffe just rehearsing that underarm throw again just there. If he'd hit, I think it would have been very close.
I think it would have been as well. Curry just wrong-footed on his way back. Oh, that one is played absolutely superbly by Liam Dawson. He does split the gap in the field down towards slightly wideish deep third, and that will be 4 runs to round out the over. Beautiful cricket. Hampshire now 190 for 5, with 80 of those coming off the bat of the aforementioned Dawson.
And Bencliffe finishes his 10 overs. So there'll have to be a new bowler coming on from the P-Zone Park end. Matt Milne to continue from the Trafalgar Square end.
Well, the question is, who do you think will be that bowler? Because Jack White still got 2. George Hill, who has been one of the picks of the bowlers today, 1 for 12 from his opening 7. Tom Bess himself has got a 10th over up his sleeve. We haven't seen that 6th bowling option, so who do you think will maybe take up the mantle in Bencliffe's place?
Well, we need 5 overs from the Trafalgar Square end and 4 from the...
That one's short, helped along its way. 1 bounce for in towards the pavilion. We said it already, you can't afford to drop it in short to Scott Curry. Really has got those long levers. Ball sits up nicely, and a man of his height, well, that is easy pickings.
Yeah, it's an interesting wicket, because I think everybody knows it's got a bit of lift, but if you bowl it short, then it becomes easy for the batters, and that's something that Hampshire bowlers will no doubt be looking at as they've seen this first innings unfold.
We'll take 2 here for Milnes. Pitches that one slightly fuller than the previous delivery for no run.
So basically Matt Milnes could bowl his 3 overs from this Trafalgar Square, and then you'd need 2 more overs from that end. So whether you'd let Jack White come on and bowl his 2 overs from that end, and then George Hill would have to come on from P-Zone Park end.
Curry just jabs that one into the surface down towards Finley Bean. Of course, Tom Bess as well with his last over, so you'd imagine that he would also bowl from the P-Zone Park ends, from where we're commentating from. The sun makes a nice appearance here at North Marine Road. A few clouds beginning to gather, but nothing too ominous, thankfully, as of yet. That one is short and whipped away by Liam Dawson. That'll be another single out towards deep forward square leg. Decisions to be made by Tom Bess, the captain.
Yeah, basically you want to keep it as tight as possible in these last 9 overs. You don't want to give any free hits away. Good ball, that one from Matt Milne, not allowing any freedom for the batter, and supported by Will Luxton in the field, who was attacking the ball, so there was no single there.
That one wristily worked away by Scott Curry. A bit frustrated with himself there, not to have maybe picked the gap a little bit better, because only the single has been run. So that is the end of the over. Curry moves on to 16, the scoreboard 197 for 5. Of course, that keeps Curry on strike. We do have our answer, Dr. Jane Powell. It will be George Hill to pick up that responsibility from the P-Zone Park ends. 1 for 12 from his opening 7 overs. Just put together dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. Irresistible pressure.
Yeah, I think George Hill and Tom Bess will finish from this end, and it'll be Milne and White from the Trafalgar Square end.
Indeed it will. We'll also have a change in the commentary box. I'll make way, and on in my place we'll have Michael McCann back in the seat.
As George Hill comes in from the P-Zone Park end. And that's fielded by Adam Lyth, sorry.
Fielded with the enthusiasm of a man who you wouldn't know. He is 37 years young in Lyth. Intriguing stage of the game this. Dawson has done exactly what many thought he would, and he's done so often for Hampshire. He's played a gem of an innings, and now there's a great chance for the visitors to accelerate at the back end. This is clubbed down the ground through wide mid-on. 4 more. Real momentum here for Hampshire.
Yeah, Curry's come out with that intention that he's the one that's got to up the ante, so to speak, as that brings up the 200.
Yeah, it felt like a long way away when they were 53 for 3 in the 12th over Hampshire, or 4 for 78 when Ben Brown went in the 20th. That one's turned away straight to short mid-wicket though.
Tom Bess just moving the field slightly on the onside, trying to pull a fielder a bit squarer.
Straight to cover that time, and a almost Marnus Labuschagne point at the bowler in saying no run from Curry. Sun just poking its head out again. But as you can hear, plenty of wind. Even Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell, who it's been such a joy to have alongside us on the Vertu live stream, hasn't been able to fix that up for us.
No.
smashed down the ground. Lovely shot from Curry. And Hill, who had been so tight economy rise until this over, is getting a bit of tap.
Yeah, I don't think he's adjusted his line for the height of Curry, and that's just come nicely for Curry to swing through, and he's played a lovely shot straight down the ground.
So 1 ball left for Hill. Try and tighten things up. This will be runs, but it will be just one of them. So Curry, who's starting to get on a bit of a roll, will keep the strike then. 206 for 5. End of the over. Dr. Jane Powell will take a very well-earned rest. I'm delighted to say, for the second time this season, settling into the seat alongside me. There's plenty of Scarborough spectators already well settled into theirs for the second time in the campaign, having joined us on the Vertu live stream during the Roses fixture at York. He's General Manager Gavin Hamilton. A very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. It's good to be back. Although we could do with the wickets, make me a little bit happier.
Could do with getting Liam Dawson out.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a thorn, hasn't he? We started okay, didn't we? We had a really good sort of 15-20 overs. Really put the screw in, and then all of a sudden he just sort of started to let loose over the last sort of 10 overs. But I've just been saying downstairs, we're probably 1-2 wickets away from controlling this game.
Carry on 25 off 21. He's carried the momentum forward nicely, as well as Bess is back on now from the Trafalgar Square end. Bess so far has none for 48 from his 9. He's gone at just over 5s. To the reverse, and it's straight at short third, and Will Luxton gets a little dose of the Scarborough outfield there, and he gets an appreciative, sympathetic
no pain there at all. That's going to hurt that.
Not sure quite where it's caught
Straight
him.
in the heart, I think, was probably.
Yeah. He was talking to me about hoping he didn't get one on his knee. Well, that was thankfully nowhere near that, but I'm not sure he enjoyed it too much.
No, I don't want anything anywhere near his knee at this stage.
Flicked through deep square. For those unfamiliar, Luxton back in the team today after a little knee problem that he seems relatively confident is pretty much back to scratch.
Yeah,
Back
he's
to what he
obviously
wanted to
missed a game this week, didn't he? He had the, I think it was last week, did he dive? Was he diving when he was
Yeah,
batting?
he was saying to me.
Yeah, and he had it drained on Thursday, so I think he's in pretty good shape. But as you said, the last thing we need is a little knock in it now.
That's flicked down to long on by Dawson. That's just for Curry is bringing one more over, so he's got a 5-4 onside field, which would signpost that can't afford too much width here.
He's bowled nicely here, Bessie, today. People that probably can't see it on the TV how windy it is, actually.
He just flicks it straight at short fine leg. Both batters have ended up at the same end. Slight misfield by White, and then the throw is wide. It's all happening. My goodness gracious me, if White picks it up cleanly, there's a guaranteed run out at the bowler's end, because Curry hadn't moved, and suddenly he had Dawson shouting at him because Dawson thought his was the danger end. In the end, the danger end became the bowler's end.
I think you're right. Just had to pick it up cleanly, didn't he?
And even then, a direct hit probably does for Scott Curry. This is flicked away into that kind of gap on the onside where they want to. More hesitancy in the running, and a very good throw. Not out. Really nice sharp work out there. It was Wharton and Hill going to meet the ball together. Dawson, again, you see, very hesitant.
That's close, isn't it?
It is close. I think the dive just saves him. Well, here we go. Perfect camera angle here from our fantastic camera operators. Oh, just about.
It was a good dive.
It was a fantastic dive.
He went early.
There's a phrase one major international women's cricket team, the Dutch, actually use under Babette de Leyde, that I can't say all of it because I'd like to keep my job, so I'll provide a translated version, but their motto with running between the wickets is die or go home. Dive or go home.
Dive or go home.
I should say die or go home. Dive or go home. Their version is a little more expletive ridden.
Yeah,
but
well, it's a statement in itself, isn't it?
And it's a version of what we've talked about this before this season. Anthony McGrath feels like Yorkshire have brought that aggression as the campaign's gone on. Aggression in running between the wickets, aggression in the fielding, and aggression with the ball. There was a quote about at the Oval, we were a group of boys, and now we're a group of men. I assume you broadly echo that in the transition that you've seen in this men's team. It seems to have got better as the season's gone on.
Absolutely. That it was a championship match, wasn't it? Sorry, when I think it was probably quite a low part of our season. I think obviously we just did bowl Essex out the week before. So it was a low part of the season, but I think it was a nice turning point and a bit of a catalyst for us to go, do you know what, it's time a little bit to man up here. And I think probably 2 weeks after that, I can't remember what fixture it was.
It's Milnes this time.
It was so noticeable about how the lads went about their business, not just in the games but in the warm-ups, the running between the wickets, the fielding, and just all preparation. It's just sort of, I think since the Surrey game here at home here at Scarborough a number of weeks ago, I think that was the turning point for the season. And like you said, you can just see the positiveness and the sort of the way that the lads are sort of carrying themselves in certain situations. And it's just brilliant to see. And the results are starting to follow on from that momentum.
Milnes with a slower ball which is clubbed down the ground for 6, and that has thudded into the sight screen and taken a chunk out of it. Dawson continues on his merry way, and he's to 90 with that. Knew as soon as it came off the bat of Dawson where it was going. Umpire Shanmugam is just having a check of it and throws it back to Milnes.
Did we change the ball a few overs ago as well when they got hit into the stands?
Yes.
Did.
This time Milnes is struck out towards deep cover, but over his head for 6 more.
Wow.
This is an extraordinary display of hitting from Dawson, who with the platform laid is really going through the gears. Back-to-back 6s off Milnes, probably the shot of the day to go to 96.
He's timed his inning quite well, hasn't he? He's sort of got himself in, steadied the ship. Just sort of the sort of last 10, 12 overs, he's looked to sort of shift the momentum into Hampshire's department.
Well, suddenly, 1 point Hampshire would have taken 250. There's no doubt now that 250 is a big fat no deal. Field hasn't changed, despite a bit of thinking from Bess. Just dug out. Good response from Milnes, who at this stage it might be a 50 over game, but you're very much in T20 def skills kind of time. Just jumping back to that run that Yorkshire General Manager Gavin Hamilton alongside me on commentary mentioned, a draw at Surrey, a draw against Surrey here in the Championship, a win by an innings and 128 runs against Sussex, and then in the One Day Cup 7 wins from 8, the best record of any side across both the group stages, and also a net run rate.
Is that the best record, is it?
A net run rate of 1.9 as well. So
they're good numbers, aren't they? But they've just played just genuinely good all-round cricket, and what's been impressive is they've not just been winning, they've been winning very, very well. You know, that's something we've been sort of a little bit, I don't want to say weak at, but we've been sort of let ourselves down a little bit, letting teams get back in games.
So that's flicked around the corner. This is a big chase for Wharton or Imam. It's Imam who wins the race, and Dawson wants 2, but Curry wasn't on board with the plan, and Duke shies. I tell you what, 22 yards can seem a long way sometimes. And for Liam Dawson and Scott Curry, there's a great partnership building, but they're definitely not on the same wavelength when it comes to the running.
I think Dawson's taking priority here. He's just running, and Curry's just going, well, what do you want me to do? Just point at an end, I'll run at it.
And it's quite timely the ball goes to Imam, because naturally that was going to be
I was wondering how long this would take.
a topic of conversation. A bane of Gavin Hamilton's existence at the moment.
I've not slept for 3 months over overseas players.
Now, to be clear, before you write in your droves, that's not anything Imam has done. We'll come back to that. Milnes this time is carved away out to deep backward square. So for those unfamiliar, the plan, which I was going to say was plan A, in the Imam Al Haq case was plan A. In the case of overseas players this season was sort of plan S.
Well, I think
near the end of the
we're down there now.
near the end of the alphabet was that Imam Al Haq would come over and be here for the rest of the season.
Correct,
but he's almost done too well for you as an overseas, because he scored that many runs in racking up just the 583 at an average of almost 100 in this. The Imam has now been called back to play in the Hanif Mohammed Trophy in Pakistan domestic cricket because the test selectors want him to prove his form in that, because his Yorkshire form has put him in the spotlight, because there has been some confusion about this. So he hasn't actually been called into a Pakistan national team squad, but what they've said is they want him to come and do that, because if he can, that could get him a recall for the South Africa series in October, when he'd been left out of the last test series in the West Indies. So that's where we've got to with Imam. This is his final game.
This is.
He won't play in the final, and he won't play in the last 3 championship games, which brings you back to looking for an overseas.
It is. Yeah, it's been very unfortunate, but fortunate for Imam. Look, he's been exceptional. Look, let's not beat around the bush. He's been outstanding.
As White is back on from the Trafalgar Square, and then Dawson is slightly shanking it out to deep mid wicket for 1.
Yeah,
he moves on to 99.
He's been a good lad. He's been brilliant around the dressing room, and he's been just the way he goes about his business. I think all the younger batters have sort of commented quite a lot of what it takes to be at that level. Yeah, plan A, as you said, as you suggested, was he's going to be around and finish the sort of last 3 championship matches with us. But like as you mentioned, it's he's going back Tuesday morning, because obviously it was a reserve day tomorrow, so he had to stick around an extra day. But it's been a challenge to get him to stay this weekend.
Curry gets this through mid-on. Dawson wants 2. Again, Curry is more hesitant, but they do get back.
Yeah, so we got told, whenever it was 5 or 6 days ago, they said they wanted him back last Monday. So you can imagine my shock when I got the phone call thinking he's going to miss Sunday's semi-final. So we've been working with the PCB on that, and they finally agreed to in on Tuesday. So yeah, to answer your question, we're looking at options. We're looking at potential replacements. Obviously, we're looking for a top order batter, but we're not just going to get anyone. We're more than happy with what we got in terms of our Yorkshire players in the squad.
Tries to get funky, Curry, and makes no contact. Of course, the county championship season ends with Somerset away on the 8th of September, Sussex away on the 15th, and then Durham at home on the 24th. And there's still a bit of work to do to secure that Division 1
Yeah, absolutely.
status.
Look, we're setting our stall out to win 2 of these 2, and potentially get a draw out of 1. We'll take that. I think that'll see us, probably put us into 3rd the way everything's going, maybe even 2nd. You never know how it turns around. So we're going to get through today, then switch our focus to the Red Bull stuff. Like I said, we'll have a little look around, to see if the overseas is worthy to take one of our Yorkshire players' places.
This is slightly mistimed. Bess was never quite in with a catching chance, but it plugs like a bit of a tee shot on a par 3.
It just seems an eternity ago that we've finished playing red ball cricket. I mean, like I say, we just got that momentum against Sussex. So no, we're very much looking forward to it. And we touched on it over the last sort of 5 or 6 minutes, the momentum that the lads have sort of built. You know, I know it's a different format, but all the batters seem in decent nick. Bowlers are fit, touch wood. Apart from obviously Cody's gone down for a couple of weeks. We don't know, but we're going to try and sort of maybe squeeze him in for the last game, but you never know with these hamstrings.
In here, and Curry this time does get it over the keeper, straight over Duke's head for 4. He's playing a gem of a knock here, Scott Curry. He's built on the foundation that Dawson and Mays led, and he's now got 39 off 30. He's actually dominating this partnership. Dawson might be the set batter, but it's Curry who's really taking this on.
He's kept the momentum, hasn't he?
Does look as we expected, to be honest, this pitch. Something that will do plenty early, but if you build an innings and a foundation, there's runs to be had. Curry trying to go again, and does go again. Well, White's got to potentially change the plan here. Dawson, his batting partner, applauds Scott Curry, who's giving Jack White a headache.
I mean, that's a fantastic shot, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's just the norm, isn't it? It's just the norm.
I don't need to watch it back, although I did watch it on Channel 4 as an 8-year-old, but I don't need to see back the 2002 Cheltenham and Gloucester Trophy final against Somerset again, Yorkshire's last List A final, to know that there was not many shots like that knocking about.
There certainly wasn't. We weren't brave enough in those days to play these shots. It's just the norm. It's like a defensive shot nowadays.
We look at someone like even Ben Mays, who was in earlier, so that 17-year-old coming through, the reverse is almost more comfortable.
Exactly. They'll be grown up playing these shots, won't they? It will be second nature in practice and in game time.
Now, Liam Dawson is on 99. George Hill on to try and stop him going to a magnificent 100. Dawson will go to his 100, and it's been a brilliant one. Yet again, Mr. Hampshire bails his side out of trouble. 100 off 103 balls, featuring 10 fours and 3 sixes for Dawson, who stepped out with his side 53 for 3 and in a bit of a pickle, and has led the rebuild quite splendidly. The kind of all-round excellence that anyone who follows English county cricket, even in a passing way, has become used to. Full toss. This is out to Bess at mid-on for long on for 1.
Well, we said about 20 minutes ago we'll take 260. It's not looking so good, is it?
Well, Dawson from here in Hampshire will be thinking of 280.
Yeah, minimum.
From here.
We'll go for the compromise of 270. But like you said, the pitch seems to be playing and settled down quite nicely, so catch it.
This is plinked down the ground, and Milnes will field on the bounce in front of us. Almost, it sounds a bizarre phrase, but mistimed it well enough to not get out. Had he timed it slightly better, Dawson, or got a bit more muscle behind it, he would have definitely been caught by Matt Milnes. Instead he picks up 2. Very much at that everything must go, closing down cell kind of vibes here. Full toss, well that has gone the distance. Poor ball and punished by Dawson, who's starting to get on top of Yorkshire here. It's deep in his crease, and I just wonder whether that early movement from Dawson puts Hill off. Hill's now gone for 10 or 4, he's got to have a rethink. Not easy at the death here, bowling to 2 set batters. That's flicked away, and that's going to be 4 more as well through deep backward square. Suddenly runs coming very fast here. Some shots from Dawson, who has really put on a bit of a clinic. In the last half an hour, he's flicked a switch and he's gone.
It's fine margins. That's probably 2 or 3 inches off the perfect Yorker. Like you said, when somebody's on 100 not out, you miss those little margins, you can soon go.
This is going to go out through deep cover for 4 more. Hill again, just having a difficult few moments here, George Hill with the ball. And Dawson's got right on top of him. That over's finished 6-4. So the over all told has gone for 20. And suddenly Hampshire are 258 for 5 with 3 overs left. And who knows, a big finish here, 300 could be on the cards.
Easily. And 270 is not looking very good now.
And just jumping back to what we were talking about with Imam, how does that process go about of then finding a new overseas player?
Well,
short notice?
Yeah, as soon as again, it's short notice. We've had this conversation a few times, haven't we? So we're starting to get used to it. So we myself and Anthony had a little look around yesterday, firstly to see who was available, and obviously who can actually come for this month. So that was first stop. Then we have to organise the visa, etc. So, and obviously we've had visa issues in the past. We don't want to make that mistake again. So, got a few things to sort out, and then we'll start that process. Hopefully by Monday, Tuesday, if we haven't got anything in place, I think we'll probably, like I said, stick with what we got and just go, because we've got enough depth in the squad as it is. It's just we're probably looking for a like-for-like replacement for Imam.
White into Curry, who has 44, the same number as is on his shirt. And he will pick up 1 more there very unlikely catching chance for Hill coming round. That would have been a screamer to end all screamers. He didn't actually get anything on it, so Curry has 45. And safe to say as well, you know, you've talked before that this is a case of building relationships for the future. So there's every possibility that this is by no means the last time we see Imam Al-Haq Abdullah Shafiq in a Yorkshire shirt.
Exactly that. Look, we've had, I think 6-7 overseas players this year, and you know, we like I said, we built those relationships with those guys. We can have those personal conversations with them, and you know how hard it is year in, year out to get a player for.
Dawson has hit that almost out of the ground. That is absolutely massive, in towards the merchandising tent, right over the Popular Bank. Huge hit from Dawson off White, who is, well, he's seeing this like one of the beach balls down on North Bay.
That has gone out the ground.
They've had to fetch it back from just that slip road that you turn into to get to Scarborough Cricket Club. Dawson giving a masterclass in how to rebuild an innings and then how to accelerate. Last 8 balls have seen 27 runs scored. This is down the ground, could be out, but no, over the head of long on, 6 more. The extraordinary assault from Dawson continues, back-to-back 6s off White.
Straight in the slot, that's only going one place. It's difficult in these positions when somebody's seeing it like this and he's getting himself into a perfect hitting position, especially with this wind as well. Like I said, people don't realise you get it up in the air, there's every chance it's clearing the boundaries here because they're not the biggest in the world.
Yeah, and it demonstrates a lot the beauty of a ground like Scarborough. It offers a bit of something for everyone. There's something for the spinners, particularly with the extra bounce. There's something with the new ball always, and that bounce.
Yeah.
But if you get in
More
and
so
bide your
nowadays,
time,
yeah, absolutely. Once you get yourself in.
Dawson this time will only get 1 to Yorkshire's relief. But that fast outfield, the relatively short boundaries, particularly by modern hitting standards, mean that once you've got yourself in and seen off those threats and got used to it, you can really accelerate very quickly.
Exactly that. And look, we touched on it's not the biggest boundaries, but even the biggest boundaries nowadays, players aren't afraid of taking it on. If they've got long on, long off out, they'll just back themselves every day of the week, literally just to clear it, and clear it by some distance, as we're seeing today.
James Wharton being joined out at deep mid-wicket by Seagull. It's always handy, particularly when Yorkshire are on the back foot here, to have some assistance out there with the fielding. Bumper from White, and that's been pummeled bottom-handedly by Curry away for 4, which will take him to 49. It is an almost breathless assault from these two. Scott Curry is now 1 away from a maiden List A 50.
This is his first one.
He's always been a very capable lower order hitter.
Absolutely.
And it is also a career List A high score for Liam Dawson. His previous best was 113 not out. Licked away by Curry, who will go to his half century here, will come back for 2. It's been an excellent knock from Scott Curry, always capable with the bat lower down the order, but this is a gem of an innings. It has taken Hampshire up to a more than competitive total, 51 off just 35 balls, 7 4s in there for him. He is the one that has really carried things on, and then it's Dawson who's almost kicked off Curry kicking, and now both of them are going. Yorkshire have got a real trouble on their hands to try and stop them. 2 overs left, 280 for 5.
You've got to dig deep here. These 12 balls can make a massive difference. Just try and keep them under 300. And more often than not, you know, like the modern day, one-day games, 300 is probably par. And I think the way the pitch is playing at the moment, they'll come off the field relatively confident. But it's like everything, it's a momentum shift. You can just feel the Hampshires shifting in their sort of way. It's just to sort of dust themselves off when they get off the field, and just sort of concentrate on the batting side of stuff, because you know you can't change these things.
Dawson, of course, key when Hampshire won the Blast back in 2022, and many would say is unlucky to have not more than 24 England caps to his name.
Absolutely.
Dawson this time will get one, down to long off one of Wisden's 5 cricketers of the year for this year, and he's thumping his pad in frustration because didn't
hit a 6.
He wants everything going at this point. Hampshire are being greedy, as they should be, having set this platform.
Yeah, he's a talented lad. He really is.
Just re-rehearsing his golf swing at that non-striker's end, Liam Dawson, while Bess hands out instructions. This time a swipe and a miss from Curry. Some good news for Yorkshire, of course, yesterday. The women have qualified for the semi-finals of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and Lauren Winfield Hill hit Yorkshire's highest ever men's or women's List A score, passing Darren Lehman's 191 here at Scarborough against Nottinghamshire in 2001. And it feels ridiculous to say, but you could even argue, having got out for just 194, to repeat 194, that she actually left some out there.
I think she did
because she got out with more than 10 overs still left. As that's down the ground and magnificently fielded by Hill. Plucked one-handed, mere inches inside the boundary, and Yorkshire are appealing for a run out, which is not given by umpire Shan Morgan.
This is tight.
Oh, we will be able to watch this one
really
back.
Tight.
It's safe to say Hampshire were not expecting this from Hill.
Safe.
We've got a side on camera. Here we go. This will confirm it. Quite outstanding work from Hill. Yeah, Dawson's
it's
home.
Quite safe. Yeah, 194. I mean, I obviously wasn't there, but I switched on about halfway, about an hour into the game. We're 10-0. I think they're 98 for 1 through 10 overs. So I remember sending Richie Pyra a little message.
That's hit hard down the ground. That'll be 4 more. Speaking of hitting, Hampshire producing some here. Thugged into the sight screen for 4 more.
Yeah, I sent Richie a message after that. I was saying decent start, question mark. So he was quite happy. But I think we just kept the momentum all the way through. Players coming in and just kept going, which is exactly what Richie's trying to do with the women, and just be as positive as possible. And then by all accounts, I think they just bowled as well. So they thoroughly deserve to be in next week's semi-final.
This time with a good slower ball that brings a desperately needed dot. So that means that the women will play against Middlesex at Radlett next Sunday, which will be a tough game. Middlesex unbeaten through the group phase, and of course defeated Yorkshire in the T20 Blast final. But another great opportunity for that team to push themselves. And for those maybe unfamiliar or less familiar, Yorkshire stepping up from Tier 2 into Tier 1 next season. So a pressure game like that will be a good opportunity to win some silverware. Well, sliced away. Didn't mean for it to go there at all, Curry, but he'll pick up 4 more, and that's a bit of lucklessness.
That's momentum
from Milnes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, it's they've had a good year. I think, like I say, get into T20 finals, semi-finals so far. They can get into potentially win the 50 over. They've had their ups and downs, like the men's side, but like you said, these high pressure games are the only way they're going to learn leading into Tier 1. We talk about momentum. I think the women's game in Yorkshire now is giving themselves the best chances and taking on the best players around, and every opportunity to get to challenge themselves, they've got to take it, because I suppose it's pretty similar to the men in Division 2 coming into Division 1 this year. It's a huge gulf. And like I said, the better challenges they're going to have, the more chance they're going to have going into it. But yeah, it's been a good process. It's been an interesting process, sort of coming into the game and working with the girls who got put together last November, and now we're looking at restructures on the support staff, looking at recruitment going into Tier 1. We've got girls that are in contract until the end of next year. But our big challenge is obviously recruitment. Obviously, with other Tier 1 counties, they're all in 2-year contracts, so we're probably missing that cycle by 1 year. So, but no, it's been exciting. It's been an eye-opener.
Hill to bowl the final over from the Trafalgar Square end. Slower ball to Dawson, who gets this just about up and over fine leg, and Milnes has injured himself quite badly here. Milnes has pulled what looks to be his left thigh in chasing for that ball. It was right in front of us and very obvious. And this might be bad news for Yorkshire, just from the way Milnes has pulled up
he's going to go straight off here, which is the sensible thing to
groin,
do.
isn't it?
You can just see Milnes here as he runs for it. That is very worrying signs for Yorkshire.
That's us talking about injuries 10 minutes ago, wasn't it?
On comes the 12th, and you can't blame.
Don't want to go downstairs now.
Can't blame Yorkshire general manager Gavin Hamilton for the reaction, because, well,
No.
it's he that, amongst others, will have to deal with the ramifications of what we've just seen. Is this time that's scooped up by Dawson, and that will go for 6. Slightly bizarre shot, miscued over the wicket-keeper's head, but everything he tries, everything he touches turns to gold here for Dawson. And the 300 is up as well for Hampshire. That felt a long, long way away at 53 for 3, I should say, in the 12th when he walked out. I mean, the tiny consolation for Yorkshire is that at least Milnes has done that in the last over of the bowling innings rather than the first.
It's a tiny consolation.
But it is a scant silver lining. And there's still a few more balls left for these two to inflict more pain. They've certainly inflicted some pain on Yorkshire. Dawson this time blasts this very high, and it lands having swirled in the breeze. Being a little bit done by the wind, it looks like. Duke has to scurry across to square leg and field. Dawson gets his 2 to keep the strike. Last 5 overs have gone for 83 runs at a run rate of just over 16. It's been a quite extraordinary display from these two. In terms of how to take a game away from a team late. That's short and missed on the pull shot. Well bowled by Hill. It was 211 for 5 after 44. So even at that point, 300 felt a long way away. It's going to be a testing chase. If Yorkshire are to make it first list day final since 2002, they will have to earn it. All this time hammered away by Dawson, but straight at deep mid-wicket and caught. Dawson out for a quite splendid 142 off 116, featuring 13 fours, gone trying to hit an 8-6, but the England all-format all-rounder once again showing his credentials, and he's getting a standing ovation from the home fans here at Scarborough, which you don't see all too often. And it's absolutely deserved. He came in with his team 53 for 3 in the 12th over. Dawson leaves with a list day career best. His previous best was 113 not out. He's gone miles past that. 142 for him. 303 for 6.
He won't play many innings as good as that in his career, that is for sure.
It is an innings that, as that reaction from the home supporters showed, even the most ardent Yorkshire supporter would be able to appreciate the quality of not just hitting, because the hitting was what defined the last third of that innings from Dawson, but the managing the situation at the start when he came in, the loss of wickets, having the 17-year-old Ben Mays alongside who he had to guide through on the rebuild. Hill finishing things off into Andrew Neil, who will get 1, and that will be that. 304 for 6 posted then by Hampshire, thanks to quite the late acceleration from Scott Curry and Liam Dawson. Curry finishes with 61 not out. Thanks very much to Yorkshire General Manager Gavin Hamilton for his company. Your thoughts on what we've just seen, a very topsy-turvy 50 overs of cricket?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, like you just said, the last 10 overs, it's sort of momentum shifts gone quite heavily in Hampshire's way. But look, we'll shake it off. We're going to go downstairs now. We'll shake it off as long as the lads get set. And look, we've chased 300 before. You know, it's nowadays it's the done thing. Get off to a decent start. Get some positive vibes going on when we get down there, and just see where it takes us. But we'll be reasonably confident chasing this. I think, like you said, to win the toss, it did a little bit early on, and I think the pitch has settled down. Fast outfield, strong wind. We've got a good chance at this.
Thanks so much for your company again, Gavin.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you coming up. Thoughts of Yorkshire General Manager Gavin Hamilton. Will be back with the run chase in just under half an hour or so's time, where Hampshire will look for a second
spot in a Metrobank One Day Cup final in 3 seasons, having lost in the showpiece against Leicestershire back in 2023. Meanwhile, Yorkshire will seek a first List A final since 2002, the first limited overs final of any kind since losing to Hampshire in the T20 final back in 2012. We look forward to having your company for the second innings in 25 minutes or so. 3:05 is the run target for Yorkshire.
Very warm welcome back to Scarborough, where Yorkshire are chasing 305 runs in order to book their place in the final of the 2025 Men's Metrobank One Day Cup. Hampshire being led out onto the field there by Nick Gubbins, and opening the batting for Yorkshire will be Adam Lyth. And of course, Dr. Jane Powell, someone who we identified right off the bats as being a key man for the White Rose today. It is, of course, Imam Ul Haq, who has been absolutely sensational. We'll get the numbers from his unforgettable campaign in due course, but just feels like every single match, there they are. He's just performed time and time again. The second highest run scorer in this year's One Day Cup, behind Nick Gubbins of Hampshire with 583 runs at 97. He's been a revelation up the top, and he's got a huge role to play in this run chase today.
Yes, he's got, as you say, a big role to play, and he's been fantastic for the county, for all the young lads who play in this team, as well as, you know, the experience of Adam Lyth as well. He's just led by example. He at times appears to start very slowly, but a bit like Liam Dawson in that first innings, all of a sudden he then starts to put his foot on the gas, and before you know it, he's scoring big runs. So a lot will depend on his performance today, but there's others to come in as well, as I'm sure we'll see during the day.
Well, I think if anything, that Hampshire innings just goes to prove how much time there is in this format. A staggering 94 runs were scored by Dawson, Curry, and of course Andrew Neil, with one of them at the end in the final 6 overs of the 50. Took the game from 211 for 5 to 304. So here is Kyle Abbott then, bowling up first to Adam Lyth. And the first ball of the run chase in this semi-final is a dot ball. Of course, Kyle Abbott, we speak about those county stalwarts, been at Hampshire for a number of seasons now, and it just feels like year in, year out, Jane, that he's up there, isn't he, in the conversation as being one of Hampshire's real standout players across formats.
Yeah, he's just been, as you say, a real class act. And there's a few out on show today, and it'll be good to see them compete against each other.
Well, this is one of those matchups, isn't it? Kyle Abbott, former South Africa international, so much experience, 38 years of age, taking on Adam Lyth, who's Mr. Yorkshire, isn't he?
Yorkshire through and through. I think it'd be a bit like a stick of rock out in South Bay. If you cut him open, he'll have Scarborough and Yorkshire all the way through him.
He's got a big role to play as Adam Lyth. Just hanging that length back ever so slightly. Starting off with 3 back-to-back-to-back dot balls here. I mean, that has been a real calling card of Kyle Abbott's performances in 2025. You look at his wickets, 11 at 21 so far, but it's the economy rate, 4.1 per over. So that is the best in the entire competition of anybody who has bowled more than 30 overs in the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah, very impressive.
Lyth goes on the drive, beats the dive of the fielder, and that will be the first boundary of the run chase. Much to the delight and glee of the Yorkshire faithful here at North Marine Road. The White Rose 4 without loss.
Yeah, and that was a mark of the first innings in the power play, that if you evaded the inner field, the ball just races away, and that one went to the popular bank as quickly as it went off the bat.
Well, Abbott responds quite beautifully. Quintessential corridor bowling there from a man who has developed quite the art form with his seam bowling over the years. I mean, the first performance when anybody mentions Kyle Abbott's name is that 17 for 86 that he took against Somerset in 2019.
Wow.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, that sounds very good. Very good indeed.
He keeps Lythe on the defensive. So that will be the end of the first over. Yorkshire 4 for the loss of no wicket after 1. A reminder that the target is 305. Hampshire racking up a more than competitive 304 for 6 from their 50 overs. And well, pretty much all of that was down to that partnership between Liam Dawson and Scott Curry, both of them scoring career bests in the format, and Ben Mays as well, chipping in with a very handy 37.
Yeah, there were some very good partnerships in the Hampshire innings after the first 3 wickets, and 4 wickets fell. And that's important, and I think, if anything, it should teach the Yorkshire players that there's no panic. You know, you just have to hang around, because the wicket was doing a bit, but it looked like it got a bit easier as it went through. So you just have to get up to pace on it and work out where the ball's going to lift, because there's certain patches where the ball does lift, but you've just got to take your time and just play it safe.
Well, here is Brad Wheel bowling to Imam. There's a few shouts behind the stumps there, but umpire was never going to give that one, just judging by the body language.
Yeah, and the bowler didn't appeal either. I think there was a very thick edge on that one. So sometimes from behind the bat, you can't always see that it's just clipped the bat. As we see the locals walking away with their fish and chips. Very popular here at Scarborough.
Was indeed, so much so that myself and Michael also had some for lunch. Can confirm the fish and chips here are absolutely to die for. So Wheel bowls here to Lythe. Leaves that one well alone. And it's the day for it as well, isn't it? I know that it's just gone slightly cloudier, but with the sun out, decent weather, why wouldn't you treat yourself?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's perfect weather in a way when you think that it's September tomorrow, so we can't really complain about the weather at all. It's everything that you need. It's dry. That's the number one.
Wheel looking to bring that one back into the left-handed Lythe. I mean, that is crazy to think, isn't it? Tomorrow is September.
It's like, where's the cricket season gone? You know, I know we've been all over the place doing various things, but you suddenly think, wow, it's September tomorrow. Crazy.
Doesn't feel like 5 minutes ago that we were starting the season up at Headingley here on the Vertu live stream with Yorkshire versus Worcestershire. The Women's Metrobank One Day Cup. A reminder that the women's side are in the semi-finals as well. They will travel to Radlett to take on Middlesex, and yeah, Lauren Winfield Hill put on quite the exhibition in Canterbury.
She certainly did. 194, the highest List A score by a Yorkshire person in the competition. Just brilliant.
Lythe steps into that one. Of course, how the men's side would love a similar knock here today in Scarborough.
Yeah, and that one just got the bottom of his bat on that one, didn't middle it at all. And it's better for Hampshire in this respect that 2 left-handers are opening the bat, but it's still an awkward angle for bowlers who are more than used to bowling to right-handers. There's always less left-handers than right-handers.
Good areas these from Brad Wheel so far. And that will be the end of what turns out to be a very tight over. Just a single conceded. That first delivery up towards Imam. And after 2 overs, Yorkshire 5 without loss.
Yeah, lots of people here today enjoying the cricket. That's the Popular Bank, which is one of the favoured areas for people to sit as they come straight in the gate. And then we see the tea room, North Stand, South Stand, West Stand. You have to get used to different things here, don't you?
You do, but it's just so special, isn't it? It's a great place to watch a game of one-day cricket. Steeped in so much history.
Looks like Imam's taking an off-stump guard there.
So Abbott it is to continue. Here to Imam. Plays that one slightly defensively. Will be no run.
Earlier today, Imam was wearing the unfavoured jacket because the boys take the mickey out of each other, and I think Adam Lythe had the jacket on Wednesday down in Canterbury, and today it was Imam, and the reason being is that he's in trouble because he's leaving the team at the end of this game, so that's the reason that he was asked to wear the jacket of doom as Abbott comes in again.
Well, let's face it, he has just been one of the most inspired signings in the 2025 season. I think so many people have been absolutely mind blown by the consistency of his run scoring. Of course, that started right here, didn't it? In Scarborough, the One Day Cup scored that match-defining 50 in the run chase. Really valuable runs against the bare and ragged staff of Warwickshire. And then since then, it's just been run after run after run, approaching 600 for the competition. Oh, he has a big swipe at that one. We mustn't also forget that Imam was a replacement player as well. He was called up pretty late on in the piece. Yorkshire's original overseas signing was Ruturaj Gaikwad. Unfortunately, he had his stint ruled out due to personal reasons, but Imam has come into this side, and I said it right from the first game here at North Marine Road. He feels like the right fit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely does, and he's very popular, not just in the team, but with members as well now. I think anybody who scores consistently, the members will love.
Absolutely.
So much so that as I walked around the ground at the start, before play today, I had people saying, well, why is he going? I thought we'd signed him for a long term. And I said, well, yeah, we did, but he's been called up for his country. You know, you can't stop a player from playing and representing their country. That's why we play cricket, because we want to play at the highest level. And I'm sure, or I hope, that he'll certainly come back and play as well. That's work round to square leg, and that's going to beat the fielder out there towards the west stand for 4 runs.
Yep, lovely shot that, wasn't it? From Imam, his first boundary of the run chase. And yeah, just to go into a little bit more detail for those who maybe didn't hear a little bit earlier on. So essentially the PCB want him to prove his form in the Hanif Mohammed Trophy next month, and that is with the view of selection into the Test side against South Africa. Abbott bowls here to Imam. It's one of those which, of course, for Yorkshire, it is a bit gutting. He's been an unbelievable signing, but as you said, Jane, playing for your country, it is the ultimate honour.
It certainly is, you know, and without being rude, there aren't many people in the world who can say they've done that, you know. If you think it out of any one level, you'll think of about 25 people at any given 2-3 year stage, and that's it. So, you know, when he's coming up to that level, you want to wish him all the best and just say, go for it, my young man.
Absolutely. Some nice words there from former England captain and Test centurion, Dr. Jane Powell. It's Brad Wheel. Comes on to bowl here against Adam Lythe. Lythe looks to drive that one square.
Yeah, that one, it didn't seem to ping off Adam's bat there. He's not quite timing it perfectly at the moment, so he just needs to give himself time, just keep working at it, and you can see he's rehearsing his angle of bat there while he's waiting for the bowler to restart the next ball.
That one drilled arrow straight. It's something that we've both just picked up on, of course, with Lythe's initial setup. Looks as though he's almost going to play with all 3 stumps showing, but then he just shuffles across, doesn't he? Just before the point of release.
Yeah, his trigger movement is to move across as the bowler is coming in. So you'll see here on the screen, He's starting on leg stump, but his trigger movement takes him across to middle stump there, and a play and a miss. Which is interesting because I think in the previous over, Iman took off stump as a guard. So you've got one taking leg stump as a guard and one taking off stump as a guard. And it's interesting how different batters will set themselves up to face the next ball. So, and that's why there's no set way of doing it to all the youngsters listening. You have to find the way that suits your style of play.
Well, that one down the leg side will have to be re-bowled by Brad Wheel. First wide of the run chase. Puts Yorkshire onto 10 without loss.
Is that the first wide today? Did we have any wides in the first innings? I don't recall.
It's a very good question.
I don't recall there being any.
No, we didn't. We only had 2 extras, in fact.
Yeah.
Just 2 leg buys.
I thought that.
Some nice bowling here from Brad Wheel, just keeping Lyth on his toes. I mean, it was such a disciplined start, wasn't it, from Yorkshire? At one point, Hampshire 53 for 3 at the start of the 12th over. Then that was reduced to 78 for 4 within 20. But after that, it was the Liam Dawson show. 142 from 116 deliveries, a career best for the England all-rounder. There's a few ominous clouds lurk overhead here at North Marine Road.
I was just thinking that the weather's just flipped almost, and we can see that the weather's coming from the direction straight to the right over the marquee rather than the tea room that we can see there, but it's looking a bit cloudy over there, so fingers crossed we'll be okay.
Wheel pitches that one up. It was full, it was inviting, and it's been given some treatment there by Adam Lyth. A beautiful, fluent, flowing drive, and that will be a boundary to round out the 4th over. Yorkshire 14 for the loss of no wickets. The aforementioned Lyth on 8, Imam Huck on 5.
You can see as Adam hits that, he sort of almost pats himself on the back as well. Yeah, that was a good shot. That's where I meant it, you know. Without any danger whatsoever.
It was a high percentage shot, that, wasn't it?
Very good
from
shot.
Adam Lyth.
Very good, and you'll see the difference as Imam sets up in his stance. He's very much further over in the crease.
Here is Abbott to Imam. So far it has been a relatively disciplined start, this, from Hampshire. Run rate not accelerated by any stretch of the imagination, but this is what especially Imam can do. Showed those numbers beforehand, nearly 600 runs, and a lot of people seem to suggest that he's a very, very slow run scorer, but this season he's been striking at 95,
Yeah.
which isn't pedestrian.
No, it's not. Showing a firm defence there, just getting right behind the ball, full face of the bat, head over the ball. Great technique there.
And we see that with a lot of longer format cricketers. Their game is built on their defence. So this isn't a direct comparison by any stretch, but I look at Joe Root.
Yeah.
And Joe Root, when you know that he's defending that ball, it slams into the middle of the willow. You just know that he's in good nick. And then he begins to motor, doesn't he? Ticks through the innings. The best one-day players build their game around that solid defence. Imam takes a wild swish at that one.
Yeah, and that's the ball that just lifts a little bit, you know, and that's very unique to this ground, and we've seen it in most of the games that we've seen here, that if you put the ball in the right area, there's just an extra little lift. And you could either say you're lucky not to get an edge, or you're very unlucky if you do, because it's just lifting a little bit more than what it would on most other pitches around. I don't think it's anything to do with the tides before anybody else.
Imam resolute and compact in his defensive stride once more. I'll tell you what though, it goes both ways, doesn't it? I know that Noah Kelly, of course, we had him on commentary for the Durham game, and for some players they really enjoy that, having the extra degree of bounce. It sets up the cut shot and the pull shot nicely. But then again, for seamers, and someone who I immediately think will enjoy this surface, Eddie Jack, for example, it also just gives you enough, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you've got to put it in the right areas though. If you don't and it ends up short, then there's the capacity for the batter then to really just either cut it or pull it for 4 square of the wicket.
I think though with this Hampshire bowling unit, I think they'll know that. Of course, you look at Abbott, so experienced. You look at someone like Eddie Jack, who's now an England Lions bowler. You've got Scott Curry, who's played international cricket for Scotland and really is one of those up-and-coming talents on the south coast. Brad Wheel, who's been in the county circuit for some years now. Imam looks to drive that one nice and straight, stopped by the fielder at mid-on. Liam Dawson it is, who's outstretched there. And that will be the end of the over. So Yorkshire remain 14 without loss after 5. Kyle Abbott, as is so often the case, keeping things very tightly controlled.
Yeah, and quite a slow start for Yorkshire, but the key thing is that they're just going to build and not lose wickets, and that's the key factor in this, that if you can just keep building, you know, and get to a decent platform, then you know that you've got batters to come in and follow you. I mean, the last game we saw here, we saw Finley Bean crack 100 off 50 odd balls, you know, so you know you've got that firepower down the order as well. But these guys have still got the chance to build on their scores, and we've seen him regularly build his innings and then just accelerate.
So Brad Wheel to continue here from the P-zone park end, gets the leading edge there.
Yeah, turned
Lythe's
a bit
bat.
square there, Adam Lythe. You can see he did his trigger movement, came across and then just he was looking to work it round onto leg, but the ball wasn't in that position, so he got the leading edge, as you quite rightly say, Aaron.
And that'll give some encouragement, won't it, to Brad Wheel?
It certainly will. Anything where you can see that the batter has not quite middled it or not picked the line is a good encouragement.
Well, holds back the length on that next delivery. It's funny you mention about Imam's ability to almost have that somewhat measured start and then really kick on as the innings progresses. I think the effort that immediately springs to mind was that unbelievable 159 at Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so special, and for the first 10 overs he was very much playing within himself, just laying that foundation, and then he just burst out the scene with a load of boundaries. And that is exactly what he's capable of. He's not a player who from ball one is going to be a hammer and tongs cricketer. He's not going to smash you for 4-4-6 in the opening over of a game. He's going to judge the nature of the surface. He's going to play within his own control for the early exchanges. And then as soon as he feels comfortable, he knows the pace, he knows the bounce, well, you might be in quite a lot of strife. Lythe again kept on his toes.
Yeah, good line and length being bowled at the moment, you know, and Hampshire has started well. They're in control of what they can control, i.e. they're putting the ball in the right areas, and I think that's basically all you can do is play the next ball. So you've not got to think too far ahead, either team, and just keep putting the ball in the area, and every ball becomes an event. You have to make sure that you're in it.
Lythe looks to turn that one away towards forward square leg, only as far as the young Ben Mays. Of course, so impressive a little bit earlier on, scored 37 from 51 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s, especially that reverse for 6. That was
amazing, wasn't it?
Or outrageous.
Yeah, great shot. I've seen Phoebe Litchfield do that in the women's game, but That's the first time I've seen the young guys do it, and that was a great shot.
That's nicely played by Adam Lyth, just chops it into the surface down towards deep third, and that will be the end of the over. Just one run taken. Yorkshire 15 without loss after 6, and that's probably needed after that previous maiden over from Kyle Abbott, just to release a slight bit of the pressure. What you don't want at this stage is the scoreboard to be stationary and sedentary for too long.
No, correct. And then the pressure builds, and then you're putting more pressure on yourself. So you got to make sure that you try and keep rotating the strike. Both have slightly different strengths, so that would be the best thing to do, is try and look for areas where you can just run it down for a single and rotate strike.
So here is Abbott to Lyth, still has 2 slips in place, as well as Brad Wheel down at deep third. He's got a long leg in play. Ali Orr is patrolling there at short square. Got fielder at short cover, backward point and slightly wideish mid-off, as well as Liam Dawson in a conventional mid-on. So nothing too outside of the box here from Nick Gubbins and the Hampshire bowlers. Is the extra degree of lift and bounce from this surface.
Yeah, neither of these batters are particularly tall, so the lift will be more difficult for them than, say, James Wharton or George Hill coming in later. Finley Bean slightly taller as well, you know. So the lift that these guys are getting, it won't be so pronounced against some of the taller batters.
Lyth utilising the feet there, little shuffle and clips it away down towards Eddie Jack at long leg. I mean, I think he's got a big role to play today as Eddie Jack. He's someone who's very, very highly touted by the likes of Freddie Flintoff and Graham Swan. They've worked with him for the England Lions, and on the South Coast, there's a lot of excitement about him. Of course, they've got Graham Welch as the bowling coach. He'll be working his magic over the next few years as Jack continues to develop and hopefully put on some more miles an hour. He's already fast enough as it is. But he is someone who, even on a surface which might appear a little bit placid, just has the tendency to consistently generate extra bounce. So if he gets his areas right today, he could prove to be a real handful for that strong Yorkshire batting corps.
I don't want to be a doom monger, but that looks to me like rain clouds coming this way. So I'm hoping that I am completely and utterly wrong.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. There are some very dark clouds looming over the North Sea. Imam almost tickles that one. Abbott.
Yeah, there you see. Look, there's some dark clouds there. It just looks as if they're rain clouds. I'm no expert on clouds, but that, if I had any, I would just think I can see rain just coming down out of them.
We'll have to wait and see. It was on the forecast that there could be some intermittent showers. Fingers crossed that it will pass. Abbott bowls here to Imam. Played defensively once more as the Seagulls fly overhead. That is the end of another fine over from Kyle Abbott.
And Hampshire will be delighted with this start. To only have gone for 16 runs off 7 overs. That is a very slow start for Yorkshire, and they'll be needing to not keep going like this, otherwise they're going to put more pressure on themselves. Scoreboard pressure is always there, but if you end up sort of not keeping up to speed with the scoreboard, you start to put more pressure on yourself and the rest of your team.
You most certainly do. You don't want to get bogged down, even at this early stage. We have actually got the substitute fielder Toby Albert on as well. Liam Dawson has just gone off the field. It's Brad Wheel in to bowl his 4th over here from the P-Zone Park end.
There's 3 overs left in the power play, so that'll be something else to keep our eyes on.
That one tucked away handsomely down the leg side by Adam Lythe. They will turn it into 2 runs. Slight bit of hesitation in the middle, but no harm done there for the Yorkshire opening pair.
That's been a mark of the previous games in this competition, is how well they've run between the wickets, and they've turned a lot of ones into 2s just by the way that they've run the first run very quickly.
It is funny you mention that, Jane. We'll touch upon that point in more detail after this next ball from Brad Wheel. Bangs it in a little bit shorter. Lythe hasn't got the desired connection. Just goes over the top of the aforementioned Albert, so will remain a single. Having spoken to a few players from other counties, Yorkshire's running between the wickets has almost been the blueprint in this year's One Day Cup, and that's a real testament, isn't it, to the quality and the standard that we're seeing from the White Rose so far.
Yeah, and the sort of teamwork, you know, because to run 2s, you need both of you to run quickly, and that's what they've done very well.
Well, this time Imam advances and smokes it through the covers for 4 runs. The first real shot of authority from the Pakistan international. And he gets richly applauded by those in the West Stand as we take a second look at this one. Couple of steps down, bang.
Yeah, real intent there from Imam, you know, it was almost like he decided before the ball was bowled, right, I'm going for this one. And he certainly went for it, and he certainly hit it well out over that cover boundary.
Next ball forced onto the back foot. That really was a fine shot, wasn't it? And more importantly, felt like a pressure release, didn't it? After quite a few dot balls and the odd single.
Yeah, this over's been much better from a Yorkshire perspective, with the 2, then the single, and then the 4, you know, and before you know where you are, you've scored 7 off the over, and that really does up the ante a little bit and just relieves a little bit of pressure.
That one smartly played by Imam, well ran as well by Adam Lythe. Keeps that scoreboard moving along as we see the end of the over. Yorkshire 24 without loss after 8, so run rate exactly 3 per over so far. Nothing too alarming, of course, from a Hampshire perspective, but with these 2, it's just important to lay the foundation, put in that groundwork for what is a very strong middle order with the likes of Luxton, Wharton, Hill, I mean Bess, Duke. The list goes on and on and on. Good strong partnership in a run chase always helps. That will be the conversation between Lythe and Imam. As Kyle Abbott has got the ball in hand, he'll continue his spell here from the Trafalgar Square end. Still has those 2 slips in place, as well as those 2 boundary riders down at deep third and long leg. So here he is, Kyle Abbott bowling to Imam. And that one worked away very nicely through mid-wicket. Should be 2 runs in theory, and indeed it is 2 runs. Very nice shot that from the Yorkshire opener.
Yeah, again, you know, 2 easy runs, and sometimes you look at that and think, oh, some teams would only get 1 from that, but they ran that first one quickly and had turned and were going for the second straight away.
It comes down to intent, doesn't it? How much do you want that extra run? It's a good response from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, he's bowling a very good spell, Kyler, but he's just keeping them on their back foot, just not able to attack so much.
I'm just taking a look around here before facing up, looking what those scoring options are. This time looks to work it away through the offside, stopped by Fletcher Middleton. And we saw this early on with the Hampshire batting innings. One of the real important aspects was Yorkshire's backing up in the field. So we saw that tremendous catch, didn't we, from Tom Bess to see the end of Fletcher Middleton for 17 runs. Really patrolling and operating like a pack in the field. And Hampshire so far, well, the ground fielding has been pretty good.
Yeah, very good fielding, very good bowling. But they'll be pleased with this start.
As Imam shuffles down the wickets. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4 runs. Lovely shot that from Imam al-Haq.
If we see the footwork here, 1, 2, chassé down, and then just swing through the ball. Textbook lofted drive.
That was a very aesthetically pleasing shot from Imam. Yorkshire now move on to 30 without loss. He goes on to 16. So that one chipped up for a split second. Ali Orr thought that he was interested, but alas, it was not to be. Falls well short of the fielder in at short square. See those clouds overhead. Tell you what though, just looking beyond the north of the ground though, it does appear as though the cloud is easing up slightly.
I'm trying to move them over to the coast. Trying my best to shift them over to the coast.
That one defended down the ground by Imam. I must say, Jane, you're doing a very good job so far. A few of the more ominous ones seem to have passed the ground. And that will be the end of the over. Yorkshire remain 30 for the loss of no wicket after 9. And it will be Brad Wheel to continue his spell. So just looking with regards to any further movement out there on the boundary from Hampshire. And we've seen Eddie Jack doing a few warm-ups, so he could be first change. Of course, Scott Curry is another option as well. We'll have to wait and see who comes on to be that first change bowler for the visiting side.
Yeah, and the 2 openers have done a really good job, and they will probably need to take a break at some stage, but they'll want to keep going as long as they can at this stage.
Oh well, Lyth tries to pull that in front of square. Just been reliably informed by Michael McCann alongside me that 4 members of the Yorkshire women's team are here in attendance at North Marine Road today. Grace Hall, Maddie Ward, Claudie Cooper and Erin Thomas are out there in front of the big scoreboard to our right. That's now the challenge for Matt Holtby on camera. Wheel bowls here to Lyth, slightly off the inside edge. And that will be no run, but it's good to see, isn't it, Jane? Yorkshire supporting Yorkshire.
Yeah,
of course, that strong club dynamic.
it is very much one team, one club, you know, and one club, 2 teams, but you know, everybody pulling together to be supporting each other, as our camera crew have spotted them there in the crowd. Good spot there.
Really good spot. There they are, the quartet from the Yorkshire women's team. Wheel bowls here to Lyth. Plays that into the turf. Down towards deep third for 1 run.
They're on the coffee, I think. Yeah, they're taking the coffee there. Oh, something slightly different. Lemonade, maybe, by Erin.
Well, they have had a really good season, haven't they? The women's side, of course, they too have made the semi-finals of the Metrobank One Day Cup. They'll make the journey to Radlett to take on the table toppers Middlesex. Wheel into Imam. Has a slight flash of the blade.
Yeah, I think he's trying to use the pace and the height of the ball to just try and push it through that point area. They do have a deep third man, but there is a big gap if he can just get it to the right-hand side of the point fielder, and he's usually very good at just putting the ball down there. It's roughly towards the marquee area at the ground.
It's another big swing of the bat there from Imam. Doesn't get any connection with the willow. So back-to-back dot balls there from Brad Wheel.
And you can see Lythe and Iman discussing the lift of that ball. You know, this is where the partnership comes to the fore, where you both support each other, give each other the benefit of your information that you're picking up from the non-strikers end. Sometimes you see something different to the person who's on strike.
Was played that better as Imam, but still be no run scored. Just a little bit of an update from New Road in the other semi-final taking place on Super Sunday. Worcestershire finished 275 for 9 from their 50 overs. In response, Somerset in a little bit of a pickle. West Country outfit 55 for 3. All 3 of those wickets have been taken by Karam Shahzad. So great start there for the Worcestershire Rapids. Tom Lammonby, Archie Vaughan and Lewis Goldsworthy gone for 9, 23 and 10 respectively. The 2 Roux brothers, James and Thomas, currently looking to salvage that situation for the visitors. As we do get our first change of bowling from the Trafalgar Square ends, and we called that quite expertly, Jane. It is, of course, Eddie Jack, the 19-year-old seam bowler from Barnet. Started off his cricketing journey with Broadstone Cricket Club in Dorset, attended Canford School in Wimborne, and of course since then has gone on to become a proud product of that Hampshire pathway. Here he is then for the first time today, bowling against Adam Lythe. Straight away, that one helped away down towards square, and that has been stopped sensationally by Ben Mays. Cuts it down to just 1 run. And that, Jane, really was a super effort from the 17-year-old.
Yeah, great fielding. His hockey skills and his cricket skills and his fielding skills all obviously top draw, and a good mover out on that boundary edge, and did a stop a little bit like George Hill did in the first innings, with just reached out with one hand and stopped it.
Really was a tremendous effort, that. I think he had some nice words as well from those spectators in front of the West Stand. Jack here to Imam, and Imam plays that one very square into the popular bank. That will be 4 more runs. A beautiful, languid shot that from Imam ul-Haq.
That's his trademark shot, where he just goes onto the back and that's what he's been trying to do at the Trafalgar Square end, but the ball's been lifting when it's been bowled from the Peasholm Park end, and that's the one he's not quite got hold of. He'll feel much better now he's got hold of that one.
Yeah, he's played that one expertly, and as a result, change of approach here from Eddie Jack. He's coming over the wicket, now coming around, looking to bring those stumps into play against the left-hander. Yeah, also a slight tinkering in the field.
The danger here is if he doesn't get the line right, then it'll be going to the coffee hut down on the leg side.
That is the danger, isn't it? If you stray with the radar. Jack here to Imam. Plays that one nicely down the ground, but stopped by Liam Dawson. That's not the first time he's put in that exact dive.
He's spent a lot of time laying on the floor, hasn't he, just at mid-on. He just keeps diving to stop that one, which he's done quite well. No run taken, so it's successful.
out of no run there. Never a single between Imam and Lythe. And for the first time today, we are just beginning to get a slight sprinkling of rain. Those ominous clouds delivering a few spots of drizzle. We hope that they're nothing too continuous. Jack bowls here to Imam. Clips that away down towards deep square leg. Single will be taken. I mean, the saving grace, of course, is over the top of the west stand. It does appear to be clearing up. It's just this big patch of cloud overhead. We need it to shift over. Hopefully the breeze will pick up. We won't get any interruptions, but a few spots of very, very light drizzle. It's nothing which should interrupt the game at this stage. Jack this time to Lythe, comes off the top of the bat. That was the end of the over. Yorkshire 37 without loss. Adam Lythe on 15. Imam Huck on 21.
Yeah, and Adam was just turned a little bit square there, and it's very easy up here, and we can see the clouds there. We can see the brightness over the west stand, but unfortunately I think it's coming from a little bit further round, so we do have a strong breeze, so hopefully that will, and great filming by our filmer expert to my right, and you can see that that's just carrying a little bit of rain, those clouds, so hopefully the wind will just push that away quite quickly, and we'll be won't have too much rain dumped on the ground.
Well, that is the hope. So we see our first change of bowling here from the P-Zone Park end. It will be Scott Curry coming on to replace Brad Wheel, of course, already scoring those 61 runs, a career best in the first. Let's see what he can do here against Imam. He starts off with a dot ball. Of course, also worth mentioning with Scott the fact that this is his first one-day cup appearance of the season. Has been away on 100 duties, but you just look at his acumen in this format. You need to look no further than those figures of 3 for 63 in the final against Leicestershire in 2023. Here he is around the wicket to Imam. That is another dot ball. Of course, just to clear up any kind of confusion as well with regards to playing conditions, if there was to be any interruption, the first 30 minutes would result in no overs being lost because it is a semi-final. We've got the allocation of the additional half an hour. After that, though, you will start to see a few overs being eaten away slowly but surely. But of course the hope, Jane, is that we don't get to that stage in the first place.
Yeah, there's always hope. You can always have hope, but it does look like it might drop a little bit of rain. Just saw it, had a seagull just fly straight in front of us, and he's landed and he's now taken off. It was very graceful.
That's a nice shot from Imam. Drives that one nice and square out towards Ben Mays. I'm quite intrigued actually to find out if there are a few travelling Hampshire fans down on that boundary, because there's been a few times when Ben has fielded it that there's been a few whoops and cheers.
Well, it's a semi-final. You'd hope that your members and supporters would come and follow you, wouldn't you?
Curry here to Lythe. Lythe shuffles down. Doesn't get any bat on that one. Should be given as a leg bite. Indeed it will be. So another one to add to the tally. And it's definitely been a cautious approach at times from these two. Playing the ball very much on its merit, not taking many, if any, risks at this early stage of the reply. Curry bowls here to Imam, short and pulled away in front of square. That will be 4 runs. Yorkshire move closer to the team 50. Zamar moves on to 26. The White Rose 43 without loss after 12.
And when Imam plays that, if you look at this shot, you see the power in it. It really just comes through on it so quickly with his hands that the ball just races to the boundary. Hoping that this rain is going to keep pushing over towards the sea rather than over North Marine Road.
Well, it has just gone a little bit heavier. For the first time, we can really feel it. Of course, if there is to be a delay, we can only hope that it isn't too pronounced or prominent. This now is starting to just pick up a little bit of pace. The first time you can actually see the rain droplets. As Eddie Jack bowls here to Adam Lythe. First ball cramps him up into a defensive position. I mean, a reminder as well with regards to the game for today, you need at least 20 overs of the run chase to constitute the Duckworth-Lewis Stern. If not, then we will head to the reserve day. Looking at the radar, hopefully it will just be a little bit of passing weather. And in fact, there you go. It has been deemed significant enough by our two umpires. And we are off for rain here at North Marine Road. Yorkshire 43 without loss in the 13th over in response to Hampshire's 304 runs. Well, we're going to take some evasive action here on the balcony and get all of the equipment protected under the tarpaulin. So we'll take a quick break here, and when we return, hopefully the rain will have passed. We hope to see you shortly here on the Vertu live stream. As a free pass. After that, we will begin to lose over after over if there are any further delays. Of course, a reminder for those who are asking about Duckworth Lewis Stern. Well, DLS currently stands at 50, so Yorkshire 7 runs behind, but in the semi-final, it does not come into the equation until over 20. So, providing that we get up to 20 overs, we will have a result in this semi-final here today. As Eddie Jack comes on to bowl here to Adam Lythe, and first ball after the restart is driven away handsomely through the covers for 4, much to the delight and glee of the Yorkshire fans here in Scarborough, and that is some way to get the action back underway from the Yorkshire stalwart and veteran Adam Lythe.
Yeah, great shot there, but a really valiant effort out in the field there. Got one hand to it, but just couldn't quite keep it in.
How does Jack respond after that one? Well, he responds absolutely sensationally. Tickles the outside edge of Adam Lythe's bats. It's caught by Ben Brown, and Yorkshire have lost the first wicket on the second delivery after the rain delay. The White Rose now 47 for 1. Adam Lythe, the man to go for 19. And that is exactly the restart that Hampshire would have wanted. We'll take a second look here. This is exactly what Eddie Jack is all about. Extra bounce, lovely seam presentation, genuine edge, safe catch from Ben Brown. And the Rose and Crown are on the board. Yorkshire lose their first, and next into bats will be Will Luxton.
Yeah, in fact, that almost ran off Adam Lythe's bat rather than the edge almost, and he'll be disappointed with that. And with that, Duckworth Lewis will jump because it increases incrementally depending on wickets as well as overs. Good to see Will Luxton back. He's been injured for a couple of games, so it's nice to see him back at the crease.
And there you go, there's some numbers with regards to Will Luxton. 90 not out of 46 deliveries, and that doesn't even tell the whole story. The no-look sixes into all sorts of places at Old Trafford, and of course in this format scored his maiden List A ton against Warwickshire in 2024 at Rugby School.
And we were both there.
We were both there, yep. Fine talent is Will Luxton, so strong with the bottom hand.
He's got great timing, you know, it's just one of those things that you think, wow, that's a special talent.
Here he is facing off against Eddie Jack. First ball banged in slightly shorter by the Hampshire seam bowler. And you saw there from the one to watch graphic that Luxton is thought of very highly by Johnny Bairstow. And Bairstow, well, he's a very talented man himself, so you'd imagine that his words hold quite a lot of gravitas and authority. He sees him as being one of these future superstars for Yorkshire County Cricket Club, and so far this season he's shown plenty of glimpses of promise. He rides with the bounce on that one, uppercuts it down towards deep third.
Yeah, controlled shot there, and probably one of the few that's just gone to go with the lift rather than to try and either get out of the way of it or try and fashion a shot that's not really playable to that ball, but to just ride it and just guide it over down to third man is probably a good shot, a good decision made.
That one played confidently off the pads there by Imam. Should just be a single, indeed it will be. Cut off. That is the end of the over. So Yorkshire now 49 for 1 upon the conclusion of 13 overs. And those overheads, Jane, looking a lot better now.
Yeah, looks lovely, doesn't it? I like seeing... You look at... There's no place like England where you can have blue skies, not a cloud in the sky, and then suddenly it rains, and then it's back to blue sky. It changes so quickly for such a small, relatively small island that we are. The weather is fascinating. No wonder we spend most of our time talking about the weather.
No, it is. It is quite staggering, isn't it, really? Scott Curry bowling here then from the P-zone park end. At first to Imam. That one very full, driven delightfully through extra cover for 4 runs. A fine way to bring up the team 50 for Yorkshire County Cricket Club. And that really was a real shot of glory and majesty from the Pakistan international.
Yeah, great shot. Put his weight through that, head over the ball. And the other thing I love at Scarborough is seeing the young kids fielding the balls as well at the side of the pitch.
Scott Curry respond after that one. Drags back the length, bangs it in a little bit shorter. Just about dealt with there by Imam for 1 run. And that is the beauty of outground cricket, isn't it? The fact that the surroundings are a little bit more close to the field of play. I mean, we saw during the innings break, of course, for the first 15 minutes, that fans both young and old to go on the outfield and have a few games. I mean, that is the spirit of the One Day Cup, and I know that this competition has changed an awful lot in recent years, but at its core, it still retains that special value, doesn't it, in the cricket calendar?
I have to say, I really enjoy the One Day Cup. I think it gives you the opportunity to see the up-and-coming young players mixed with the experience of the older players, and it just offers something that the other competitions don't always give you.
And we've seen that with both of these counties, of course. Will Luxton, you can make the argument, is a beneficial of that aspect of the One Day Cup, getting those increased opportunities. So that one is ran off the face of Imam's bats. We have also got quite a significant update from New Road, where Somerset are 79 for 6 in the 21st over, chasing, well, what looks to be a colossal target of 276. So the equation is 197 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Looks as though Worcestershire well on top down in the West Midlands. Whereas here in Scarborough, well, it's very much hanging in the balance. One big partnership is what Yorkshire are looking for, just to almost steady the ship. As for Hampshire, we'll try and make some inroads and make them as soon as possible. Can Scott Curry be that man? He keeps Luxton on the defensive, and that is the end of the over. Yorkshire 56 for 1 after 14. A reminder that the target is 305 runs, as we see some more glorious panning shots of the Popular Bank, which I imagine now will begin to get a little bit more full as this run chase goes on.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? You know, people enjoying a Sunday afternoon, a cup semi-final. I was speaking to the match referee earlier, and he's originally or was born somewhere around Luton, and we were comparing the fact that the football ground there is very similar to the cricket ground here. You feel you're walking in through somebody's house to get to it.
Well, there's an appeal there by Eddie Jack down the leg side, but wide given. Just take another look at this one.
Yeah, that's a long way away. It's one of those, please don't give it wide, let's all appeal and make it look like there was something there. But nobody looked particularly surprised when it was given as a wide.
That one well played by Imam. Yeah, the ground that you're referring to is Kenilworth Road, isn't it?
Yes.
Home of Luton Town. I can definitely see the comparisons there. In terms of one in county cricket as well, it's not to the same degree, but you do have to go through quite a few houses. Is Wantage Road?
Yes.
The home of Northamptonshire. It is almost like this oasis, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. Imam plays that one very confidently down towards deep backward point. Will be 2 more runs to add to the tally. Imam moves on to 35.
Yeah, and yet again Yorkshire come back for 2 runs there. They really do set off with intent whenever there's a run, when the ball's hit out to the outfield. And that's one of those things that you've already mentioned. It's being used as a blueprint by some of the other counties.
Well, that one glanced away down the leg side, thumps into the fencing there. That'll be 4 more runs off the bat of Imam Al-Haq. I mean, this is the danger, isn't it, Jane? You spoke about this earlier. As a right-arm seam bowler coming around the wicket to the left-hander, you've got to be bang on the money with your line.
Yeah, because if you're pitching it on middle stump, say, it's the natural angle is it's going to go down leg, so you just help it round the corner. So you've almost got to be pitching it on off stump, because anything wide outside off, then that's going to be hit as well.
Well, that one given as another wide. These runs useful at this stage of the reply.
This has been quite a costly over in comparison to some of the others.
And again, down the leg side. 3rd wide of the over here for Eddie Jack.
Yeah, I often wonder why bowlers do choose to come round the wicket, to right-arm bowlers coming round the wicket to left-handed bats. It might be a question now of why don't you just get your line back by coming over the wicket, but it looks like he's persisting around the wicket.
That one a lot straighter, better areas there from the 19-year-old. Tell you what though, Eddie Jack this summer has had quite the knack of nicking off left-handers. We've already seen him get the wicket of Adam Lyth. Of course, in the Lions match down in Canterbury, got the big wicket of Yashashvi Jaiswal, which really put him onto the radar for a few people. Imam there just dealing with a few of the local insects. I think a fly or a wasp or something has just caught his attention.
It's not quite the ladybird swarm that stopped the test match, was it, you know? But something was distracting him then.
Well, all appears to be back at the status quo. Jack bowls here to Imam. He has got bat on that one, and he's tickled it fine for 4 more. It's now turning into an incredibly productive over for Yorkshire. It's just easy pickings for a player of Imam's class and quality. He's not going to miss out.
And that's a very easy shot for him, isn't it? He makes that look very, very easy. And most of the reason he does is because his head is so still and at the point of contact.
Just leaves that one well alone. End of the over. A brilliant one for the home side. Yorkshire now 69 for 1. Will Luxton on 2. Of course, Imam, who we've just seen there with those flurry of boundaries, he now moves on to 43.
Yeah, and this is what you need to see as a partnership starting to build. And already this pair have put on 22 in pretty short time. So this is the type of partnership that Yorkshire need. It's a little bit like when Hampshire were rebuilding their innings, and you know the 2 batters just had to come together and just to make sure that they kept on there.
That one chopped down to deep third. It was Dawson and Mays, wasn't it?
Yes.
Those two coming together, and it was very difficult for those two to really start at the origins of that innings. But after that, they saw out the difficult moments, the tough bowling from the likes of George Hill and Jack White, and yeah, later on, Hampshire really cashing in. Well, drop and run attempted Imam. He's lightning fast between the wickets.
Yeah, such good judgment there to know that the minute you've pushed that there, that you've got time to get down to the non-striker's end before the fielder can pick the ball up. And that's good cricket there. And Will Luxton in good support. The minute it was called through, he went.
It's a really nice delivery from Scott Curry.
Yeah, that's that one that just hits the ridge almost. I don't think there is a ridge there, but it's almost like there's a ridge there because it suddenly gets a little bit more lift and elevation on it. I think some of these things become sort of in people's minds rather than in reality.
That one shorter from Curry, whisked away down towards long leg for one.
Yeah, and all you need here really is Will Luxton to just keep rotating the strike, which he's done really well. He hasn't played that many dot balls, he's just helped it on its way for a single. Then brings Imam back on strike. That's a good line there from Curry, and the complete opposite of what Jax was doing. Jax was continuing to go centre and outside leg, and that one was off and centre, and as a result, and then Imam plays it with the respect it deserves. I quite like the fact that that's one of the key things for me with Imam, is he literally plays each ball on its merits.
Here he is against Scott Curry. Smartly just dabs that down towards deep third. Be the end of the over as well. So Luxton moves on to 4, Imam on to 45, and Yorkshire now 73 for 1.
Just seen them signal for the helmet, so whether that means Dawson will come on to bowl.
Well, he's just taken his cap off, and indeed it will be Liam Dawson, a man who is no stranger to delivering on the big stage in a semi-final. A couple of seasons back, well, he tore through Warwickshire on his way to career best figures of 7 for 15 at Edgbaston, completely ripped the heart and soul out of the Bears, and of course in this year's quarter-final against Middlesex at Radlett, 4 for 33 on his first game back. I mean, we've already seen that career best 142 with the bat in hand from Liam Dawson, and now he's got another big role to play, this time with the ball in hand. So a little bit of a left arm finger spin for the first time today. Won't be the last bowler of that discipline. Andrew Neil, of course, who we haven't seen just yet, also a left arm finger spinner. But this now really is the matchup. Dawson versus Imam. We go then. First ball, Imam just caresses that one through the cover region. Should be 2 runs, and indeed it is. Good running.
Such good cricket, you know. It wasn't a bad ball, but it was hit out into the space, into the gap, and the two batters run quickly to make it into a 2.
Dawson darts that one in, guided down towards the boundary. That will be 4, and that will also be a half century for Imam al-Haq. He moves on to 51, and in his 8th list day match for Yorkshire, he raises his bat aloft for at least a 50-plus score for the 7th time in the campaign. Absolutely unbelievable consistency and reliability, and Scarborough, rightfully so, rapturous in its applause for the Pakistan international. Still has plenty of work to do here though. Next ball just fences that one back to Dawson for a dot.
Yeah, what a great contribution he's made in virtually every game he's played, and just really leading the way and helping some of the less experienced players see how it should be done.
Such a good player of spin as well, isn't he? You see all the different kind of approaches. He's got the shots off the back foot, the shuffle down the wicket, He doesn't allow spinners to settle. Just there you can see assertive and confident in the defence as well. So he works that easily down towards wideish mid-on for one. As Michael said as well, it's not just the value in runs, it's the fact that he's been coaching the younger players as well to learn from a player of Imam's calibre. Well, it's invaluable, isn't it, Jane?
Yeah, I think I've said this previously on commentary that I think Yorkshire are very lucky because often Joe Root or Harry Brook come back and they give their words of wisdom as well. But to add Imam to that group, you won't find much better contribution for the younger players as to getting some insight into the top minds of three top batters, because each of them have got a different thing to add to the party. And so Yorkshire are very lucky with the number of good experienced batters that can come back and just add into the inexperienced batters lineup.
It's gold dust, isn't it?
It really is.
You can't buy that experience, that class. So good for the next generation.
If anything, I'm slightly disappointed he's not around for the county championship because, then we really would see his quality, I think. We've seen it in the 1 days, but then to see it over 4 days would be outstanding.
Oh, Curry to Luxton. He's gone aerial. Just helps it down towards deep backward square. Another single taken. Yorkshire now just beginning to build. These two settling into their rhythm. A few words of encouragement being offered there by Liam Dawson and Nick Gubbins. Oh, huge appeal there from Scott Curry. Were there two noises there, though?
I think they were, and I will reiterate that if you're bowling right arm round the wicket, in order to hit the stumps, you've either got to be hitting them on the back foot right in front of the stumps, or you've got to be able to straighten it a long, long way.
Take two here for Curry. Really nicely manipulated there by Imam. Just utilising the wrist, puts it into that vacant gap at backward square. Gets his reward. 2 more runs.
And that put pressure on the field, who then didn't pick the ball up, and they got 2 runs easily. I think the value of running and putting pressure on the field can be underestimated sometimes.
It most definitely is. It's a skill, isn't it?
It really is.
Well, Imam goes for the big drive. Doesn't get any connection on it. That'll be encouraging there for Scott Curry. Very full, thumps into the boot of the seam bowler. That would be another dot ball.
Yeah, and I think that saved 4 runs. I think that was going to be drilled straight down the ground, but the Curry managed to get his foot to it, which prevented it from going any further, but that would have split the mid-on and mid-off and raced to the boundary. So good boot by Curry there.
And follows up with a genuine bumper, but it's too short for the umpire's liking.
Too short, and I think it went down leg side eventually. Eventually, but if you look where the wicket keeper took the ball, it was very much down leg side.
Pitched up more than the previous delivery. Allows for Imam to just guide it down towards Ali Orr. Deep backward square, and that will be a single to round out the 18th over. Yorkshire 86 for 1. Imam on 55. Will Luxton on 6. And I am just looking out beyond those houses, Jane, and up towards the hills. Bit more cloud gathering.
Yes, I think, I hate to say it because I am a bit of a doom-monger with that, but it does look like there may be more rain shortly. As it stands at the moment, DLS stands at 91 and Yorkshire on 86.
And this is the key over, because if it was to be a pronounced delay, 20 overs is the start of DLS coming into a factor.
Oh, have we had 18 overs?
Indeed we have. That's poor maths on my end. Two overs. So yeah, 2 overs needed for there to be a result today. Of course, a reserve day is in place tomorrow, should it be needed, but fingers crossed that won't be the case. Zimam plays the late cuts splendidly down towards the pavilion for 4 runs. And that, folks, is how you play that shot. Waits, and then gets into position.
Well, if you watch that, his head is right over the ball at the point of impact, and then he falls away after he's hit it. Super shot.
Forces the change of angle as well here from Liam Dawson, coming over the wicket as opposed to around. Starts off by conceding a single with that new style. Does feel though, doesn't it, with these 2 out in the middle now for Yorkshire, that run rate beginning to climb compared to the first 5 overs. Of course, Imam contributing the lion's share.
Yes, I mean, the run rate, they are building it nicely. What they've got to do is maintain that over a consistent number of overs. So we've probably got another 10 overs before the rain comes. So they've got a chance to build that and keep building it. We'll keep an eye on DLS. They were 5 runs behind at the start of this over.
That one clipped just out towards forward square. The single taken. That is the end of the 19th over. So Yorkshire now 94 for 1.
And we're just waiting for the scoreboard to update. And Duckworth Lewis has not moved yet, so it's one of those that you think it'll probably go up to 95 or 96, 95. So they're 1 run behind DLS now. So they're there or thereabouts. So they just need to keep an eye on that and just keep up with the run rate as they go through.
So change of bowling here from the P-zone park end. It will be Andrew Neil. So spin from both ends here for Hampshire. Of course, Neil before today was the Rose and Crown's leading wicket taker in the competition. And he starts off here by conceding a single. And with Andrew, he is one of the real feel-good stories of the summer. He's played his national counties cricket for Hertfordshire. He's someone who's been trying for years to get a pro deal, and interestingly enough, he started out as a seam bowler. So he did a lot of trialling, a lot of second 11 cricket. I think it was 3 years ago, 2022. He kind of got fed up with the injuries from bowling seam. Started bowling some finger spin, and here he is, now representing a first-class county. Full toss, guided down towards Brad Wheel for 1 run. And I do also need to give a little bit of a shout out as well to the NCCA Challengers. The Challengers squad doing so much good work for the national counties. That one played towards backward point for no run, and Andrew has been a big part of that with a number of other cricketers. So good to see the national counties acting as this genuine pathway into the professional game.
The national counties is great, isn't it? I mean, way back in the day, we used to call it minor counties, and I think some people listening are probably wondering what we're talking about, but it's just the name that is given now to that group of counties that sit below first-class counties. And there's some great talent in and around that.
There most certainly is. It's Neil here to Imam. Turns that one around the corner for one more run. And that will be the end of the over from Andrew Neil. So Yorkshire 98 for 1. Imam on 63. Will Luxton on 10. And we will have a result today then. The reserve day will not come into consideration. We have reached the 20 over mark. So regardless of the weather, if it was to rain and rain sufficiently enough for the game to be called off, Duckworth-Lewis would come into effect.
And we're one run, Yorkshire are one run behind Duckworth-Lewis. Stern, to give it his full title. I think we added a Duckworth-Lewis Stern, didn't we, to it? More recent times, and there's a change of bowler coming on from the Trafalgar Square end. So whether Hampshire were aware they needed to get 20 overs in, that could have been one of the reasons that they went for spin at both ends.
So it's Eddie Jack then into Imam. Well, it's Dash My Dream. I always like it when we see spin from both ends, but wasn't to be the case here today.
There's some grey clouds coming in from the same end that they came in from before. The 5 overs or so, I think, will be okay. That's driven firmly through the covers. That's 4 runs all the way. And that brings up the 100.
There you go, you can hear the cries of Yorkshire ringing around Scarborough. I mean, that again is just a gorgeous shot, isn't it, from Imam?
Yeah, very efficient, very technical, just keeps his head still, weight forward, swings through the ball.
How does Eddie Jack respond after that one? Well, drops the length, short enough to be clipped away towards deep backward square for 1.
Young Mays patrolling that area. A true sportsman in every sense of the word, isn't he? With the hockey international, and now he's playing cricket. Good fielder. I think a lot of hockey players are very good fielders because the position you're in when you're playing hockey is the power position in fielding, where you're ready to attack the ball.
Well, shouts of catch it, goes over the top of Brad Wheel in towards the pavilion for 6.
Reminiscent of the no-look sixes that were played at Lancashire this. You'll see Will Luxton, head stays still, then he just follows it around.
This lad can play, can't he, Dr. Jane Powell?
He certainly can.
Look at that, just all wrists, imparting a little bit of extra momentum on the ball. Really is a divine shot from the Yorkshire number 3. The next delivery goes for the expansive shot.
Yeah, half a yard quicker, I think, from Jack there. He was a bit frustrated or annoyed and thought he'd really push that one through, and it was a good ball.
Yeah, typical riposte that, isn't it, from a seam bowler?
Yeah.
Your last delivery gets carted away for 6, and then you go to your effort ball, put a few extra clicks on it. Again, Luxton goes for the shot. Can't get any bat on it, and that will be the end of the over. So Yorkshire remain 109 for 1, Luxton on 16, Imam on 68, and we'll have our first change of commentary here in the run chase. I'll make way. I'll leave you with some words of wisdom from Dr. Jane Powell, and replacing me will be the magnificent Michael McCann.
And there we can see any vantage point is being taken advantage of around North Marine Parade. Somebody is looking from the top window of one of those flats or houses that overlook. 109 is the score. Yorkshire are now 5 runs ahead of the 104 Duckworth Lewis Stern. So for the first time in the game, Yorkshire have got ahead of the score required as that's drilled down the ground for a single from Imam.
Yeah, and even in a non-rainy day, it's always worth keeping an eye on DLS just to give you a sense of where the game's at. Imam is accelerating. Now he's past his 50 in a way that he consistently has and will over the years, both at international and domestic level.
Yeah, and Will Luxton just starting to get back into his groove.
That's just guided out through the covers for 1. And we saw, of course, in that Hampshire innings, 94 coming off the last 6 overs, the Finley Bean 53 ball ton. This is a ground where with wickets in hand you can accelerate and press on. And that's the part that Yorkshire are into now as Al-Haq uses his feet nicely. He's a beautiful player to watch against both spin and seam, but I think in some ways he's at his most aesthetically pleasing against spin.
Yeah, I think you can see his absolute perfect technique against spin.
Goes back Luxton and we'll get 1 this time.
And this is, it's not perfect cricket, I don't think there's any such thing, but you know, the idea that every ball you're rotating the strike, right hand, left hand in, giving the bowler something to think about every single ball, because he's just got used to a right hand and then it's the left hand as that's worked round the corner by Imam for another single, and that just keeps the scoreboard ticking over. And with that, I'll say goodbye to you for a little while.
Dr. Jane Powell going for a well-earned break. Little switcheroo up here in the commentary box as one great of women's cricket makes way for another. Dr. Jane Powell being swapped for Charlotte Ashton.
I don't think I can be mentioned in the same conversation as Jane.
You've got a county 4 for it, under 15s for Lancashire against Derbyshire. That is right up there with captaining your country at the MCG in the 1988 World Cup final or scoring a test ton against India.
Oh, absolutely. I go on about it all the time, clearly.
It's amazing what you can find on Play Cricket when you know where to look. Just plodding that into the onside. All jokes aside, we've got a seriously good game of cricket on here and a close, tense semi-final that will, of course, now have a result today, given that we've gone past that 20-over mark. There are still some ominous-looking clouds, but the forecasts mainly seem optimistic that the worst of the rain has gone.
Yeah, we're looking okay. Fingers crossed.
Just guiding that down to third. It's a lovely post from him on Instagram, and Allah is the best of planners. Sometimes the plan you have isn't the plan written for you, and that's always the best. Keep your head down, work hard and let the results speak. Alhamdulillah for the opportunity, every run, every lesson. I'm truly enjoying my time at Yorkshire. Alhamdulillah, loosely translating is grateful. And it certainly worked its way out in the end for Imam Al-Haq. Left out of the Asia Cup, scored in the 50-over format. Luxton's jabbing that away, and that's a well-judged quick single. Despite the attempts at some football skills in the onside, by the time there'd even been a thought of it from Nick Gubbins, Mohammed scurried through to make his ground.
Imam's done really well this season. It's been a pleasure having him. The boys have all loved having him around. And absolutely performed with the bat, hasn't he?
Sensational run of scores. Average has gone back above 100 in this competition with this innings so far. That will dribble away for what will be leg buys.
He's not happy about that.
Yeah, he's not happy. Feels like he missed out with a ball that was on his pads. This is someone with a serious amount of pedigree.
And a serious amount of discipline practicing that shot there.
Yeah,
He's serious.
He's the second fastest player to 3,000 ODI runs, and at 29 years old, you definitely feel like a second wind for him in the Pakistan setup is there. That's another tight single, and even with a direct hit would have been there. So again, that aggression in the running that has been something of a part of Yorkshire's Metro Bank One Day Cup blueprint.
It's the positive intent that you really want to see, especially at this stage where, you know, we've got a couple of clouds looming. There is a potential for a couple more delays. Fingers crossed now, but you've got to make every run count at this point.
And because of the time that was eaten up, if we came off again, we would pretty much straight away be into losing overs. Or that's driven down the ground to mid-off. I say I thought that had come off the bat a little harder than it actually had.
Yeah, it sounded lovely.
Yeah, it sounded, and for a second to me looked like that straight drive that runs away for four, but certainly wasn't. 119 for one then after 23. Now this is a big moment in this game. Liam Dawson is on to bowl. One of our ones to watch. That, of course, is not Liam Dawson. And that is a lovely doggo just peeping its head out. But Dawson is going to be a key player in this semi-final, absolutely no doubt. He already has been with the bat, of course, with that 140, that list A best. Now Dawson will look to make a difference with the ball. 4 for 33 in the quarter-final. He was picked pre-match as one of our Vertu ones to watch.
He's going to want to try and disrupt this partnership here.
With his, what tends to be very flat left arm spin. Just pushes it through. Imam is content to nudge that away for one. That little burst that Yorkshire have managed across the last few overs has just settled down the required run rate a bit. But it is still hovering up just shy of 7.
It's guided nicely down to square for him on there. See how Will Luxton takes him on.
Luxton generally is someone that will use his feet, try and hit in that straight V where he can. Now is flicking straight at short mid-wicket.
Very well fielded by Middleton as well. Rolling to his left.
Luxton's just pushing that away. It was just sitting with the 4 members of the Yorkshire women's team we highlighted earlier on: Cordy Cooper, Maddie Ward, Jess Woolston, Erin Thomas, who were talking about how much they were learning just from watching the way Imam goes about it. I think if you're anyone, almost a cricketer at any level or point in your career, you can pick up a few things from seeing an Imam Ul-Haq innings be constructed.
Absolutely, it's the temperament he sort of builds it with as well. It's discipline, and then it's aggressive when it needs to be.
Back and just touching that into the offside. Luxton is eager and is set off well from the non-striker, so makes his ground. It's one of those singles that these two and Yorkshire across the wider competition have often done a good job of pinching, you might say. It's a good stop in the covers to make sure there's been nothing off that final ball. 24 overs gone, 122 for one. Yeah, it's the kind of single that drives a good stop there at the end by Gubbins. It's the kind of single, and you would know this as a leg spin bowler yourself, Charlotte, that drives a spin bowler absolutely nuts. You want to set up a batter, you want to bowl a few balls to them in a row. They play a shot that barely gets to the outer edge of the circle, and yet they've got one.
Yeah, it sets you off a little bit. You get frustrated because you can expect where to typically get hit as a spinner, and you can plan for that, but you can't plan for smart running like that necessarily. They are taking every single run that they can get out here.
From the Trafalgar Square end, it will be Brad Wheel. Intriguing to see how Gubbins juggles his pack here. He's used 6 now, and he's going back to Wheel, who has number 16 off his opening burst of 5. Abbott's bowled 5, Jack's bowled 5, Curry 4,
Dawson 3 and Neil a couple. Imam just works that away for one. Moves on to 76 off 18 again. Something we've seen from him throughout this competition. Somewhat slow starter and then catching up, and now there he is, 76 not out and almost with past a runner ball.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you want from an opener, really. Coming in, setting that tone, being positive without necessarily taking too many risks. Things seem to be in control for him.
Luxton just works that away for one more. And there'll come a point where it will actually, in the arm wrestle, it would turn over to being Hampshire's turn to feeling like they might have to force things a little bit here. Might have to do something a bit different to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, I mean, there's opportunities for Luxton to potentially come out his crease. He's been sitting quite deep in the crease when he's playing his shots. Whereas we've seen him, classic Will Luxton, no look 6 off the front foot straight away. So there's options here.
Just worked for what will end up being 2 because it wasn't quite stopped initially, and again appreciative applause for what is some good scamperage.
Very good between the wickets, strong communication.
Second other semi-final is heavily favoured towards Worcestershire. Somerset men struggling with the bat. Zaman will get another single. Worcestershire posting 275. Ben Green picking up 4 for 52. Latigan the top scorer with 78. And Somerset really struggling in reply. They've just lost their 7th. Ben Green has gone for 14. They're 108 for 7, Somerset, in the 24th over. Shazad with 4 wickets. Ben Allison's picked up a couple. Matthew Waite, once of Yorkshire, has picked up 1 as well. So a long way back, even with James Roux still at the crease. Sounded good off Luxton's bat, but he's picked out backward point perfectly.
Yeah, nice little late cut there. Just couldn't have hit the fielder any more nicely.
It was funny with Luxton, so I interviewed him and I asked him about this no-look 60s thing, and he got very, very shy. He's naturally a bit introverted anyway, but I mean, he could only have got more shy if he'd have physically curled up in a ball on camera about it.
That sounds like Luxy.
Very keen, yeah, he was very keen to clarify that in his opinion they're not really no-look 6s. Oh, that's in a really nice channel from Will. Now, end of the over, 25 gone, 127 for 1. The reason they look like no-look 6s is because essentially he's watching the ball onto the bat, and once it's left the bat, he no longer watches it. And he was talking about the fact that this comes from training to be more expansive in range hitting and wanting something so many big players talk about, being still at the point of contact and watching the ball right onto the bat. And essentially it being that process of not wanting your head to go, not wanting to lose your shape. So you hold your shape, and when you know you've hit it well, you hold that shape. It's just the reality with Luxton, of course, as plenty will have seen, is he holds that shape for quite a few seconds until the ball is sailed over the boundary rope. So Mum confidently drives to 1, and so that is what gives the appearance, much like in that 90 not out in the Roses game, of said no-look 6s.
Absolutely, and he's got such long levers as well that it looks almost effortless. And I think that helps add to the charm of the no-look 6, that is actually a look 6.
They're going to get a quick single to short fine leg. They're picking off ones here almost at will with the running. And look, it's something we've mentioned before. There is a cost to that. Those who saw Luxton getting run out in the Roses game at York will remember, albeit Luxton actually ran at an angle, which was part of the reason why he went. Oh, extra cover drive with the footwork from Imam al-Haq. One of the shots of the day, no doubt, against an England international with Liam Dawson. And al-Haq has made it look so simple. That is absolutely delightful.
He picks it up early, dances down, right off the front foot, really watches it. It's classical batting.
pick the gap. He knew he only had to beat that one fielder at short extra and it was through. Time won't get a single though. Mark Hinchcliffe in the Vertu YouTube live chat says Imam is a hero to all, but is a legend for bespectacled cricketers throughout the universe. 100% agree. It's that one down the ground. And of course as well, and it took me a second just thinking about this the other night to double check that I was correct. He's not lost a game for Yorkshire.
No.
Because he came in for the Sussex, he missed the Sussex game the Surrey game because of a visa issue. He came in for the Sussex win in the Championship, where he got a direct hit run out was his most notable contribution. So that's the end of Dawson's over, 134 for 1 off 26, and then 7 wins from 8 for Yorkshire in the competition. But that loss in the final over against Somerset came partially to being 28 for 3 and partially from missing his stability up at the top.
Yeah, he's been a vital anchor, really. I think he's really helped with the international experience that he has, and his very calm temperament. I think it's really helped with the team. He's adding a lot of experience, and something that, you know, with the likes of Johnny Bairstow at the 100, Imam's filling that role really nicely.
It's interesting, you do get chatter from county cricket fans as Wheel gets ready to start the second over of his new spell. That's a lovely one to start. You do get some chatter from all county cricket fans when overseas players aren't quite performing as you would like about why can't we just play the players we got. It's a refrain that you hear from a lot of fans of the 18 counties a fair bit at points. And when you see the impact that someone like Imam has made for Yorkshire in this competition, it really does answer that, because he's also been in some ways a bit of a, you can see the bells have been blown off there, and Imam has almost been blown sideways as well. It really is very windy out there. It's very windy up here in the commentary box, which isn't really so much of a box as the pavilion balcony. So umpire Magandram is going to replace the bails, and
That's quite something.
And I sense Charlotte Ashton away to my right has stashed the time code of that for content creation purposes.
Absolutely, I have.
Lovely cut shot from Imam. There's deep cover points out there, but all they'll do is fetch it. Stands really tall on it and hits the ball right at the top of the bouncer down. It is textbook perfect from the Pakistani international.
Nice quick hands there. You know, managed to pick the gap perfectly. And a nice little gap between 3 seagulls as well for Imam.
Yeah, apologies if you're picking up much of where you can see the cricket bat. It's being blown away in the wind. Apologies if you are picking up a fair bit of that wind disturbance, but there is only certain amounts we can change about the elements here. And worryingly, more worryingly, it is starting to rain. Not heavily. For now, on we go. Imam tucks this away for a single. Now remember that DLS figure becomes all the more important. It currently stands at 127. So Yorkshire are 11 ahead of it. If we were to go off now with no further play, Yorkshire win the game. That's your scoreboard. Imam 10 short of yet another 100. What would be a third 100 in this competition. 100 so far against Northants, Lancashire and Sussex.
It's been something special. I know we keep talking about Imam, but how can you not? You know, such a genuinely lovely guy as well. I feel like that adds to the charm all that little bit more.
It's now definitely onus on Hampshire to try and make a breakthrough, particularly with the weather as it is. It must be said that we do have quite a lot of time left in the game. The normal cut-off time for a final finish in a group game would be 6:30. There's an extra half hour before we lose overs. But we've eaten through that extra half an hour with the previous rain delay. As Luxton's hit on the pads and he's scrambling back to make his ground. It's a direct hit, but he's in. Well, that is the kind of moment that could decide this semi-final because of the way things are with the rain. 1 wicket now might well take that DLS equation in favour of Hampshire and might suddenly leave the situation such that were they to go off and not come back, it would be Hampshire that would progress.
Quick thinking from Luxton there to try and turn it into a run. Even quicker reaction to dive back into his crease.
I don't think we're going to be on much longer here.
No, it's getting pretty horrible out here. Proper wet seaside weather.
And it's really important for Yorkshire. Well, they are going to come up.
Yeah.
I was going to say it would be really important for both sides. If Hampshire could pinch a wicket, it would change the equation. And the same in the reverse. So we'll get the tarpaulin out. 139 for 1 in the 27th. We'll hopefully be back with you shortly.
My first cricketing memory was down at my local cricket club, Sidmouth, and I used to live in the nets every summer with my cousins and my best mates. We literally used to walk down there, cycle down there, leave our cricket bags down there all summer, spend 5-6 hours down there I reckon. In between, go to the bar, get probably too many chocolate bars and cans of Coke and go down to the ice cream shop and things like that, go play on the beach and then come back to the cricket nets, watch my cousins play. So that's probably my first sort of memory of it. Pretty general, yeah. What advice would I give to a junior? Well, I think non-negotiables, obviously enjoy it. I mean, the way cricket's being played these days, I think it's sort of so gripping and exciting to watch any form of cricket. Obviously, you've got the franchise cricket now, and you're seeing lights of Harry, Brookie, whack the ball out of the park, but then you can go to Test cricket, watch the likes of Vertu sort of grind out 100 regularly. I think there's so much excitement around the game, and there's so much cricket being played now, which I think to get involved in that, doesn't matter what colour ball it is, how many overs are being bowled, how many balls are being bowled, it's gripping. So watch as much as you can and play as much as you can. Quite a proud moment. So how does it feel to captain Yorkshire? Obviously a very proud moment. I think obviously Yorkshire as a club, tradition, I think the first thing you talk about cricket, I think Yorkshire cricket comes up. So being an adopted Yorkshireman as well now, it's super proud. I think the history that comes along with it is really special, and obviously what we're doing in the moment with a 50 over comp, I think if we can keep doing what we are and go all the way, I think that'd be the icing on the cake really, to sort of lift the trophy for Yorkshire, certainly after all the years of white ball cricket. There's a couple. I think actually our win against Sussex here, sort of captaining that, was a proud moment. My 7th against Northants as an individual was a very proud moment. That was my first year and I hadn't taken many wickets up until that point, and then that came. But sort of looking on it now, I think just in general, the group we've got and the friends I've made around the group, and to see sort of some of the young lads obviously being regular first teamers now and putting in contributions. I think obviously the way Harry's gone and sort of now as captain of England, sort of being in that light and having some really good games with him. Again, sort of one memory that stands out was our quarter final at the Oval. Sort of everyone wrote us off there, and obviously you hear it multiple times from himself, Tomo, his last over, just to be around that group. And I guess as I'm getting a little bit older, it's more about the experiences I'm having with my mates. I think that's the things I'm trying to hold on to the most. So there's a couple there, but very different. Best dressing room prank you've seen? There's quite a few that's gone on. Recently though, Jordan Thompson was done, and it was someone, I'm not sure who, I might know who, not sure, had taken his yoghurt pot, obviously with the granola, ripped it open, taken the yoghurt out of it and put massage oil in it, and then sealed it back up. And obviously when Tomo has come to finish his session and he wanted a snack, he'd obviously chucked the granola in it, mixed it all in, taken a mouthful, and I was actually batting at the time, could only hear Tomo swear and shout while the windows were open up at Scarborough, to him eating massage oil, which there's always a bit of tit for tat because Tomo's usually one of the main men who's up to no good. So that was one of them recently that I can remember. Favourite place in Yorkshire away from cricket? It would be walking my dog somewhere. So there's Shevon, which is a place I take my dog regularly for walks, or it's actually Ilkley Moor. I took him up the other day, and that was just like, it's beautiful. It sort of reminds me a lot of back home down in Devon, sort of countryside, and if I'm not in it, I like to make sure that I'm getting away. So I'd say that. I think I haven't yet. I think I've told 3 or 4 boys that he was my first, and I'm pretty sure I showed Sads because he couldn't believe me getting him out after bowling at him in the nets against spin. I don't think he's missed time one yet off me, so I did say to him that he was my first Test wicket, and John Sadler, our batting coach, couldn't believe it. His experience, his quality, we've seen it 4 games now, how he's constructed innings, sort of taken boys down and just batted with real ease, and he's shown a lot of our young lads sort of how to do it, but also help them through it, which I think's the main thing. I think as an overseas, obviously you want the performances, but you also want the off-field. I think he's sort of fitted in like a glove really with us. He's been unbelievable, and actually I think all the boys have really enjoyed him as a person, which has been awesome to have. Can we win the cup this year? I really hope so. I really hope so. I think the way we're going about our cricket now, certainly in this competition, has been unbelievable. I think we've got 13, 14 lads here that are just performing day in, day out, and if it's not one, it's the other. And actually I think internally the success we're having in this short term, we've seen the likes of Rev go on and obviously get picked up in the 100 and go to the Superchargers. I think you would obviously love the boys to be around, but we've almost had a bit of success already with lads sort of stepping up and going up into the 100 competition, and I think the icing on the cake really would be if we could win it. I think there's a lot to do and there's a long way to go yet, but that's our aim. That was our aim at the start of the comp, and hopefully that will be sort of done come the end.
welcome back to Scarborough, where we have just had another rain delay here, unfortunately, at North Marine Road, but the two respective sides now back out on the field along with our two umpires, Neil Pratt and Surendaran Shanmugam. So Yorkshire 139 for 1 prior to that rain delay, but we do have a brand new equation. So 9 overs have been lost from the game and 254 runs is the target. So Yorkshire essentially need 115 for the victory from the remaining 14.1 overs in the run chase. A reminder that if there is a tie, if Yorkshire were to score 253, then we go to a super over.
Oh my goodness, that could be exciting, couldn't it?
Could be very exciting. And for the next passage of play, around about the next 15 to 20 minutes, it'll be myself, Aaron Viles, on commentary, alongside Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell.
It's very exciting. I keep going in and out of this. You know, it's like the rain's coming. Quick, get the tarpaulin, throw it over the electricals, and then we're back out. So apologies if we sound a bit sort of rushed at times. We're trying to do this commentary from the balcony at Scarborough Cricket Club. And Scarborough Cricket Club deserve a big shout out for all the games they've put on this year for Yorkshire. So my personal thanks, but also the club thanks, Yorkshire Cricket Club, thanks to Scarborough Cricket Club.
Well, they have been wonderful hosts, haven't they? It's Brad Wheel, bowls here to Will Luxton. And Luxton, first ball, just glances that down towards deep fine leg for the single. So that will be the end of the 27th over. Single taken, so Yorkshire 140 for 1. 14 overs of the run chase remain, and in terms of that equation, myself and Michael, we were doing the maths on it, it's a tickle over 8 and over.
And the scoreboard to our right actually says runs required, so that will help us when we're all trying to work out what's the difference in scores. And there we can see it on screen now, where it says runs required, bottom left hand corner of the main scoreboard bit there, and we've got 14 overs left. So clearly on the screen there for all the spectators here, and hopefully we'll keep you up to date with that as we go through, which means if I'm right, only one bowler can bowl 9 overs and then the others can bowl no more than 8 overs.
Absolutely spot on. So here is Eddie Jack from the P-Zone Park end. Falling here to Luxton, and Luxton has launched him all the way into the west stand, put down in the crowd. But that is a sensational strike from the Yorkshire number 3. And that's a great way to wrestle back a little bit of momentum after the restart.
Look how still Will Luxton's head is. There, the point of contact, and his head is absolutely still. And it's put down in the crowd. Good effort, sir. It's not that easy, is it?
No, it isn't. Definitely is not. Well, what is Eddie Jack's riposte to that? Goes a lot fuller, and Luxton has chopped on. Eddie Jack gets the breakthrough that Hampshire were after. The partnership is broken, and Luxton, after unleashing that mighty 6, he has to go for 30 runs. Yorkshire 146 for 2 in the 28th over. The requirement still 108 runs for the victory.
And I think that was a 99-run partnership between Luxton and Imam. And we'll see here, it's a bit wide, and he just gets the bottom edge down and it ricochets into the stumps. But a great partnership between Luxton and Imam, so well played Will Luxton, 99 runs for that partnership.
Well, coming into bat now for Yorkshire is a man in fine form indeed. Scored 84 against Durham, 85 against Sussex. And he comes into this game off the back of his maiden List A ton. Scored 118 from 106 deliveries down in Canterbury against Kent. And now he has got a task to do here at North Marine Road. James Wharton, Yorkshire number 4, strides out into the middle.
It's not an easy chase in a funny kind of way, because you still need 108. but you've got 14 overs, and I think you come out and you think, I've got to get on with it and I've got to hit out straight away. You don't need to do that. You know, you've got to get a move on, but if you were to get a single a ball, that's 84. So all you need is a boundary every other over, and suddenly you're well past 108 as Wharton faces. That's well played, down to third man for the single.
Very nicely played indeed, and gets him off the mark straight away. Puts him arm back on at the striker's end as well. But as for Eddie Jack, I mean, he has been the X-Factor bowler for Hampshire so far. Has both of the wickets, got Adam Lyth a little bit earlier on. And of course now, the latest victim to the 19-year-old Will Luxton, chopping onto his stumps for 30 from 37 deliveries. We did say this was a surface which suits the England Lions bowler. Imam stylishly flicks that around the corner, down towards deep fine leg for the single.
And in many ways, you just need to play each ball on its merits. You know, we've just seen that superb 6 from Will Luxton. So the ball will be there at various stages to make sure it gets hit and stays hit. And that's all they have to do, is capitalise when the ball is in the areas that they like striking from.
That one very full, guided down towards 45, and it's been misfielded. That is not what Hampshire needs at this stage. I think it's Brad Wheel down there.
And what people won't fully appreciate is the ball will be a bit greasy now. We've obviously had the tractor with the rope taking off the surface, but that doesn't mean you dry it. And that's very disappointing for the fielder there.
That one full. Pitched up into that block hole by Eddie Jack, and that will be the end of an eventful over. Yorkshire 152 for 2. At the end of it, of course, the requirement now 102 runs for the victory.
Yeah, and the great thing is that there's still a fair crowd in. You know, I don't think many people have left. You know, there might be a few more shielding under cover just in case, but at the same time there's a fair crowd still here to watch this last 13 overs.
Overs to score 102. Apologies as well, folks, if you can hear the wind roaring through our microphones at the minute. It has been rather blustery here on the North Yorkshire coast, but we've powered through. And of course for Yorkshire, well, destiny could beckon at this stage. We've spoken about it at length over the course of today's broadcast. The White Rose looking for that first list day final since 2002. This has been a long time coming for this county, but they've still got plenty of work to do. Kyle Abbott bowls here to Imam. Half stopped, I should say, goalkeeper style there by Scott Curry. Of course, a nice bit of trivia about Scott Curry. He was on the books at Portsmouth.
Was he?
As a junior, yeah. Very talented football player is Scott.
You know more facts. If ever I'm on a quiz show and I have to phone a friend, you know, don't be surprised if you get a phone call, because you know most of the facts. So it's been great listening to all your facts throughout the season.
Here he is. But this time to Wharton. Has a little flirt with that one, but doesn't catch the outside edge. Well, it's just one of those things. I mean, you just pick certain things up, don't you, over the years with the county circuit. I mean, you've got such interesting stories, and yeah, plenty of multi-sport athletes as well. We've already spoken about Ben Mays today, the England under-16 hockey player. And of course, you look at Middlesex, who were Hampshire's last opponents. I mean, they had Nathan Fernandez, who used to be a keen swimmer.
Oh, wow.
Wharton chops that down to backward point for no run. I think so too was Noah Cornwell down at Middlesex, if I'm not mistaken. the women's game as well. A few players who have played a lot of squash and rackets and badminton. It is important, isn't it, at a young age? I mean, of course, if you love your cricket and you want to specialise in it, give it the most focus, but having those other sports to almost branch your skills from, it really is invaluable in the long run.
Yeah, it's absolutely fundamental. I'll say a bit more in a minute.
Wharton looks to muscle that one through mid-wicket, but can't beat the dive there of Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, I think the movement patterns you learn in various different games really add to your game of cricket. You've got to be an all-rounder, so certainly when I was doing my level 4 coach award many years ago, we went to Newcastle United to watch the football goalkeeping coach to help us with wicket-keeping coaching. We did a session with squash to be able to move laterally, gaining possession of the tee. There's so many different sports that add to cricket.
And rifles that towards Scott Curry at backward point for no run.
You know, and I've already mentioned about hockey, and it's the power position for fielding. You know, you look at the best fielders or reputed best fielders in the world in the past, John T. Rhodes, Trevor Penny, both played international hockey, you know, because it's a normal position to take, the power position for fielding, i.e. knees half bent, ready to swoop on a ball as you're travelling around the ground.
Slight adjustment in the field here as Eddie Jack is brought up from deep fine leg. He moves into the circle at fine leg, and deep mid wicket is now out on the boundary. So looks to ramp it over the top. Instead it just spirals out towards Alior at deep backward square leg. Do they run it for 2? Yes they do. Excellent running from James Wharton and Imam. And that will be the end of the over. Another decent one for Yorkshire as those runs required continue to tick away.
And under 100 required now. That's always nice. When you're out there in the middle and you suddenly see the scoreboard say that you need 99 to win, that gives you a lot more of a lift, because you think, right, we'll just keep knocking them off in tens now. You know, and each 10 just brings you closer and you start to feel a lot more relaxed.
That's the key, isn't it? Don't do anything too rash at this stage. Still 12 overs left to get those 99 runs, but plenty of batting still to come. There's plenty of power between these two as well, as we've seen from Imam today in the Pakistan International on 92, which includes 13 boundaries. Really has just been a superstar. Of course now, as a result of this knock, he has overtaken Nick Gubbins at the top of the tree. There is Scott Curry to Imam Ul-Haq. That one's short, helped around the corner, and that will be 4 runs. Make that 14 boundaries for the Yorkshire opener as he moves on to 96. Just 4 runs shy of what would be a 4th century of the campaign.
Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. You know, there's a lot talked about various players, but to watch this guy in action, as I have done throughout the Metro Bank One Day Cup, has just been awesome.
Here he is facing off against Scott Curry. It's short, it's wide, down the leg side, extra given.
And every run here is welcomed by a very vociferous crowd. Rain breaks haven't affected their drinking breaks, so I think it might get louder as we go on.
How does Scott Curry bounce back after that one? Keeps the length back, pulled out towards deep square for 1. Just keeps that scoreboard ticking. And as you said, Jane, those little segments of 10, just bring it down, bring it down, bring it down.
Yeah, and already it's down to 93. So at the start of the over it was 99, and all of a sudden it's down to 93. Before, you know, then you're down to the 80s. So that's the next stage, the next tick as you go through.
Looks to whack that through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's just losing his shape a little bit. I think he's trying to hit it too hard instead of just... It's a bit like golf, isn't it? The harder you try to hit it, just rely on your bat, rely on your clubs, you know, so that just swing through. Just keep your shape and swing through the ball.
Well, that one has been skied a little bit. Tough chance here for the fielder, but taken spectacularly by Fletcher Middleton. And James Wharton has to depart for just 7 runs. It's a 3rd wicket that has fallen for Yorkshire. And I tell you what, that really is one of the most acrobatic and brilliant fielding efforts of the day. Always difficult, those ones, when you're taking them over your shoulder. I mean, not too much of a celebration there, in fairness, from Scott Curry, but the rest of the Hampshire fielders immediately swarming Fletcher Middleton. This was a really difficult catch, and he's pulled that off excellently.
Yeah, great catch. I think there was half a, is it going over him, is it going over him, and then he suddenly just managed to reach out and take that in as Finley Bean comes out to join Imam-ul-Haq at the middle.
Indeed, Finley Bean, a man who the last time he was here brought up a 53-ball century. Yorkshire's fastest ever list A ton. And the acceleration from 50 to 100 really was just mind-blowing, wasn't it? It was awe-inspiring from Finley Bean.
It was one of those where you looked down and he got 50, and then you looked up and it was like, cracky, he's nearly got 100. You know, it was just powerful and measured. What Yorkshire want now is not to go stupid, but just to hang around, and in many ways just keep rotating the strike and giving Iman the strike.
Here is Bean on strike against Scott Curry. Starts off by rotating that strike straight back to Imam-ul-Haq. So Yorkshire 162 for 3. Of course, Imam only 3 runs away from what would be a 4th century of the campaign. Curry to ul-Haq, pulls that one out towards square, and that will be another single to round out the over. So Yorkshire 163 for 3 after 30. The requirement 91 further runs from the remaining 11 overs of the run chase in this semi-final. I think now is also quite a nice time to update you with the scores on the doors from the other semi-final taking place today. That game taking place at New Road in Worcester, where Somerset are 109 for 7 in the 25th over.
So Imam-ul-Haq to face the bowling. He's on 98.
Here he is facing off against Kyle Abbott. First ball drop and run there towards Fletcher Middleton. Moves Imam onto 99. Puts Finley Bean back on strike as well. The equation 90. I mean, what an innings this has been from Imam yet again. The amount of times that we've said that this season is frightening. And he is going to be a big miss if Yorkshire are to make it through to the final at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September. Here's Abbott to Finley Bean. Well, appeal for the LBW there from the South African.
Looked a bit high. Finley Bean's quite a tall guy, and it tended to come up above the roll of the pad, I would suspect.
think that is a fair decision in hindsight. Still, though, not a bad start to the over here from Kyle Abbott, just the 1 run conceded from the first 2 balls. That 1 from the first 3.
Yeah, and what Finley Bean mustn't do here is start to rush himself. There's still plenty of time, and I mean, let's face it, there's 11 overs left, 66 balls. He only took 50 balls the other day to get over 100, so you know, he knows himself that you don't need to go crazy, that you just need to start middling the ball on the bat.
Abbott here to Bean, squeezes that one out towards deep point, so brings Imam back on strike. We'll also have another change here in the commentary box upon the conclusion of this over. We'll welcome back Michael McCann on in my place for sadly the last time in 2025. I've got to head back down to the Midlands, so I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. McCann and Dr. Jane Powell. But just before we have this delivery from Kyle Abbott, just a massive thank you from a personal perspective to everyone here at Yorkshire. It really has been an unforgettable summer. As Abbott steams in here to Imam, who shuffles down the track. Does he beat the man? Chips it over the top, all the way for 4 runs. And for the 4th time in the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup, Imam Ul-Haq celebrates a century for Yorkshire County Cricket Club. The king of this competition reclaims his place at the top of the run-scoring charts.
And to a man, woman and child in this stadium, everybody is on their feet applauding what has been an incredible knock from Imam Ul-Haq yet again.
He really is remarkable, but he sliced this one. Is it a catching chance? No, it isn't. Just falls short of Liam Dawson. Will be 2 more runs. That too will be richly applauded by everyone here at North Marine Road. And on that note, I will depart. A massive thank you to Dr. Jane Powell alongside me, and of course to all of our wonderful production team here at Yorkshire. So I'll depart. I'll leave you with some words of wisdom from Dr. Jane Powell, and on in my place, we'll welcome back the marvellous Michael McCann.
And so Yorkshire have 10 overs left. They have 83 to score to win this semi-final. It's still finely balanced. Whilst ever there's Imam Ul-Haq around, there's always hope. And he's just had a majestic knock. He's already on 105, and he looks as if he's in fairly good control of what's going on out there, as Finley Bean is now to receive the next ball.
We're into almost a T20 style scenario here. Is
T10, don't they play T10 in Europe?
Yep, there's it's T10 as well. So that required run rate is just steepled up to 8.3. Oh, Hampshire feel like there's something on that. Bean isn't moving and the umpire's unmoved, to the home fans' delight. Curry thought that Brown had taken a very nice grab down the leg side to get another wicket for the visitors.
Yeah, I think it could possibly have been the pad.
You can only tell so much from a replay like that.
Difficult to tell, really.
Without the extra level of hotspot Snicko type facilities. Short, he's hit that straight at short mid wicket. Imam had set off, and Imam will be run out. Huge moment in this semi-final. Imam Ul-Haq is run out for 105. 171 for 4. Really neat work from Hampshire. Ul-Haq had set off and couldn't make it back in time. A visible scream in frustration from the Pakistani. You can see just what it means to him and the frustration at both his innings and his time at Yorkshire being finished there. He gets a standing ovation from everyone here at Scarborough. Not that he's able to drink in the moment too much, because he's still very much frustrated about the run out. This is how it happened. Being just out of shot there, has hit that straight at mid-wicket. Marmol Huck backing up, can't make it. And this is a great lesson to any young bowler as we see that run out again. As soon as Curry bowls the ball, get back to your stumps. Look at Curry here. It's not a direct hit, but because Curry is there ready to pick it up on the bounce, he is able to effect a run out that might well have turned this semi-final towards Hampshire. George Hill heading out will have something to say about that. Plenty of twists and turns left. But Imam-ul Haq is run out for 105 off 97. 97.
Yeah, big moment that for the game, big moment for Hampshire. Yorkshire will need to, Finley Bean especially, get his head back in the game, concentrate on the next ball. Still a long way to go.
This ball might be out as well. It is out. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Finley Bean has to go for 2. It goes from bad to worse for Yorkshire, who've lost 4 quick wickets in succession here. And they've lost 2 in 2 as well in this particular over. A run out. Now Curry with a bumper that just gets a little flick off Bean on the way through. Neat catch by Brown. 171 for 5.
Yeah, definitely just caught the glove, I think, there as it went through. Harry Duke coming out with no name on his shirt. Obviously had some problems with his shirt. Who knows? We've all listened to the discussion with Tom Bess and the pranks that are played in the changing room, so anything could have happened.
The Yorkshire snipper.
Yeah, something's probably happened there. So big game here for Duke, for Hill, for Bess, for those that are yet to come, for Milne, because now they have to contribute.
Well, the other big concern for Yorkshire is that Matt Milnes went off, you might remember, in the final over of the first innings with what looked like a pulled groin. So part of me would be a bit surprised if we see Milnes bat, or maybe he comes out and bats with a runner because the injuries sustained in the game, possibly. What we know for certain is Duke is facing up. Duke in this competition so far with a best of 28 not out of 47 in the win at Middlesex. Duke first ball, a hat-trick ball. He's just about avoiding getting a nick on it. Curry making the breakthrough into the side today. The Scottish seamer. With that extra height, that Scarborough bounce just doing for Bean.
Yeah, and Duke played particularly well at Middlesex because it wasn't an easy pitch at all.
Push back that one, Yorkshire seeking to get what will be something of a long-awaited win against Hampshire. They haven't beaten the Rose and Crown in their last 7 meetings, 5 losses and a couple of draws since 2014. And Yorkshire won by 6 wickets with just over 21 overs to spare in a List A game. Adil Rashid picked up a 5 for Jack Brooks, took 3 wickets, and Lees made 61, Bairstow 45 not out. Duke pulls away and pulls confidently and pulls for 4 through mid-wicket. A nice nerve-settling shot for Harry Duke, his first boundary.
Yeah, and that's just what Harry Duke would have wanted. He's the sort of bustly player that likes to keep the score moving, so he'll be pleased that he's managed to middle that one and hit it into a gap on that mid-wicket boundary. The score now required is 79, so we've ticked over another 10. 9 overs still to go. Just need to keep up and about with the run rate.
Yeah, that required run rate is just hovering up around 9 as Liam Dawson changes ends. Now Dawson is almost the perfect man for this situation. Such an experienced and capable white ball performer. Dawson, who has played 6 ODIs and 14 T20Is for England. He's fought his way back into that England reckoning this summer. You would think he would be ideal for such a situation. Yorkshire need almost 9 and over. But as importantly, it's the loss of Ul Haq that set batter and that clatter of wickets recently. Dawson, he's just worked away by Hill for one. They want two, but there's not two there. In the last 5 overs, Yorkshire have added 30 runs for the loss of 4 wickets: Luxton, Wharton, Imam al-Haq and Bean. So it's been a really good spell this for Hampshire, who've wrestled control of the game back their way.
Yeah, very much so, and it's even running between wickets, it'll be slightly greasier, so as Imam found out as well. I think he slipped a little bit as he turned, but the game's still there for both sides. For both sides, who'll think that they can win this one.
Duke just nudging away. They want 2 here. They won't get to. Just some final numbers on Imam al-Haq. He finishes his Metrobank One Day Cup. They say finishes because, of course, this is his final game for Yorkshire, with 688 runs at an average of 98, featuring 4 100-plus scores. Quite extraordinary run. As Hill is just plopping that one away on the offside. 159 at Northants, Yorkshire's 6th highest list day score. Also made 117 in a Roses win, 106 at Sussex and 105 today. Here we'll get 1 through the covers this time.
Seagulls are gathering and swooping.
Yeah, they're offering a lot more noise at the moment than the home crowd, which I think tells you a bit about how this game has changed in the last 15 minutes, because 15 minutes ago it was definitely the reverse. And you would say, Duke nudges away for one more, the prevailing mood, understandably, from the home supporters has gone from boisterous confidence to nervous anxiety in the way that only cricket can.
Yeah, I think that's the case, and either side just need one big over, and that could be the game changed.
Goes on the reverse, Hill, and he's got this away past the 2 backward points for 4. Audacious shot for Hill's first boundary. Beautifully played. It's a pretty safe shot in the sense that he's using the spin of Dawson against him. He gets outside the line of the off stump, so it's covered when it comes to LBW, or should be on that regard. End of the over, and it's 183 for 5 or 33, but more importantly is that runs and balls equation. 72 to win off 48, almost exactly 9 and over. Well, there might be anxiety at the cricket, but you can't be anxious for too long with views like that of North Bay and the Castle.
Isn't it? Really amazing, and it's a beautiful view here too as well, as the blue skies roll in once again. You know, we've had a little bit of inclement weather, few showers, but now the blue skies are rolling in. The game is finally poised.
Yeah, it's like we've got a nail biter on our hands, folks. In the other semi-final, Worcestershire Rapids surging towards victory. Somerset 132 for 8 in the 28th over. It's been rain reduced. Not really time down the ground, powered down the ground to Dawson for 1 by Duke. Somerset in that game need 137 to win off the last 10 overs, with James Rue and Jack Leach in and just 2 wickets in hand. So you would say it's looking very likely it will be Worcestershire against one of these 2 in the final at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September.
George Hill to face.
Slower ball hit straight back at him by Hill. Just 1. Well, James Wharton talks about bringing his brick around with him. It's a genuine physical brick as the Unsung Hero Award. The brick goes to someone who does something that goes under the radar. It's a metaphor of building blocks after Anthony McGrath asked all of the squad to bring something in. And Yorkshire need one of these two to step up and be a bit of an unsung hero. Hit through the covers. 2 was the call straight off the bat. Duke will get 2 pretty comfortably. As while a lot of the chat might have been about Yorkshire's top order, it's the middle order and potentially even the lower middle order that are going to have to bail them out here.
And that's what being part of a team is all about, that when it comes to your turn to contribute and to do something, you step up and you give it your best shot. That's all you can ask of any of these players, is that they have to give it their best shot.
Slower ball, almost a slower ball as you're seeing some players use in the modern game. And that will be just 1. Yorkshire fans will take confidence from Hill's finishing knock against Sussex, where it came down to 58 to win off the last 7, and Hill smashed 31 not out of 21 to see things home. But this is tough for Hill because he hasn't batted very much in this competition. When he has batted, he's batted very well. Scores a 20 not out, 16 not out, 41, 10, and that 31 not out. And this time he will get runs. It wasn't where he meant it, Hill. The home fans won't care. You have to feel a bit for Eddie Jack because he doesn't do much wrong here, but it's a boundary.
Yeah, and as you say, nobody really cares at this moment in time is how, it's how many every time you hit it. So that's a good boundary for Yorkshire at this stage, and poor Jack didn't deserve that, but there was a few like that in the Hampshire innings as well. So you make your own luck in this game, so you just have to go with it.
Another slow ball from Jack, this time hit wide of Dawson. Duke wants 2 and will get 2, so that's a pretty good over all told for Yorkshire. 194 for 5 then off 34, so 7 overs left and another 60 needed, so it's not far off the equation that it was when Hill and Bess saw things home for Yorkshire in the chase against Sussex. Needed 58 off 7, but Yorkshire did also have Matthew Revish there at the crease that day, and of course he's not playing today.
No, that's true, and I think a lot will need to be carried between Duke, Hill, potentially Bess. Depends if Milne's fit. They would be the main strikers yet to come for Yorkshire.
These sides, of course, met in championship action back in April, the very first game of the season when Hampshire took victory at home. But this is actually the first time that they've met in one-day cricket this season, or T20. Duke gets this out to deep cover. They don't necessarily meet too often in these formats historically, sometimes because of things being regionalised. But they have had some pretty epic encounters over the years. The first List A meeting between these two that Yorkshire hosted, Barry Richards, the great Barry Richards, was in action for Hampshire, smashed 155 not out in a total of 215 for 2, and Yorkshire got nowhere near it. Hill plays that straight back to Dawson, who will be so comfortable with a scenario like this, such an experienced cricketer. I think Dawson's going to bowl out from that end, I would suspect. This is his 6th over. That in again, it's the game within a game. Hill and Duke want 2, but there's not 2 there. There's about 1.5.
Yeah,
1 3/4 at most.
When they set up, I was thinking they're looking for 2, and I was hoping that they weren't going to turn around and take 2, because there definitely wasn't 2 there.
To paddle Duke, and has managed to get this away for 4. That's a really deft shot. Dawson's a very quick spinner, likes to push it through, and Duke just saying, if you're going to do that, I'm going to use the pace on it against you. Very intelligent.
Yeah, he's a bit cheeky as Harry Duke, but at this stage you probably need every cheeky shot that anybody can manufacture out there, and that was a good boundary. hit by Harry Duke as 200 comes up. I think the crowd have missed that one.
I think at this point, I mean, you're right, there wasn't that level of applause you might expect for a milestone like that. I think it's such an immersement just in
the runs required. Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
Absolutely.
Hampshire looking to get back to another final in this comp, having lost against Leicestershire in it back in 2023. It's driven that straight at cover, even with Yorkshire's aggressive running policy. No run there. A county with so much history in limited overs cricket. 201 for 5, 53 to win off 6 at 8.5 and over. Hampshire 3 times T20 winners, 2010, 2012, 2022, and also way back through the 70s and 80s was seen as one of the stronger teams when it came to what back then, of course, wasn't white ball cricket. Sunday League champs in 1975, 78, 86, Benson and Hedges Cup champions in 88 and 92, and then in the various forms of Gillette, NatWest, Cheltenham and Gloucester, CB40, they've won that in 91, 2005, 2009, 2012, 2018. They've always been there or thereabouts, Hampshire, when it comes to limited over stuff. Less prolific in the championship, winners of that just twice, in 1961 and 73. But have often been there or thereabouts in Division 1 in recent times. Of course, with a very strong history in the championship, but with just 5 major limited overs trophies to Hampshire's 13. Brad Wheel is on. Placing Eddie Jack, who's been expensive but has picked up 2 wickets. And he's been smashed out towards square leg. And it's dropped. What a big moment in this semi-final. It's Ben Mays.
That's a big moment for the young lad out there, Ben Mays. He moved well to it, but just couldn't hang on to it. I think he might have just bubbled out as he fell. Oh no, he just juggled it.
Well, it looked like for a moment he got it. He really did. You can see the home fans there quick to
point out that it hit the floor.
Quick to let him know. Not that Mays, to be clear, was at any point even thinking of claiming it. Slightly plinked, didn't really time it, and almost overruns it at deep cover. We're at that point in the game where it really feels like something's going to happen every ball here. Hold on to your hats, folks. We've got a tight finish on. It's a great pleasure. Yours truly, Michael McCann, alongside Dr. Jane Powell, to be bringing you this free live cricket for you wherever you are across the world, powered by Vertu. A little bit of chat about if scores are level. Super over, just to be clear. Duke tries to get something on it. It will be wided. Wheel feels like it shouldn't be because of Duke's movement across to play the shot. Now, once upon a time, it would have been done on fewer wickets lost.
Yes.
But that is not the scenario here. It is a super over. Simple as that. Of course, if it was in the league phase, it would have been just a tie.
Yeah, and there's debate going on with the players and the umpire about that wide being called. But I think Duke moved across to the offside and it went over the leg side. So I think that's what the umpire was explaining.
Duke this time, again, he's almost timed that too well to get the possibility of a second.
Yeah, both Duke and Hill are trying to muscle the ball at the moment, and they're just snatching at it a little bit. Just need to just relax a bit, which is hard to say and hard to do when there's only 5 point whatever overs left and you still need 49 runs to win.
Again, this will be just one. Singles more than fine for Hampshire. Indeed, Hampshire very much happy with them.
Yes, at this stage, you know, you're looking for wickets, dot balls or singles, and if that happens from a Hampshire perspective, then they'll be more than happy for that. As a Yorkshire spectator, they're probably looking for anything but any of those 3.
slower ball, and again a bit of a theme of the over. Sort of muscled out into the onside for one, which is a pattern that Yorkshire won't mind too much. Banana Brooks pops up in the live chat, one of the more regulars on there, sums it up perfectly. High tension, shadows lengthening. Marvellous, isn't it? Couldn't have said it better myself. This is exactly what you think of in late season. Semi-final. Helped round the corner. Should be out. Is out. Caught. Yorkshire have lost another. This time it's Hill, who could not have picked out square leg better had he tried. And Ben Mays, who dropped that catch in the previous over off Duke, is a little reserved in his celebration because of that drop, but he should be oh so pleased with himself. He ran in and took it nicely. 194.5 was the score when these two came together, but they are separated. 207 for 6. Hill has to go for 16 off 13.
Yeah, that is a shame really, because I think he was just tense with the... And this is why these finals, why it's so important that these young players play these key games, because this is where they learn to deal with the anxiety of a final, of the pressure of it. That one just came in too close to him, and you could see that as soon as he hit it, he knew he'd just hit that straight down the throat of the fielder out at square leg. But this, you learn so much from these games. You can never simulate this in practice.
17-year-old Ben Mays would have been the most relieved man in, I reckon, all of Yorkshire, never mind just Scarborough, because that catch was, of course, a far lower one than, in terms of degree of difficulty, than the one that he dropped off Duke in the previous over, but still got to be there to hold on to it, and so much of the game is played in the mind. Tom Bess out there, he has played some important knots at the death this season. He had a first ever T20 50 in the game against Northants, and he's chipped up with important contributions in this competition, most notably 21 off 9 against Durham. But we're getting into players in Bess and Duke who haven't batted much in this tournament because Yorkshire's batting has largely been so excellent, and the problem with that is when you suddenly have a game like this, players who haven't necessarily batted a lot have got to come in clutch. As Duke has hit that straight to cover, and Duke is gone as well. The wickets just keep tumbling here for Yorkshire. Harry Duke is out now. 207 for 7. Dawson with, in truth, what was a short and wide delivery, and it's a good low catch in the covers. So Duke is gone for 19. Well, I've possibly done Dawson a slight disservice there. I don't know whether he sees Duke backing away to leg and then throws it short and wide so that Duke can't quite reach for it.
Yeah, and good catch there. Did get his hands under the ball just before it was hitting the deck, and a shame for Duke and Yorkshire there as Matt Milnes comes out, and it'd be interesting to see if he's able to run between the wickets. It looks like he's moving quite well there at the moment. He came off the field at the end of the bowling and fielding innings, chasing a ball, and it looked like he felt his groin or his thigh, but he's out there now ready to try and rescue this really for Yorkshire.
Yeah, it should be said again, the difference that fielding makes. That's a tough chance, and Nick Gubbins takes it. So it goes from bad to worse for Yorkshire. This is quite the collapse now. So since the dismissal of Luxton, Yorkshire have lost 6 wickets for the addition of 61 runs in just under 10 overs.
Yeah, that's what pressure causes that. It's not... Dawson comes in again, and that's just stroked up the field for one. Yeah, it's not a loss of ability from players, it's just the pressure tightens up your muscles, it tightens up everything that you want to do, etc., and it just comes out as a loss of effect, almost a lot of loss of technicality.
Bess, the captain, in trying to rescue his side. And that's well fielded off the divot. You can see the reaction from Abbott, who is the latest to experience the Scarborough outfield.
Yeah, we've had a couple this season that have nearly taken players' heads off, and that was yet another one in that realm.
Able to make contact with that one, Milnes, who did hit sixes off consecutive balls to win Yorkshire's final game of the T20 campaign away against Leicestershire on the final ball. Unfortunately for Yorkshire, we're already out of quarter-final qualification. Floats this one up from Dawson, something you don't see from him too often.
Yeah, and you've got the experience of Dawson coming to the forefront now. You can see the variations he's putting in. You can see the way that he's pushing them through, giving it a bit more flight. As that struck out to the cover fielder, and there's one run.
Yeah, required run rate is up into double digits. Really tough ask for Yorkshire from here. Just 4 overs left in the contest. And in fact, that required run rate is now just shy of 11. So it's going to need some heroics here from Bess and Milnes, and potentially after them, the likes of White and Cliff. Otherwise, the semi-final curse will continue for Yorkshire.
And you're absolutely right. But, you know, in a funny kind of way, if you have one big over, you're straight back in it. So they'll be hoping that there'll be one over that they're able to hit 2 or 3 boundaries as Curry comes on from the Peazone Park end.
Curry so far 2 for 33 off 6. He's up there for being player of the match, to be perfectly honest, for all Dawson's magnificence with the bat. Might be thinking, well, Liam Dawson smashed 142. He certainly did. But don't forget that Scott Curry hit 61 not out of 40, and it was actually Scott Curry before Dawson went that injected that higher tempo into the innings.
Yeah, and Dawson was the glue that held the innings together, but Curry was the light and the fire that came in to boost that total. Bess gets ready to face.
He's unable to make contact with that one. Yorkshire, without a win against Hampshire in any format since win by an innings and 44 runs in the Championship in April 2019 in Southampton. Game that the likes of Dawson, Live, Code, Tattersall and Brooke played in, but most players involved in that have moved on. Hampshire have been a bit of a bogey team for Yorkshire since. And Yorkshire have got to do something here to avoid that continuing, as again Bess can't make contact, and delivery's just starting to eke away here for the home side.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's the sort of game where Tom Bess will be just longing to sort of carry his team home, but it's looking further and further away at the moment. As Curry comes in once more.
His perfect tramline bowling. There's so much to admire about this from Scott Curry, part of the Hampshire side that reached the final of this competition and took 3 wickets in that final a couple of years ago, and he looks like he's bowling his side to the final again. And again, another dot for Curry. Being no doubt, if Hampshire go through, this will be remembered as something of a coming-of-age game for Scott Curry. A first List A half-century, and now coming in clutch at the death.
Yeah, part of me thinks here is, Tom Bess, you know, you've played and missed three now. Just move across in your stance. Just start on off-stump rather than on leg stump, you know, because you've got to try something slightly different.
Another slow ball. That one will be wided. Even with that wide, the required run rate is up past 13. It's up past 2 a ball now. Any delivery that goes for 2 or a single, or of course a dot, is a win for Hampshire. It's Yorkshire that have to make all the running to fight their way back into this. Again, Bess swipes and misses. What an over from Scott Curry. That over has gone for just 2. And what it means is that the required run rate has jumped up from just over 10 to now just under 14. 3 overs left in the contest. Successive dot balls at this stage. An absolute killer for the home side. Absolute delight for Hampshire. You feel like they are closing in a semi-final that at one point Yorkshire would have felt like was their game when they were 146 for 1 in the 28th over, but since then wickets have fallen very regularly. Yorkshire have lost 6 for 65. Milne's facing up to Dawson, who's deep in his crease and might have picked out deep mid-wicket, has picked out deep mid-wicket. Simple catch for Ali Orr. Another one goes down. Dawson has another wicket. 212 for 8. Milne's out for 3.
Yeah, and that couldn't have been an easy catch because of the position of the sun. It was an easy catch because he went straight to him, but you only have to look at the shadows on the pitch to see where the sun is at this moment in time. And that was a well-taken catch. You can see he's got the cap and the sunglasses on, and no doubt he needed those to make sure that he kept his eye on the ball.
You'd have to say, bar something miraculous as Ben Cliff walks out, we're quite likely to be watching history repeat itself, because Hampshire beat Yorkshire in a Royal London One Day Cup semi-final in 2018 by 107 runs at Southampton. We go back to 2005 in a semi-final when the Cheltenham and Gloucester Hants won by 8 wickets at the Rose Bowl, where the likes of Sean Udall and Shane Watson, Timmy Mascarenas all picked up a couple of the wickets, and a ton from Sean Irvine as well as 73 from Nick Potters took them home. That was the era where the likes of John Crawley, Andy Bickle and Chris Tremlett were in that Hampshire team. If gets it out to deep cover for 1, but at this stage Yorkshire needs so much more than that. Of course, you'd imagine whoever's on social media for Hampshire will be firing up that evening major clip that gets such a good use on socials. Bess going on the reverse. He does like those, but hasn't got that past Abbott at short third.
And these are the games where, when everything's going for you, that misses that fielder, and today he hit it straight to him. It's one of those days.
Bess this time digs out what was almost a spinner's version of a Yorker from Dawson. Yeah, that clip I'm alluding to, some of you might have seen it. It's from Fawlty Towers. Evening major. Oh dear, Hampshire won. Oh, splendid. You'd imagine that will be being shared once more. Dawson holds that one back. It's helped round the corner. There'll only be 1. Dawson running through his over here in double quick time. Realistically, Yorkshire need a miracle of miracles from here. Holds this one back, and Cliff uses the trusty outside edge, which will bring him 4. First boundary for Cliff.
Yeah, mathematically it's not over yet, but it's a long way away, you could say, with just 2 overs left and 36 required.
Yeah, even with that boundary, the required run rate is at 18, which
we could
speaks
do
for
with
itself, really.
Was it Gary Sobers down at Cardiff? We could do with one of those overs.
Well, it's funny you say that, because Gary Sobers played here in a semi-final in 1969 for Nottingham. He lost, actually. Yorkshire purposely took the semi-final to Scarborough because they wanted to use more of their outgrounds. Scott Curry bowls the final over that will come from this end of the ground, our end, the Peace Home Park end. Yorkshire, there was a good piece about this in the Yorkshire Evening Post. This was the time of the Woodstock Festival, 9 days after Neil Armstrong took his one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Gary Sobers' side came here and lost. Sobers won the toss, put Yorkshire in on a damp pitch. Phil Sharp hit 67. Yorkshire got 191 all out. Notts managed just 123. Sobers caught behind for 20 off Chris Old. 56 years ago. There was one other semi-final here. Yorkshire lost against Warwickshire in 2010. Yeah, the other thing that was crazy about that day in 1969, the attendance, 15,242.
Wow.
Here at Scarborough.
Wow.
It was packed. It was packed. This is sliced away and has managed to get into a bit of a pocket. There's a diving stop, diligent diving stop from Ali Orr. Middleton completes the work. Two more. Alan Gibson of the Times wrote that the sheer physical pressure caused constant encroachment on the boundaries, and every time the sight screen was moved, it was as if a volcano had erupted because of spectators physically falling onto the outfield.
Wow.
Because they were packed in so much there was nowhere else to go. Smashed. Over short cover for 4. Yorkshire will need a lot more like that, but it helps them just about stay in the contest.
Yes, 30 still to get. You sort of think that it's just gone away from them, but keep fighting is the call, as that is smashed down the ground for a single. Well fielded by Hampshire.
Just jumping back to that game, they actually had to lock the gates at lunchtime. There was another 5,000 who were physically unable to get in back in 1969. Absolutely incredible. Well worth going and having a read about that if you can in the Yorkshire Evening Post. And Yorkshire, of course, went on to win the competition that year, winners by 69 runs in the final against Derbyshire at Lords in what was the Gillette Cup. Doesn't really time that. It's a good slower ball from Curry. That will be just one. Boundaries desperately needed, but not really coming in the quantity that they're required. And Yorkshire will fear that this is going to be a 19th semi-final defeat in their last 22 limited overs semi-final since 1972. That semi-final curse. Smashed away out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's escaped through the fielder for 4. Might have been a catching chance, a really tough one in truth for Eddie Jack out there. But it does go to the boundary, and it means that the game is still alive. 230 for 8. We go to the last over with an ambitious 24 needed for Yorkshire, or 23 through a super over. Worth saying as well, as we have this moment, that this final Vertu live stream this season, where commentary is provided by our in-house team, and on behalf of myself, Michael McCann, and all of the team, it's been a great pleasure to be with you through all of the men's and women's white ball games this summer. Once again, we'd like to pay a massive thanks to the production and camera crews behind the scenes who work so hard to bring you live free cricket powered by Vertu. Dawson gets ready to bowl the final over, which starts with a dot on Cliff that will only make it more difficult. Of course, Yorkshire still have one Vertu live stream left of the season. In the County Championship at home against Durham, the final match of the season in late September. Cliff unable to make contact, and now we're into almost impossible territory. 24 to win off 4.
Be exciting if they did go 4 sixes though, wouldn't it?
Would be some story. Bess is going to come down and have a little word with Cliff. He has got nothing to lose. Dawson's trying to get Eddie Jack's attention because he wants to bring him up at square leg.
And Dawson has once again shown how powerful he is in county cricket. And that's why he was called up for the England side this last summer.
Holds that back down the ground from Cliff. He might get 4 here. He will get 4. Lovely, strong, powerful shot. It's probably too little, too late for Yorkshire. It means 20 is needed from 3 deliveries. So Dawson knows all he's got to do is make sure he bowls 3 legitimate balls, and that will be enough for Hampshire. It will be a semi-final, I should say, that will be primarily remembered for Dawson's contribution. 142 with the bat, and he has 2 for 54 with the ball.
And bowled 9 overs, as the most overs for Hampshire.
They've trusted him with the 9th, and understandably so. That's nicely fielded out there by Orr. That will be 1, and that should be that, because it's now 19 to win off 2. Out to deep cover by Bess. He won't run. Worth saying that regardless of this batting collapse and a defeat in a semi-final, it takes nothing away from the fact there's a lot of exciting young players at Yorkshire, and as an overall campaign there's been a lot to be proud of.
Very much so, very much so.
Final ball, Dawson to Bess, and it's missed by Bess, and that will be that. Hampshire have done it. Hampshire have come to Yorkshire and won. What an incredible achievement from Nick Gubbins' side. When Yorkshire were 146 for 1, they'd have fancied their chances of finishing this off, but a dramatic batting collapse means that Hampshire are into the final, victors by 17 runs here at Scarborough. Frustration and disappointment for the home side, whose wait to get into a limited overs final since 2002 will go on, but Hampshire will be into that final at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September. A match defined by Liam Dawson, who strode out with his side in real trouble at 53 for 3. He hit 142, a List A career best, helped by some excellence from Scott Curry. And then Dawson with the ball, also doing the trick in combination with Jack and Curry, who also picked up a couple of wickets. Means that it is the visitors who will progress to the Metrobank One Day Cup final.
And we see Tom Bess on screen there, and he's done a fantastic job leading this Yorkshire team. And as you've already said, there's been a number of young players that have learnt so much throughout this season, and it's always disappointing to lose in the semi-final. But you've got to remember they did get to the semi-final as winners of their group, and they showed their class throughout, and whilst it's disappointing to lose, there's a lot to be pleased about as we've gone through the year. And all credit to the boys, all credit to every single one of them. Special mention to Imam Ul Haq. What an absolutely phenomenal contribution he's made, and hopefully we'll see him back in a Yorkshire shirt in the not too distant future.
Wise words of Dr. Jane Powell, who it's been a great pleasure to have alongside throughout much of this season. And it's safe to say that it's very easy from a Yorkshire perspective to be frustrated by a defeat like this, but the wider picture is that's a second loss in 12 games across all competitions, and in this particular competition this season it's 7 wins and 2 defeats. So while there'll be a disappointment from a Yorkshire point of view, and Hampshire understandably jubilant, the bigger picture of what that Metrobank One Day Cup campaign has been, there's a huge amount of good to take from it.
Oh, massive amounts to take from it, and I'm sure that they'll take that into the county championship as they go into the last 3 games of the season. Youngsters like Luxton and Wharton and Hill, Duke, Revis, there's so many of them that you're bound to forget somebody because of the way they've played and the way they've contributed throughout the season.
Thank you very much for your company wherever you've been across the world. It's been great to have you with us on this Vertu live stream. Don't forget, the final Vertu live stream of the season is for Yorkshire's final game of the campaign at home against Durham
as they finish things off on the 24th of September. Before then, the White Rose are away against Somerset on the 8th of September and Sussex on the 15th. Meanwhile, the women have earned themselves a Metrobank One Day Cup Tier 2 semi-final. They will face Middlesex at Radlett on the 7th of September, playing for a chance to reach the final against Glamorgan or Northants on the 14th of September. But for now, from Scarborough, after a pulsating semi-final, we wish you all a very good day.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends